My name is Jiang Chun. In my past life, I was just an ordinary office worker. One day on my way home from work, I saw a mother and her son fall into a river. Without a second thought, I jumped in after them. I managed to push them both up onto the bank, but I never made it back up to the surface myself. When I came to again, the north wind was pounding against a broken wooden door like a giant hammer, over and over, rattling and banging. I was lying on a rock-hard bed, staring up at the dark ceiling beams overhead, my head full of a stranger's memories. The Great Zhou Dynasty, the 18th year of the Xingya era, Three Mountain Village. The first snow had just fallen. Winter had arrived. I had become this teenager who, get this, was also named Jiang Chun. Same name, same surname. Talk about fate. But when all those memories came flooding into my head at once, I nearly laughed out of sheer disbelief. This original Jiang Chun was 18 years old. His mother had died young, and he still had an old father, an older brother, a sister-in-law, and a nephew and a niece. Other people's kids were already out working the fields by 13 or 14, but not this guy. 18 years old, and he still spent all day loafing around, stealing chickens and pulling petty crimes. Behind his back, the whole village called him a good-for-nothing hoodlum. And what was the worst part? This year's harvest had been bad, and the family barely had any grain stored to begin with. His old man had broken his leg hunting in the mountains, and treating it had drained every last bit of their savings. Now he hobbled around on a crutch, and the family was so strapped they could barely put food on the table. But right at this critical moment, this brat, just to win over a village girl named Chunhua, had secretly sold off the family's winter survival grain. He traded it for a silver hairpin as a love token, then took the leftover money and blew it on a big feast with his no-good buddies. On his way home, he was so falling down drunk that he collapsed in the snow outside the village and lay there freezing all night long. The next day, someone found him, and his brother carried him back home. He lay there for a day, and then he was gone, and I took his place. Here's the truly ironic part. That silver hairpin, the one he'd bought with the whole family's food, had vanished somewhere along the road while he was passed out drunk. Stolen? Lost? Who knows? Either way, even if it turned up again, it wasn't going to buy back a winter's worth of grain for a family of 6. Lying there on the bed, I broke out in a cold sweat. A famine year, no grain. In a place like this, winter really can kill you. My mind raced. I thought back to all those time travel novels I'd read in my past life. The main characters always got rich making salt or brewing liquor, right? But the moment I thought it through, my hopes deflated. Selling black market salt was a crime that could get your head chopped off. And brewing liquor took huge amounts of grain. I didn't even have a bite to eat. So what was I supposed to brew it with? Just as I was at my wit's end, my chest suddenly grew warm. An ancient, weathered turtle shell appeared out of thin air right in front of me. I froze. This thing, when I was drowning, in that hazy moment, I could have sworn I'd touched a turtle shell just like this. Could it be that I'd ended up here because of it? I leaned in for a closer look. The turtle shell was covered in a faint glow, and above it floated a single star, flickering bright and dim. And right where that star met the shell, 2 characters were written. Not yet foretold. My breath quickened. Not yet foretold. As in foreseeing the future? Could this thing actually predict good fortune and bad? Help me dodge danger and chase opportunity? Fighting down the excitement in my chest, I reached out and poked the turtle shell. With a soft clatter, the 2 characters not yet foretold transformed into the foretelling. Then the shell gave a little shake and spat out 3 bamboo divination sticks. I read them one by one. Tiny characters surfaced on each. The first, minor fortune. On the southern slope, halfway up Little Black Mountain, a lost rabbit has crashed into a tree and died in the snow. Get there before noon, and you just might come away with something. The second, moderate fortune. A few roe deer are roaming the southern peak of Little Black Mountain. Bring a hunting bow, and you might be able to bag one. The third, great misfortune. An aging wolf king, defeated by a new challenger, has been driven to the northern foot of Little Black Mountain. Take its pelt, and you'll make a fortune, but beware, it will fight back with everything it has. I stared at those 3 sticks, my hands trembling with excitement. Heaven was on my side. With this power of divination, why would I ever have to worry about going hungry again? Once I calmed down, I thought it over. That dead rabbit, free meat, no effort, was perfect for my situation right now. The roe deer were worth good money, but I didn't know how to shoot a bow, so they were out of reach for the moment. As for the wolf king, hunt it down and skin it? Was I insane? That's not hunting, that's a death wish. I reached out and took the first stick. The moment it touched my hand, it dissolved into a stream of light and shot into my body. Instantly, an image formed in my mind. A snow-white rabbit, slumped dead in front of a withered tree, frozen through after a whole night in the cold, long gone. I quickly put the turtle shell away. The stick had said it clearly. I had to go before noon to find anything. Show up late, and someone else would grab it. What a waste that would be. I pulled open the door, ready to head out, when I found a scrawny little boy standing there, just about to push it open. When he saw me, he flinched back, startled, and called out timidly, "Second uncle, you're awake." This was the original Jiang Chen's 6-year-old nephew, Jiang Ningwen. His hair was a sickly yellow, and he was skin and bones. Country kids these days mostly look this malnourished. My heart softened, and I reached out to pat his head. But he ducked away and darted off after just a few steps, shouting as he ran, "Grandpa says come to the main room for dinner." I awkwardly pulled my hand back. Looks like in this family, even a 6-year-old can't stand the sight of me. Steeling myself, I followed him into the main room. For people were seated around a low, square table. In the center sat my father, Jiang Yulin. His hair was streaked with gray, his face a sickly yellow, a crutch leaning against his side. He had the look of a man not yet recovered from serious illness. But his eyes still held a trace of the ferocity of a man who'd been a soldier and seen the battlefield. Most of what this family had, he'd built with his own 2 hands. To his left was my older brother, Jiang Tian, square-faced, a little stooped in the back. Beside him sat my sister-in-law, Chun Xiaotsue, her eyes red and puffy, like she'd just been crying. Further down sat a young girl of 12, my niece Jiang Xiaoyan. I kept my head down, bracing myself for a scolding, and said softly, "Dad, brother, sister-in-law." I'd already made up my mind. Since I'd taken over this body, I'd carry whatever messes the original guy had made. But what happened next, I never saw coming. The moment my father laid eyes on me, his expression instantly softened. "It's so cold out there, and you spent the whole night sleeping outside. You didn't catch a chill, did you? Should we send for a doctor to take a look at you?" My brother looked up too. "Next time, don't come home so late. Dad nearly went out looking for you yesterday." I just sat there, completely stunned. The son sold off the whole family's winter survival grain to buy booze. And this was how his father and brother reacted? No wonder. No wonder they'd spoiled the original guy into the wretch he'd become. But precisely because of that, it made me feel even worse. I opened my mouth. "Dad, brother, sister-in-law, I was wrong. I'll never do anything like that again." The moment those words left my mouth, all 3 of them whipped their heads around to stare at me, disbelief written all over their faces. An apology? The original guy had pulled stunts 100 times more outrageous than this. When had he ever hung his head and admitted fault? My father's chest heaved a few times, and his voice trembled a little. "As long as you know you were wrong, that's what matters. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? Come, sit down and eat." Only then did I sit. In front of me was a clay bowl holding a serving of millet porridge. No, porridge was too generous. Rice water was more like it. Thin and watery, with just a few grains of rice settled at the very bottom. And mine was actually the thick one. I glanced over at my brother and sister-in-law's bowls. Theirs were so clear you could see straight to the bottom. I honestly couldn't force it down. I shook my head. "I'm not eating this." My brother looked up. "There's really nothing else in the house to eat. Once I borrow some grain, I'll have your sister-in-law cook you a thick bowl." I picked up my bowl and poured the porridge into the 2 children's bowls instead. "I ate too much last time. I'm not hungry right now." My father smiled, deeply moved. "Our second boy, he's grown up." Then, a slightly ingratiating look crossing his face, he turned to my sister-in-law. "Xiaotsue, second son's still young, and he knows he was wrong now. How about we wait until he's married before we split up the household?" That was when I remembered. According to the memories, my sister-in-law had been pushing to split up the family for a while now. And after the stunt the original guy had pulled, her demand was more than reasonable. My father was clearly the head of the household, and yet, for the sake of this youngest son, he was reduced to groveling before his own daughter-in-law. My sister-in-law wiped her eyes. I'll do as you say, Dad. But if things keep going like this, there's just no way we can survive. Selling the family's survival grain for meat and wine. That was the kind of thing that would get you talked about behind your back in any village. My father let out a breath of relief, then poured half the porridge from his own bowl into mine. You've been out in the cold and lying sick for so long. You've got to eat at least a little. There's not much food in the house this year, but if we can just make it through this winter, once I can get back up the mountain, things will get better. Inside, I let out a heavy sigh. The previous owner of this body was the one who'd done wrong, and yet my father acted like he owed me something. With a leg injury that serious, and only half a bowl of rice water a meal, how was that wound ever going to heal? The whole family ate their porridge in silence. My little nephew slurped his down in a few gulps, then licked the bowl clean, but he still made a sour face and rubbed his stomach, clearly still hungry. He couldn't help but turn to me and ask, "Second uncle, what does roast chicken taste like? Mom said you got to eat roast chicken yesterday." For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. In my past life, chicken, duck, fish, meat, none of it had ever seemed like anything special. But here, that was something ordinary families couldn't even dream of. All I could say was, it's really good." The little guy swallowed hard, forcing back the drool that was about to spill out. Something tugged at my heart. I reached out and patted his head. "Next time second uncle goes into town, I'll bring you back some roast chicken." "Really, second uncle?" His eyes went wide, and he grabbed my sleeve. Beside him, my niece rolled her eyes hard. "Are you dumb? You actually believe anything second uncle says?" The little guy froze. Then something seemed to come back to him. Slowly, he let go of my sleeve, and the look in his eyes turned suspicious again. I understood. The old Jiang Chun had snatched food out of these two kids' mouths plenty of times, and given all the family's good things to that Xinhua girl. Roast chicken? There was no chance it would ever have made it to them. "Xiaoyan, is that any way to talk to your second uncle?" my brother snapped. My niece turned her head away, indignant, but at least she didn't talk back. Watching the two kids run off, I felt a whole mix of emotions. The original owner of this body really hadn't left himself a shred of a good reputation at home. Only my father still treated him like a treasure. But I touched my waist and thought, when I get back from the mountain, even if there's no roast chicken, I can at least bring back a rabbit and stew it for them tonight. I set down my bowl and looked up. "Dad, I'm going to head up Little Black Mountain." My father frowned. "What are you going to Little Black Mountain for?" My brother tried to stop me too. "It just snowed. The mountain paths are treacherous. Don't go out for a while. I'll just go take a look. If I'm lucky, I'll catch some game and we can have meat tonight." My brother got worked up the moment he heard that. "Are you talking nonsense? You can't even draw a bow, and you want to go hunting?" "I'll just try my luck. If it doesn't work out, at least I can gather some firewood." With that, I headed for the door. "Get back here." My brother didn't believe for a second I was going hunting. He jumped up and grabbed my clothes. I tugged a couple of times, but couldn't shake him loose. Not bothering to explain, I just turned my head and shot him a hard glare. The original guy had been fed the best of everything his whole life, and even at his young age, he stood a full head taller than my brother. That single glare actually made my brother stumble back 2 steps in fright. I looked over at my father, still seated. He braced himself on his crutch, trying to stand, but couldn't manage it. In the end, all he could get out was, "Dad, I'll be back soon." My father sighed, but still called after me. "Little Chun, it's cold out there. Put on Dad's dogskin coat." That was the thick fur coat my father wore every year when he went hunting in the mountains, far warmer than a cotton-padded jacket. I glanced at the coat hanging on the wall, threw it on, and walked out into the wind. What I didn't know was that the moment I left, my sister-in-law leaned over and whispered to my father, "Dad, you don't think second son took the dogskin coat off to pawn it, do you? That coat's worth a good bit of money." The moment my brother heard that, it hit him like a jolt. "He's definitely not going up the mountain. He's going into town. I'll go after him." So my brother went rushing off toward the county seat, while I was genuinely headed into the mountains. Going in opposite directions, there was no way the two of us were ever going to cross paths. Three Mountain Village got its name from the 3 great mountains at the village's edge. Each was bigger than the last, and each more treacherous. The closest to the village was Little Black Mountain. By the time I reached the foot of Little Black Mountain, the sun was already high in the sky. Looking around, The snow from a few days back still hadn't melted, and there wasn't an animal track in sight. Hardly good weather for hunting. But it didn't matter. What I'd come to do today could be summed up in one phrase. Wait for the rabbit to run into the tree. Following the direction the divination stick had pointed, I soon reached the southern face of Little Black Mountain. This side faced the sun, and the thin snow had already begun to melt, which, oddly, made it damper and colder than elsewhere. As I got closer, I saw strings of tracks in the snow, shaped like little plum blossoms. All rabbit tracks. Looks like there's a whole warren around here. If I could set up a few traps, I might come away with even more. That's what I thought, but I didn't do anything, because I didn't know how. Setting traps was a skill I'd have to go back and learn from my father. First, I made straight for the big tree the divination stick had indicated. I rubbed my eyes, and sure enough, there was a tuft of white fur poking out of the snow. I grabbed hold and lifted it up. Well, would you look at that? A big rabbit, frozen stiff, and no lightweight either. I grinned. Now I'd have meat to bring home, and I could hold my head up in front of those two kids. I hung the rabbit at my waist, then followed the tracks onward until I reached another big tree. Beside its roots, hidden beneath the dead grass, was a burrow in the ground. This is the spot. I picked up a stone and set it at the mouth of the burrow as a marker. I'll come set a trap here tomorrow. It was still early, so I set about gathering firewood while I was at it. Even collecting firewood came with rules these days. You could only pick up branches, deadwood, and fallen leaves. If you chopped down a live tree fit for timber and the authorities found out, you'd be punished for it. So all the trees at the base of Little Black Mountain had been stripped bare. To gather any decent amount, you had to climb the trees, which was honestly exhausting work. Being a novice, I worked at it for the better part of the morning and only managed a small bundle. I'd just tied it up with a cloth strap and was about to sling it over my shoulder to head down when a voice suddenly came from behind me. Jiang Chun. I turned. It was a young man about my age, wearing a cotton jacket full of holes, both hands tucked into his sleeves as he sauntered over. It really is you. You're all right? And you're actually up here gathering firewood. One look and I recognized him. Zhang Sampo, one of the original guy's no-good buddies, 2 years older than me. This fellow's specialty was coaxing the original Jiang Chun into stealing money and valuables from his own family to trade for wine and meat, which Zhang Sampo would then freeload off of. He was also always using some family illness as an excuse to borrow money from the original, time and time again. And to this day, he hadn't paid back a single copper coin. A few days ago, the one who'd egged the original on to sell the family's grain to buy that hairpin and throw that feast, that scheme had come straight out of this guy's head. To put it plainly, the previous owner of this body had been driven to his death by this very man. Zhang Sampo looked me up and down, eyeing the dogskin coat I was wearing, then glanced at his own tattered jacket. His eyes darted around, and he grinned, elbowing me in the side. That fur coat of yours could fetch a pretty penny at the pawn shop. It's freezing today. Why don't the two of us head into town and knock back a couple drinks to warm up? I nearly laughed out loud. This guy really never changed. The second he saw me, he was already scheming to get something out of me. I gave him a cold, humorless smile. That cotton jacket of yours is worth a few dozen coppers. How about you pawn it first and treat me to a pot of wine? Zhang Sampo tensed up immediately. Are you kidding me? This is the only jacket I've got. If I pawn it, what am I supposed to wear? I couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. I hoisted the firewood onto my shoulder and started walking. If you're not willing to pawn it, then get lost and stop blocking my way. Zhang Sampo froze, probably not expecting me to talk to him like that. In the past, the two of us had been thick as thieves. The original guy had treated him better than his own brother. But before he could even work it out, his eye caught the fat rabbit at my waist, and his face lit right up. Ooh, you caught a rabbit. A big one too. Must be over 3 catties. Before he'd even finished, his hand shot out and yanked the rabbit right off my waist. Perfect timing. My sister-in-law's been sick these past couple days. I'll take this home to help her get her strength back. Jiangchen, you're a real stand-up guy. And with that, he even gave me a thumbs up. I was so mad I almost laughed. I hadn't said a single word. How exactly had this rabbit become his? If it had been the original guy, a bit of flattery like that would have puffed him up, and he might have actually handed it right over. Too bad the owner of this body had already been replaced. While he was gleefully stuffing the rabbit into his arms, I whipped the wood-cutting knife from my waist and pressed it against his throat. For the man who'd driven my predecessor to his death, I didn't feel an ounce of mercy. Zhang Sampo felt the cold at his neck, looked up, and saw the gleaming blade. His voice started shaking on the spot. Jiang Chun, what are you? Don't joke around like this. Joke? I stared at him. Then let's see you laugh. He tried to twitch his stiff lips, but he couldn't force out a laugh. It's just one rabbit. Is this really necessary? Aren't you the one who's all about brotherhood and loyalty? For all his talk, his hands were still clutching that rabbit tight, with no sign of handing it back. I pressed the knife down a bit more, the cold blade flush against his throat. Add in the murderous look in my eyes, and the hairs on Zhang Sampo's neck stood on end. This little brother, who used to hand over money after a few sweet words, why was he acting like a completely different person today? He didn't dare hesitate any longer, quickly holding the rabbit up. Take it, take it. I took it back and hung it at my waist again, then put the knife away. Zhang Sampo let out a long breath, but right after that, a wave of anger came surging up in him. Normally, all he had to do was cry poor, throw in some flattery, and if all else failed, pull out the "you're not being loyal" line or bring up Chenhua, and the original guy would immediately thump his chest and hand over the cash. But today, not only did I refuse to fall for any of it, I turned the tables and threatened him with a knife. His face, drained white with fear a moment ago, flushed red with rage. He pointed at me and stamped his foot, wearing the look of a man who'd suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Jiang Chun, I really misjudged you. I treated you like a brother, and you pull a knife on me over one rabbit? I gave him a cold, sidelong look. You never chip in a single coin for all the eating and drinking. All you ever do is scheme to take advantage. And you're the one who talked me into selling my family's survival grain. And now you want to lecture me about brotherhood and loyalty. His bravado deflated instantly. That's only because my family's poor. If I had money, I'd take you out for the finest food and drink every single day. Sure. I grabbed him by the shoulder. Then here's the deal, my family's out of food now. You hand over half of your family's winter grain, and I'll still consider you a brother. Zhang Sampo opened his mouth, but for the longest time, not a single word came out. He didn't even have enough grain for himself. How could he bear to give me half? Get lost. I shoved him, sending him stumbling back several steps, then hoisted the firewood and headed down the mountain. I'd seen plenty of people like him in my past life, always going on about brotherhood and friendship, but really they're just a bottomless pit. There's no limit to how much they'll take advantage of you. The farther away from people like that, the better. A real brother. Would he ever coax you into selling off your family's survival grain? On the way down, a bit of lingering fear crept over me. If I'd been even a step later getting up the mountain, that rabbit would have been Zhang Sampo's for the taking. The guy had lousy character, but decent luck. No wonder the divination stick had told me to get there before noon. It just so happened that he'd slept in late. When I reached the village entrance, I ran into a number of villagers heading back from the fields. Thinking I'd take the chance to turn around my rotten reputation, I greeted them first. Aunt Chun, Uncle Zhao, back from gathering firewood. But the moment those few people heard my voice, they turned to look, then immediately shied off to the side of the road, as if they couldn't get away from me fast enough. Some even muttered under their breath, "How is this brat still alive? He didn't freeze to death, right? Selling the family's survival grain for booze. Is that something a decent person does? If it were my house, I'd just beat him to death with a stick and be done with it." I'd been perfectly polite, but hearing that, my vision went dark for a second. Fine. Looks like this reputation is going to take a while to fix. I bounced the firewood on my back, and their eyes were instantly drawn to the rabbit at my waist. Ooh, what a fat rabbit. Jiang boy, where'd you pick that up? Can't I have caught it myself? I shot back, unwilling to let it go. You think Uncle Zhao's blind? You think I can't tell the difference between something caught and something scavenged? I answered glumly. From the mountain. Old Zhao had only asked in passing. He grinned. I saw Sun Jinmei heading to your place with Chenhua. I'm guessing they've come to call off the engagement. You'd better hurry home and see. Call off the engagement? I blinked. The moment the other villagers heard those words, they all perked up with interest, crowding around Uncle Zhao to ask, really calling it off? Then what about the betrothal gifts they already accepted? With Widow Sun's temper, fat chance she'd cough those back up. And she's got the moral high ground here too. Selling your winter grain for booze. Who'd dare marry a guy like that? Young boy, hurry home. Otherwise, everything you gave her before is going straight down the drain. I heard every word clearly, but instead of feeling anxious, I actually felt delighted. Call off the engagement? That's great news. I knew all about the original guy's memories. When he was 17, wandering aimlessly around the village, he'd run into Chunhua, all made up with powder and rouge. And from that point on, there was no stopping him. He'd become a complete simp, crying and begging his father to go arrange a marriage. Chunhua's mother, Sun Jinmei, was a notorious piece of work. Her husband had died. She'd nagged her mother-in-law into an early grave, and just last year she'd sold off the ancestral home. Nobody in the village dared cross a woman like that, and as a result, hardly anyone came around to propose to her daughter either. But the original guy's utterly lovesick devotion gave her the perfect chance to squeeze him for everything he was worth. When my father went to propose the match, she opened her mouth wide and demanded a betrothal payment of 20 taels of silver. 20 taels, do you know what that meant? An ordinary family's entire year of expenses, taxes included, didn't even add up to 20 taels. But the original guy was dead set on marrying her, and my father, with no other choice, gritted his teeth and agreed, saying he'd save it up bit by bit. In the meantime, the original guy had stolen plenty from the family to give to Chunhua. And a few days ago, Chunhua had hinted that a wooden hairpin was too shabby and that she wanted a silver one, which was exactly what led to the original guy selling the grain to buy the pin and drinking himself to death out in the wilderness. Just thinking about it made me feel awful on the original's behalf. He'd all but emptied out the household, and that woman had never once given him so much as a proper glance. A woman like that? I wouldn't dare marry her, and I certainly wasn't going to keep groveling the way the original guy had. She was coming to call off the engagement herself? Well, that was doing me a huge favor. I headed home, cheerful as could be. But at that very moment, inside my family's main room, a completely different scene was playing out. My father was sitting there, keeping company with a mean-faced woman. That was Sun Jinmei. In-law, please, think it over a little more. Little Chen really has changed. This very morning, he went up the mountain to hunt. My father wore an ingratiating smile. Hunt. Sun Jinmei let out a cold snort. More likely he stole something from the house again and took it out to trade for booze. My father's face fell. Truthfully, he had no idea himself whether I'd gone up the mountain or pawned the dogskin coat. He wanted to defend his son, but he couldn't bring himself to say the words. There's nothing more to discuss. I'm calling this engagement off today, and that's final. Sun Jinmei didn't give him any chance to explain. But we agreed on this from the start, and we even gave you the betrothal silver. Sun Jinmei's eyes went wide, and she slammed the table with a crack. What we agreed on from the start was 20 taels for the betrothal payment. So where is it? No betrothal payment, and you still want to marry my daughter? My father tapped the ground with his crutch, a pleading note in his voice. In-law, let's talk this over some more. If you just call it off like this, it won't be good for your daughter's reputation either. There's always a way to work things out, isn't there? Only then did Sun Jinmei slowly change her tune. Well, for the sake of being neighbors and all, I suppose it's not entirely out of the question to talk. Hearing there was still hope, my father hurriedly jumped in. Whatever your terms are, just name them. The marriage can go ahead, Sun Jinmei drawled. But you'll have to add more money. My father broke into a violent fit of coughing. And more money? 20 taels had nearly cost him his life, and now she wanted more? But he understood well enough. After the grain-selling scandal, aside from a money grubber like Sun Jinmei, there probably really was no one else willing to marry a daughter into his family. How much more? Was all he could ask, cautiously. 30 taels. Bring me 30 taels of silver, and I'll see to it that my Hua marries your son. Chunhua, who'd been sitting silently beside her the whole time, cried out in displeasure, Mother! My father's heart trembled. 30 taels. That was the kind of betrothal payment only wealthy households in the county seat could manage. For a country farming family like theirs, where on earth were they supposed to come up with it? He clenched his teeth, his cheeks quivering, and after a long while he finally squeezed out, All right, in a year's time, I'll come with the betrothal gift and formally propose. My sister-in-law, who'd been pouring water off to the side, panicked. Dad, 30 taels of silver. Where are we supposed to get that? When I married in, I didn't ask for a single copper of betrothal money. And all these years I've poured into helping this family. I couldn't even count how much. That's enough out of you. My brother pressed her back down, but he himself was so anxious he was scratching his head and pacing. Their family couldn't save up even 3 taels of silver in a whole year. And this year, on top of the famine, they were lucky just to keep their bellies full. 30 taels, it was an astronomical figure. But my father instead steadied himself. Once spring comes and my wound heals, I'll make a trip into Second Black Mountain. If I bring down 2 wild boars and bag some other game, it should be enough. Second Black Mountain? 2 wild boars. My brother sucked in a sharp breath. Dad, in your condition, you still want to go up the mountain? An ordinary hunter, at most, dared to venture up Little Black Mountain. Going into Second Black Mountain meant trading your life for money. There were tigers in there, and black bears. Run into even one, and you were as good as dead. Even hunting wild boar, you needed a group of seasoned, strong men working together before anyone would dare try. But my father just shook his head. These old bones of mine. If I die, I die. But if your younger brother can't get a wife, how will I ever face your mother in the afterlife? Dad, my brother said, steeling himself. If it really comes to it, let's sell a couple plots of land. You absolutely cannot go into Second Black Mountain. Have you lost your mind? Sell the land. My sister-in-law shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If we sell the land, what are we going to eat and drink? We'll sell half and keep half. Either way, we won't starve. Won't starve, won't starve. I'm about to starve right now as it is. The whole family fell into a shouting match. And son Jinmei, watching off to the side, was quietly thrilled. Good, sell the land. That's exactly what she wanted, for them to sell the land. If it hadn't been for those few plots of farmland the Jiang family owned, she couldn't have cared less about coming here. But watching this family, seeing that they didn't even try to haggle her down, 30 taels, she'd probably lowballed it. She even started to regret it a little. Had she known, she should have asked for 40. And just as the room was in the thick of its uproar, I pushed open the door and walked in. The shouting cut off abruptly. My father's gaze softened at once. Little Chen's back. Quick, come say hello to your Aunt Sun and to Huar. I looked at Sun Jinmei, then at the girl beside her. She looked about 50–60% like her mother, a round face, dabbed with rouge, red on the lips. She had a bit more allure than your average village girl, but that was about all. Back in my past life, with short videos flooding every screen, this kind of girl, even with a beauty filter cranked all the way up, and even posting risque stuff, wouldn't have gotten a single view. I shook my head inwardly. This was the original guy's goddess? His taste was genuinely terrible. Chun Hua met my gaze and gave a snort through her nose, her face full of disdain. Jiang Chun, that hairpin you promised, when are you going to give it to me? I gave a light cough and plastered on the original guy's signature fawning smile. Just wait a little longer. I'll definitely get it for you. Only after hearing that did her expression ease up a bit, though she still turned her face away, not bothering to look at me. I didn't mind. Grinning, I went and greeted Sun Jinmei. Seeing that I was still wearing the dogskin coat, my father visibly relaxed. He hadn't pawned it after all. Truly, the boy had come to his senses. You really went hunting today? My father glanced sideways at Sun Jinmei, as if trying to prove he hadn't been lying earlier. It's fine. It's winter now. It's normal not to catch any game. You didn't freeze out there, did you? Unhurried, I untied the rabbit from my waist and plopped it down on the table. Got lucky. Found a rabbit. The instant Chun Hua saw the rabbit, she whipped her face right back around. What a big one. And she swallowed as she said it. Her family had all but burned through the money from selling their ancestral home, and times were hard. She probably hadn't tasted meat in ages. The moment my father saw the rabbit, his face broke into so many creases they all bunched together. My boy's really something. He can even catch a rabbit now. He conveniently ignored the part where I'd said I found it. He turned and showed it off to Sun Jinmei. In-law, see there? What did I tell you? Little Chun really has changed. In a bit, I'll cut off a leg for you to take home, so you can help Huar build back her strength. It's only been a month since I saw her, and the girl's gotten thinner. But Chun Hua pursed her lips. Just one leg. My father hurriedly corrected himself. Half. I'll cut off half for you to take home. I didn't take the bait. I just asked, what were Auntie and Dad talking about just now? I caught a bit of the commotion from outside, but couldn't make it out. Nothing. It's about your marriage. Don't you worry about it. My father hurried to take over the conversation. But my sister-in-law couldn't hold it in, and it burst right out of her. It's because word got out about you selling grain for booze. They've raised the betrothal payment to 30 taels. Would you keep quiet? My brother quickly cut her off. I furrowed my brow and shook my head. No way. My sister-in-law's eyes lit up. Could it be that Jiang Chun had finally learned to think about the family? In the past, he'd never cared how high the betrothal payment was. As long as he could bring Chenhua home, he'd have agreed even if the sky was falling. My brother, too, was afraid I'd say something offensive and drive off the mother and daughter. He'd only just managed to calm down. He hurried to smooth things over. You've just come down the mountain. Go into the inner room and warm up first. He paused, then added, Big Hua's such a beauty. She's worth 30 taels. That's not too much. Not too much at all. I clapped my hands together. Exactly, Dad. Big Hua's so gorgeous. 30 taels isn't nearly enough. The way I see it, only 60 taels would truly be worthy of her. The whole room went dead silent. My father felt a rush of blood surge straight to his head. 6 taels? 60 taels. Even selling off every last plot of the family's land wouldn't come close. In his mind, he'd already concluded that this son had been so thoroughly bewitched by Chenhua that he'd gone completely stupid. Chenhua, on the other hand, looked at me straight on for the first time, a hint of satisfaction on her face. Then, as if bestowing a great favor, she said, Once you bring me the hairpin, I can take a stroll around the village with you. I nearly lost my composure right there. Well, would you look at that? He'd all but drained his family dry, and taking a walk with her was supposed to be a favor she was granting? I'd bet she'd never even let the original guy so much as touch a finger of hers. But on the surface, I kept up the lovesick fool act. The real show was only just getting started. My father was so furious, he kept pounding the ground with his crutch. Jiang Tian, drag your brother into the other room, now. My brother got up to pull me away. Come on, Dad's got a fire going in his room. Go in and warm up. Hold on. But Sun Jinmei, all smiles, raised a hand to stop him. I think what Little Chin said makes sense. 30 taels is a bit low. It really should be 60. My father's face went rigid. He forced his lips into a smile. In-law, please stop joking around. 60 taels, where would I ever get that? That's not my problem. If your son wants to marry my daughter, that's the number. Sun Jinmei lifted her chin. You think it over carefully. Besides my Huar, in all the villages around here, who else would be willing to marry your good-for-nothing son? My father wiped the sweat from his forehead, leaned forward slightly, and forced a placating smile. How about 50 taels? He was rapidly doing the math in his head. Next year, go into Second Black Mountain, bring down 2 wild boars, add 2 animal pelts, sell 3 acres of land. 50 taels, he could probably just barely scrape it together. He couldn't really let his son end up a bachelor. Sun Jinmei swept her eyes around the main room, gauging that this family probably couldn't be squeezed for much more, and only then did she grudgingly give a nod. Fine. For the sake of being neighbors, 50 taels. But let me make one thing clear here and now. My daughter will only wait 1 year for you. If you can't come up with the betrothal payment within the year, she marries someone else. All right, 1 year. My father agreed bitterly. 50 taels, insane, this is truly insane. My sister-in-law had already forgotten to argue, muttering the words over and over like she'd seen a ghost. But I broke into a wide, beaming smile. That's right, 50 taels at the very least, or we wouldn't be doing right by Huar. I pushed the rabbit forward again. This rabbit's a pain to divide up anyway. Auntie, just take the whole thing home to eat. Sun Jinmei's heart leapt with delight again. She figured this Jiang Chun was clearly wrapped so tightly around her daughter's finger that from now on she could squeeze him however she pleased. But her words didn't soften in the slightest. She lifted her head high. At least you know your manners. But you'd better remember this. Even if you hand over 50 taels of betrothal silver, my daughter marrying a hoodlum like you is still the deal of a lifetime for you. In this whole village, besides my Huar, who else would ever be willing to marry you? As she spoke, she reached out to grab the snow-white rabbit. But when she gave it a little tug, she found she couldn't budge it at all. She looked up, and saw that the face which had been all smiles a moment ago had changed. My eyelids slowly lifted, and in my eyes there was a raw, naked, killing intent. Sun Jinmei felt a chill run down the back of her neck. Instinctively, she started to pull her hand back and stammered, "You, what are you trying to do?" My voice was cold as ice. "What did you just say?" She stiffened her neck and dug in. "What did I say? I said you marrying my Huar is the deal of a lifetime for you. Which part of that was wrong? You just now. Did you call me a hoodlum?" I stared at her, the fury in my eyes growing thicker and thicker. "Aunt Sun, you probably don't know this, but the thing I hate most in this entire life is when people call me a hoodlum. You insult me like that, then forget it. There'll be no marriage." Huh. Sun Jinmei's mouth dropped wide open, her mind completely failing to keep up. What happened to the 50 taels? What happened to the marriage next year? This kid had agreed so readily just moments ago, even complained it was too little. He was so obviously wrapped around her daughter's finger. How could he flip and turn hostile just because she'd called him a hoodlum once? But who in the whole village didn't know he was a good-for-nothing hoodlum? She'd just said it to his face. How did that suddenly count as an insult? My father was dumbfounded too, never expecting his son to blow up so violently. He hurried to smooth it over. "Little Chun, calm down. Don't talk to your Aunt Sun like that." The moment Sun Jinmei saw someone backing her up, her temper flared right back up. "So I called you a hoodlum, so what? Who in the village doesn't know you're a hoodlum? You dare talk to me like this? Do you even still want to?" Before the word "want" was fully out of her mouth, I slammed the wood-cutting knife down onto the table with a crack. Sun Jinmei jolted all over, and the rest of her words were forced right back down her throat. "Good, good. So you're still running your mouth. I'll hack you to death today." The instant she saw me snatch up the wood-cutting knife, Sun Jinmei was scared out of her wits. When a good-for-nothing hoodlum goes into a rage, he really will cut a person. No matter how fierce she wouldn't dare act tough in front of a madman holding a blade. "Lunatic! Lunatic!" She cursed twice, then grabbed Chunhua and scrambled backward toward the door in a mad rush. "Don't you dream that I'll ever marry my daughter to you." At the doorway, she didn't forget to turn back and hurl one last threat. "You just wait. The day you come crawling back to beg me, it'll cost you a lot more than 50 taels." Seeing me make as if to chase after her, she dragged Chunhua along and bolted. My father, terrified there'd be an actual death, braced himself on his crutch and started to chase after them too. But I only made a couple of faint steps forward, and once I saw the mother and daughter had run off into the distance, I turned back into the room, and there wasn't a trace of anger left on my face. My brother stared, dumbstruck. "Oh, you were just faking it back there?" I set down the wood-cutting knife and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Of course I was faking. Plenty of people call me a hoodlum every single day. If I really got angry over that, I'd have died of rage a long time ago. Watching my expression, my father let out a long, heavy sigh. "So now what do we do? If we try to arrange another match, I'm afraid 50 taels won't even cover it anymore." I helped him to sit down. "Dad, 50 taels of silver. How many years would it take our family to save that up? To marry one woman, we'd sell off our fields and land and empty out a whole household. What's the point of it all?" "But just now you clearly said." My sister-in-law finally snapped out of it. "Didn't you just say you'd give a 60 tael betrothal payment?" A moment ago she'd thought my brain was broken. Now she thought I was wildly unpredictable. Had I actually gone insane? Agree to marry the girl for 50 taels, then flip and drive her out the door in the blink of an eye. I smiled and explained that mother and daughter took our betrothal gift and won't give it back. And now they want to jack up the price even more, so I decided to have a little fun with them. If we just let this slide today, next time they play matchmaker for somebody else, they might even have the nerve to demand 50 taels of silver for a bride price. I paused. Only thing is, going forward, there probably won't be many men who'd want to come propose and could actually afford that kind of money. My sister-in-law is no fool. Once she pieced it together, she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. "Not many. For miles around. No, for 100 miles around. I've never heard of any ordinary family paying 50 taels for a bride price." My big brother chimed in, always a beat behind everyone else. "In a couple of years, if Chunhua still can't find a husband, she'll probably blame her mother's big mouth today. 50 taels of bride price. Gone. All because of a single sentence. Sun Jinmei was probably going to regret it for the rest of her life, and Chunhua would probably resent her mother for just as long. I spread my hands. Well, that's got nothing to do with me anymore. My old man just kept shaking his head. You little devil, full of nothing but tricks. Sure, you got your satisfaction today, but where are you going to find a wife now? Dad, don't you worry about it. A real man never has to fear staying single. I laughed. Besides, even if I did marry someone like Chunhua, with no money in this house, do you think I could ever keep her around? My old man kept shaking his head, not taking a word of it seriously. In his mind, with the reputation his second son had these days, I ought to just thank the heavens if I could land any wife at all. Who was I to be picky? Right as we were talking, the two kids came scrambling in, feet pounding on the floor, shouting together. Dad, Mom, we heard Uncle caught a rabbit. My sister-in-law, Chun Xiaotsue, pointed at the rabbit on the table and said with a grin, right here. The moment my 6-year-old nephew, Jiang Nungwen, heard that, he lunged forward, wrapped both arms tight around the rabbit, and refused to let go, hollering, "Whoa, it's huge. We get to eat meat tonight." But my sister-in-law's face immediately dropped. Eat meat? This is going to be traded for grain. I understood how things were. Even though my dad, Jiang Yulin, was a hunter, most of the game he brought home had to be traded for grain. On an ordinary day, the most our family got to eat was the leftover innards that nobody would buy. But I'd truly had enough of that watery millet porridge, so thin you could see your own reflection in it. All water and no substance, never filling you up. I cut her off right there. Let's just eat it ourselves. It'll be perfect stewed up to help Dad get his strength back, and Nungwen and Xiaoyan are both still growing. Next time I catch some game, I'll trade that for grain instead. My sister-in-law looked torn and instinctively glanced at my dad. After all, the household hadn't been split up yet, so he still had the final say. My dad waved a hand. Little Chun brought it home, so if he wants to eat it, let him. After the huge scene earlier, he couldn't be bothered to fuss over a single rabbit right now. All right then. My sister-in-law nodded firmly, and a rare smile actually broke across her face. The two children hadn't had a taste of meat in ages, so even if the biggest share went to me, letting them get a little flavor of it was a good thing. She carried the rabbit out to the yard to skin it, and the two kids immediately followed and crowded around to watch. Now, this whole uproar actually goes back to that morning. Earlier that day, the village widow, Sun Jinmei, had come to our door with her daughter, Chunhua, planning to keep using the marriage arrangement to squeeze me. The original owner of this body had been a notorious good-for-nothing, strung along by this mother and daughter as their little lapdog. For the sake of this match, our family's bride price had been jacked up from 20 taels all the way to 50. 50 taels. Plenty of people never lay eyes on that much silver in their entire lives. But the moment I crossed over into this world, there was no way I'd play the fool. I turned on them right then and there, and scared the two of them so badly they went scrambling and stumbling out of sight. I only heard later that the mother and daughter didn't stop running until they were a good distance away. Shenhua was still going on about how I'd said I'd give them the rabbit. Pure wishful thinking. Sun Jinmei didn't feel she'd done anything wrong at all. Instead, she planted her hands on her hips and comforted her daughter, saying she'd send a matchmaker to our door first thing in the morning, and that once I couldn't find a wife and got desperate, I'd come crawling back on my knees to apologize. The two of them figured they'd raise the bride price to 60 taels this time and keep me hooked like a fish on a line. Chunhua listened with her eyes darting around, as if she could already picture me kneeling, the corners of her mouth curling up. Of course, I had no idea what they were scheming, and I couldn't be bothered to care. The farther away people like that stayed, the better. Anyway, back to what was happening at home. The rabbit was stewed, and my sister-in-law brought it to the table in a clay bowl. The smell of the meat went straight up my nose. Nungwen had already stationed himself by the table, took one deep sniff, and reached out to grab, only for my big brother, Jiang Tian, to wrap the back of his hand with a chopstick. He pulled his hand back, looking wronged, and turned to my dad. Grandpa should eat first. My dad chuckled and ladled himself a bowl of soup. I just stood up, picked out 2 big chunks of meat, and put them in his bowl. Dad, your injury hasn't healed yet. Eat more. Then I ladled a spoonful of meat and broth for my brother and sister-in-law each. Brother, sis, you two work the hardest. My sister-in-law tried to pour it back, but I stopped her. Just eat it. There'll be more tomorrow. Then I picked up a rabbit leg and teased the little guy on purpose. Who wants this one? Now, who was it that was talking trash about me earlier? Nungwen got so anxious he shouted, Uncle's the best. Uncle's the best. I laughed out loud, dropped the rabbit leg into his bowl, then turned to look at my little niece, Jiang Xiaoyan. She was only 12, sitting there with her head down and her lips pressed together, both hands gripping the edge of her bowl. A girl that age was already starting to care about her pride. I placed the biggest rabbit hind leg into her bowl. Xiaoyan works around the house every single day, so she's had it rough too. Eat the biggest piece. Her grip on the bowl loosened a little, and she said softly, Thank you, Uncle. Once I'd finished dividing everything up, apart from the sound of Nungwen chewing, the whole table suddenly went dead quiet. My dad, my brother, and my sister-in-law were all staring at me, their eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost. Was this really that lazy, greedy Jiang Chun, the one who only ever raked food into his own bowl? My heart skipped a beat. Oh, I couldn't let this good-for-nothing persona crumble too fast, or they'd go find someone to exorcise the demons out of me. So I quickly pulled the rest of the clay plate over in front of myself and laughed. All right, the rest is all mine. Only then did my dad and my brother let out a collective sigh of relief. There we go. That was the Jiang Chin they knew. The truth was, my sister-in-law hadn't had the heart to stew the whole thing after all. She'd only cooked half the rabbit, but even a few pieces each was enough to go around. I lifted my bowl and took a sip of the broth, and my eyes lit up in an instant. Sweet, smooth, savory. It was my body's desperate craving for meat, transformed into a burst of taste that shot straight to my brain. So good it made my scalp tingle. I'd never imagined that broth with not a single seasoning added could taste this good. I started gnawing on the meat, just as delicious. It was just that as plump as the rabbit looked, there really wasn't much meat on it, and the ribs even had bits that got stuck in your teeth. By the second piece, I caught a faint gamey taste and couldn't help muttering, spicy rabbit head really goes better with rice. Just plain stewing still misses something. After 2 pieces, I pushed the clay bowl away. I'm full. The rest is yours to split. Nungwen hadn't even swallowed what was in his mouth before his hand shot out. My sister-in-law smacked his hand back down and divided everything up again. This half a rabbit, with barely any fat on it, was already the best meal this family had had in over half a year. The clay bowl was scraped absolutely clean, and at the end they even poured the millet porridge in to rinse it out and drank that down, not leaving so much as a drop of grease behind. As for the gnawed-clean bones, my sister-in-law carefully saved them. I didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't until the next morning that I found out she'd actually used those bones to make a soup and boil up some wild greens. This family really was frugal down to the very marrow. After the meal, everyone went back to their own rooms. What happened that night was something I only figured out later. My big brother and sister-in-law were lying in bed when she whispered, Dear, it seems like little Chun really has changed a bit. Sure, he still hogged the clay bowl and was still picky about his food, but in the end he'd brought the rabbit home, and the whole family got to eat meat because of it. My big brother's voice was a lot more confident than it had been that morning. Of course he's changed. In the old days, if he'd picked up a rabbit, he'd have traded it for booze in a heartbeat. Today he was willing to bring it home. If that's not a change, what is? When he was divvying up the meat, did you not notice Dad secretly wiping his eyes? But my sister-in-law let out a sigh. He has changed, but it happened so suddenly that it actually makes me nervous. She sat straight up. Say, do you think second brother might be trying to sweet-talk Dad into a good mood, so he can turn around and ask for the deed to the land? The only thing of value we've got left in this family is those few acres of field. Those few acres of field were bought with the reward silver my dad had earned risking his life as a soldier back in the day, plus what he'd scraped together bit by bit over the years hunting in the mountains. The deed had always been clutched tight in his own hands. My big brother frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Little Chun isn't that kind of person. Xiaoyun, tucked in her own blanket, poked her head out too. Uncle's a good person. He'd never do that. My sister-in-law snapped. You silly girl, 1 rabbit leg and you're already bought and paid for. Then she shoved my brother. Go take a look, why don't you? If Dad really has lost his head, at least you can talk some sense into him. Talk sense into what? It's Dad's land. He can give it to whoever he pleases. Now go to sleep." Not long after, my big brother was snoring away, leaving my sister-in-law to lie back down in a huff. And it was right at that moment that I pushed open the door to my dad's room. I'd actually come with a legitimate matter to discuss. But the moment I stepped inside and called out "Dad," I saw him let out a long, heavy sigh in the darkness, a sigh full of complicated feelings. He sat up, felt around for the fire starter, and lit the oil lamp, then pulled a stack of papers out from under his pillow, the deeds to all the family's land. He drew out one of them and held it out to me. "I'll leave 2 acres for your brother and his wife. The rest, you take it. Go now, sooner rather than later. Go have a good talk with Chenhua. That girl seems to be sweet on you. Coax her a little, and it'll work out." I froze on the spot. What was this supposed to mean? He was handing me the deed so I could go be Chenhua's lapdog? I'd never been anybody's doormat before I crossed over, and now that I had, I was supposed to become one? Then what was the point of crossing over at all? I snatched all the deeds out of his hand and stuffed them right back under the pillow. "Dad, where did you get that idea from?" "I didn't come to ask for the deeds. I came because I want to learn how to set traps and snare rabbits." Having seen me grab the deeds, my dad's face had gone completely hopeless. He was probably already working out how he'd explain it to my big brother the next day. Now, seeing me stuff them all back, he sat there stunned for a long moment before it registered. "You came running over in the middle of the night just to learn how to set traps?" When I picked up the rabbit today, I noticed there was a rabbit burrow right beside it. I figured if I set a snare at the mouth of it, I might just catch something. Seeing that his face was still full of doubt, I added, "If I can catch game, then from now on, I'll be the most impressive guy whenever I go out." The moment my dad heard I was doing it for face, he actually believed me. In his eyes, this son of his was good in every way, just far too vain, which was exactly why a few sweet words could always spin me round and round. He nodded. "If it really is an active rabbit burrow that hasn't gone to waste, then it could work. It's getting late, and lamp oil costs money. We'll talk in the morning." I turned to leave, and out of the corner of my eye I spotted that horn bow hanging on the wall. "There's the archery too. Dad, teach me that as well." Walking through the streets with a bow on my back. Now that's what I call impressive. That bow was my dad's treasure, the very tool he made his living with. No matter how much he doted on me in the past, he'd never let me touch it. But this time, he actually agreed on the spot. "I'll teach you. I'll teach you. Now go to bed." I left satisfied. Behind me, my dad blew out the lamp, and once more, in the darkness, quietly wiped the corner of his eye. He probably figured that if his youngest son was willing to learn archery, even if it was only for the sake of showing off, then with a little guiding, step by step, maybe there was a chance he could be steered back onto the right path. I went back to my room and pulled out that tortoise shell. This tortoise shell was the cheat I'd brought with me when I crossed over. It could cast fortunes and point the way, but after each casting, it had to rest a while to recover. At the time, more than half of it was already glowing, with just the top portion still ashen gray. I reckoned it'd be about ready for another casting the next day. I'd meant to just wait it out until it was full, but there was really nothing else to do in this place to pass the time, and before long I'd fallen asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already broad daylight. Sure enough, the tortoise shell was fully aglow, ready to use anytime. I was about to activate it when I stopped myself. Better to learn the traps first. If I cast a fortune that came with a time limit and couldn't get there in time, I'd lose out. Breakfast was still millet porridge, plus a pot of wild greens mush boiled with the rabbit bones. The moment Nungwen heard there was a meaty flavor, he held to have some. Looking at that bowl of wild greens flecked with a few scattered dots of grease, I really couldn't bring myself to pick up my chopsticks. I lifted the porridge and took a gulp, and nearly spat it back out. It was too hard to swallow. I silently swore to myself. Once I had money, I absolutely had to get my hands on some fine grain. At the table, my sister-in-law fished around the topic, asking my dad what I'd gone to his room to do the night before. My dad sipped his porridge unhurriedly. He said he found a rabbit burrow when he picked up the rabbit and asked me to teach him how to set traps. My sister-in-law looked incredulous. "That's it," my dad replied flatly. "What else did you think it was?" My big brother, whose face had been tense the whole time, finally relaxed. My sister-in-law's heart settled completely back into place, and her eyes crinkled up with a smile. She said she'd take the remaining half a rabbit and the rabbit pelt to trade for grain, so my big brother didn't need to rush off to borrow any. Borrowing grain meant putting up land as collateral, and unless you were truly at the end of your rope, nobody was willing to take on that kind of debt. After the meal, my dad called me over to teach me how to set snares. Whether it was from eating meat or just being in good spirits, his color had improved a lot, and he explained things with real enthusiasm. For catching small critters like rabbits, you don't need anything too complicated. The simplest kind was the bamboo strip snare. You tie a loop with a grass cord, prop it open with 2 bamboo strips, and the moment an animal wriggles in, the bamboo strips snap up with a crack and string it up in midair where it can't run anywhere. I studied it until around noon, then helped my dad back to his room and returned to my own to activate the tortoise shell. With a clattering sound, 3 fortune sticks popped out. Minor fortune. At the foot of Little Black Mountain, several pheasants often huddle together for warmth in the shrubs. Approach at dusk, and you may have a catch. Middle fortune. On the southern side of Little Black Mountain, a roe deer has been spotted. Bring a hunting bow, and you may come away with something. Major misfortune. The former wolf king, driven out and forced to wander to the northern foot of Little Black Mountain. If you can obtain the wolf's pelt, you could make a hefty profit, but beware the wolf king's counterattack. 2 of the sticks were the same as yesterday's, unchanged. Something stirred in my mind. The roe deer and the wolf king were both still around. That wolf's pelt could sell for at least a few dozen taels. The roe deer was worth a tael or 2 as well. Too bad I couldn't even draw a bow right now. All I could do was look on with envy. Just wait until I learned archery. Not a single one of you is getting away. I reined in my thoughts and picked up the minor fortune pheasant stick. For now, the work best suited to me was still this kind that required no skill. In winter, wild pheasants loved to cluster together for warmth, 3 or 4 to a nest, and catching them would be enough to give the whole family a full meal. The trouble was, these things burst the nest and scattered the instant they were startled, running fast as anything. So you had to strike before they could react. I'd meant to call my big brother along to help, but on second thought, I decided against it. For one, I couldn't let my persona crumble too fast. For another, I'd have no way to explain how I knew where the pheasant nest was. In any case, I could cast another fortune tomorrow, no need to get greedy. The fortune stick dissolved into a stream of light and slipped into my body, and just like that, the location of the pheasant nest became clear. I went out to the yard and found a few sturdy bamboo strips and some grass cord. Just as I was about to head out, Nungwen popped up out of nowhere and grabbed hold of my thigh. "Uncle, you're going to catch rabbits, right? Take me. I can catch them too." Xiaoyan was hiding in the corner by the wall too, gazing at me longingly. The pheasant nest was right at the foot of the mountain, not far off. With the 2 kids lending a hand, maybe I could catch 1 extra before the nest scattered. I gave a nod. "I can take you, but you have to behave. Act up, and I'll send you straight back." The 2 kids swore up and down that they would. When we reached the mouth of the rabbit burrow, I set 3 snares the way my dad had taught me, then scattered a few grains of millet in front of the loops. Nungwen asked, sniffling, "That's all it takes to catch a rabbit?" I said, "Just wait and see. Once it crawls in, there's no getting out." I coaxed the 2 of them into gathering firewood for a while, and as the sky gradually darkened, I finally called for us to head down the mountain. Walking out in front, I suddenly stopped in my tracks and called out, "Hey, pheasant tracks!" Nungwen was the first to dash over, and sure enough, there was a line of chicken claw prints right by my feet. Xiaoyan was just about to lean in for a closer look when I blocked her with my foot. "They went this way, follow me." I obviously couldn't tell them I'd known where the pheasants were all along, so all I could do was put on a little show of following the tracks. The 3 of us turned into a sheltered hollow at the foot of the mountain. The moment we stepped in, the north wind vanished. No wonder the pheasants loved to hide here. Pushing through a few clumps of withered brambles, I spotted that patch of shrubs, with a stray chicken feather lying on the ground. I lowered my body and pointed ahead, giving quiet instructions. Pheasants hate the cold, so they're definitely hiding under that clump of bushes. "Xiaoyan, you take the left. Nungwen, you take the right. The second I part the brush, get your hands on them." The 2 kids nodded, hands clapped over their mouths. I crept up close, crouching low, and through the branches and leaves I caught sight of the brilliant feathers inside. More than one. I held my breath, then suddenly threw both hands out to part the shrubs and flung my whole body forward to pin them down. Squawk! The pheasants shrieked and thrashed. I'd pinned a few of them, but the rest, whoosh, burst out of the nest and scattered every which way in a flurry of wing beats. Xiaoyan, quick-eyed and quick-handed, pressed one down and flopped flat onto the ground. Nungwen shrieked and grabbed at one, only to come away with a fistful of tail feathers as the pheasant beat its wings and flew 7 or 8 steps off, then landed and bolted like mad. He chased after it and went down with a splat, flat on his face, and when he scrambled back up, all that was left on the ground was a clump of feathers. It got away. It got away. Nungwen was so upset he bawled out loud. I stood up with a pheasant gripped in each hand, and one more crushed dead against my chest. 3 in all. Xiaoyan held hers up too, showing off her prize. The pheasant was still struggling and had pecked several red marks into her hand. She gritted her teeth and simply wrung the bird's neck. My heart gave a jolt. This little niece of mine was a ruthless one. I gave her a thumbs up. Nice work, Xiaoyan. Then I went to help Nungwen up. Come on, we've got chicken soup for tonight. There'd been a full 7 in that nest. I caught 3, Xiaoyan caught 1, and 3 got away. In front of the 2 kids, I couldn't be bothered to keep up the act anymore. Before we went into the village, I stuffed all 4 pheasants into my dogskin coat and hid them well. In a famine year like this, every household barely had enough grain, let alone meat. Flaunting it too openly was asking for trouble. As I walked into the village, quite a few people were pointing and whispering at me. I thought I'd been found out and pulled my coat tighter. Only when I listened closely did I realize they were gossiping about Sun Jin Mei and her daughter, and the more they talked, the harder they laughed. I didn't bother asking about it and hurried home. I'd just reached the courtyard gate when I heard my sister-in-law's uninhibited laughter. She was crouched in the yard washing bitterroot greens, chatting with my big brother as he stacked firewood. I asked casually, "What's so funny?" My sister-in-law was laughing so hard she could barely straighten up. "You haven't heard yet. That widow's son sent for someone to arrange a match for her daughter this morning, and the matchmaker brought over a bachelor from the next village." But Chunhua opened her mouth and demanded 50 taels of bride price, which infuriated matchmaker Wang. She told Chunhua why didn't she go take a good look at herself first. Then widow's son started cursing, saying the matchmaker's eyes weren't even worth as much as the mole on her face, and matchmaker Wang shot back that you could bundle up their whole family and sell them, and it still wouldn't come to 50 taels. And right then and there they came to blows. That bachelor, who'd made the trip for nothing, got dragged in too, and the mother and daughter came out of it badly this time. Matchmaker Wang left them with a warning. From now on, not a single soul for 10 villages around will dare come propose a match for her daughter. I shook my head and chuckled. I'd only tossed out that 50-tael figure offhand, and this mother and daughter actually believed they were worth that much. Looks like when they'd first demanded 30 taels, they weren't fleecing anyone. They truly thought that was their value. Whatever. This whole farce had nothing to do with me, and the farther away from it, the better. Only then did my sister-in-law notice Nungwen behind me, lips pouting and tears hanging at the corners of his eyes. The moment she mentioned falling down, he burst into a fresh round of wailing. The chicken got away. I grabbed its tail, and it just flew off. As he spoke, he opened his hand. There was still a tuft of chicken feathers clutched in his palm, and even now he hadn't been able to part with it. What chicken? My sister-in-law was thoroughly confused. That was when I started pulling the pheasants out of my coat. When I'd stuffed them in, I hadn't paid attention, but as I pulled them out, a rank chicken stench hit me so hard I could barely keep my eyes open. The moment my sister-in-law saw them, she shot to her feet, rubbing her hands together as she came toward me. "You caught pheasants." Xiaoyan rushed to speak up. 4 of them. Uncle's amazing. He followed the tracks to a mountain hollow, and there was a whole nest of pheasants huddled together, and we just pounced right on them. Uncle caught 3, I caught 1, and only little brother didn't catch anything. Plus 3 of them got away. Nungwen cried even harder. My big brother came over too, craning his neck to watch me pull them out one by one. They were all stone dead, necks twisted, eyes rolled up white. He clicked his tongue in amazement. "You really did find a pheasant nest? You all had good luck." Pheasants could both fly and run, and without being a good hunter, you couldn't catch them at all on an ordinary day. Stumbling onto a whole nest of them certainly made the catch a lot easier. My sister-in-law asked happily, "Second son, what are you planning to do with these pheasants?" They were worth more than a rabbit. Taken to a restaurant in the county town, one could trade for a dozen or more caddies of millet, and four would keep the whole family fed for a good while. I said offhandedly, "Eat them, what else? Tonight we'll stew one for the soup, and tomorrow we'll fry another for the meat." My sister-in-law's brows knit right together. In a famine year, who could bear to eat a whole chicken in a single day? She could only look to my big brother. My brother spoke up. "Second brother, we really are out of grain at home." Only then did I remember, as if it had just occurred to me. "In that case, you two take the other two and trade them for grain. Since the three of us caught them, we'll keep two to eat." No sooner had the words left my mouth than Xiaoyun and Nungwen unconsciously edged a step closer to me, standing on my side. I understood how it was. With no grain stored up at home, everyone was on edge, so of course we had to trade for some food first. But I couldn't shortchange my own appetite either. We'd eat one first and worry about the rest later. "All right then," my sister-in-law agreed readily. 2 pheasants could be traded for over 20 caddies of millet, and besides, there was no way I'd eat a whole chicken by myself anyway. Who wouldn't be glad for a taste of meat? Perfect. I dug up some bitter root today. We'll stew it all together. My big brother said too that he'd take the 2 pheasants into town tomorrow to trade for millet and sell the firewood while he was at it. I asked, "Where's Dad?" "He went to practice with the bow at the edge of the village. Said he wanted to stretch his bones a bit." This was clearly preparation for teaching me archery. Just as we were talking, my dad came in from outside with the horn bow slung over his back, but his lower half was limping, and he was leaning on a walking stick. By his own account, he'd run into a black bear, gotten chased, and tumbled down the mountain, injuring his leg, though he did also put an arrow clean through one of the bear's eyes. That last part, the entire village, including me and my big brother, all took to be him bragging. Xiaoyun eagerly offered up her treasure. "Grandpa, look at the pheasants Uncle caught." My dad gave a slight nod. "Not bad. But hunting isn't all down to luck. Don't get too pleased with yourself." Understood. But my eyes were glued to that bow on his back. I turned back to my sister-in-law and said, "Pick the plumpest one and stew it up to help Dad get his strength back." The stern expression my dad had just put on instantly couldn't hold. The corners of his mouth kept trying to curl upward, only for him to force them back down, muttering, "Shameless brat," as he hobbled inside on his stick. But the moment his back was to me, his lips finally spread into a full grin. He knew perfectly well I was buttering him up, most likely with my eye on that bow, but that didn't stop him from being pleased about it. Dinner was millet porridge with a pot of stewed pheasant, along with that black, murky bitter root, a wild green that was hard to come by in winter. The moment the chicken soup was set on the table, the aroma hit us square in the face, with a layer of golden fat floating on the surface, far more fragrant than yesterday's rabbit. I took the first sip, and it was so rich my tongue went weak. "So good. How'd you make it?" "Just sprinkled in a bit more salt, nothing else," my sister-in-law said, unconcerned. Only then did it click for me. Yesterday's rabbit soup had had almost no salt in it. Today, knowing she'd be able to trade for grain soon, she felt secure enough to be generous with a pinch more, and that savory flavor immediately jumped up a whole level. Nungwen gulped down a whole bowl and wanted more. Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. "You didn't catch a single one, and you've still got the nerve to eat this much." Nungwen's little mouth puckered up like he was about to cry again, so I casually picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into his hands. "If you don't eat it, I'm finishing it off." My sister-in-law shot Xiaoyun a glare and picked up a leg for her too, to shut her up. With a whole pot of chicken soup down their bellies, all 6 members of the family had color back in their faces. No longer that sickly, malnourished look from before. Even their expressions had come alive. I'd originally planned to make a trip into town with my big brother to see a bit of the world, but the moment I heard it was a 30-li trek over broken roads, a round trip taking the better part of a day, I lost all interest. Better to wait until I could borrow a donkey cart down the line. I gave my dad's dogskin coat to my big brother to wear. My brother nodded, thinking to himself that his second brother was, after all, still the same lazy sort. At this point my dad spoke up. "Tomorrow you learn archery from me. Once you've got it down, I'll give you the bow." "Really, Dad? Huh. You think archery's that easy to learn? Give it up after 2 days like you always do, and you can forget about ever touching this bow again. I promise I'll study hard. Back in their room, my sister-in-law sat on the edge of the bed, grinning ear to ear. 2 days of meat in a row. I wouldn't even have dared dream of it before. I feel lighter on my feet already. My big brother teased her. Just yesterday you were saying little Chun was going to cheat Dad out of the land deeds. With the way he used to be, how could I have dared believe he'd suddenly change? You now. My big brother pointed at her. Little Chin's 18 already. It's about time he came to his senses. He paused, then added, keep your eyes open day to day. If there's a suitable girl, put in a word for little Chun. Don't worry, I've been asking around. My sister-in-law lay down, and for the first time there was hope in her eyes. If second son really can bring home game every day, then I won't need to go asking around at all. The good girls will come to our door on their own. For the first time, this family, once on the verge of falling apart, slept soundly. And as I lay in my own room, running my fingers over the tortoise shell as it slowly recovered, I was making my calculations. The day I master archery, that roe deer on the south side of Little Black Mountain and the wolf king at the northern foot, neither of you can even think about getting away. The next day, the north wind had let up a little. Before the sky had even brightened, my big brother set out with the firewood on his back and the 2 pheasants in hand. He'd barely reached the edge of the village when he ran into a few villagers who were also headed into town, and they immediately crowded around him. Zhang the elder, I smelled meat wafting from your place yesterday. It's not a holiday or a festival. How'd you all come to be eating meat? In times like these, when people were half-starved, they could sniff out the smell of meat from 3 li away. There was simply no hiding the aroma of that stewed chicken. My big brother patted his waist smugly. Only then did the man get a clear look at the 3 pheasants hanging at his waist, and his eyes lit right up. Pheasants. Uncle Zhang's injury has healed. Everyone in the village knew about my dad's skills. Other people could go up the mountain 10 times and come back empty-handed 8 of them, while he often came away with a catch the moment he set foot up there. No, my brother caught them, for an all. Yesterday we picked the plumpest one and stewed it, and the taste, tisk, tisk. My big brother couldn't put it into words and could only smack his lips a couple of times. But just those 2 smacks were enough to have the man across from him unable to help swallowing his saliva. You selling? Wouldn't have brought them out otherwise. Seeing as we're from the same village, 120 coppers a bird. That expensive? That's worth more than 10 odd caddies of millet. Take these to a restaurant in town, and they'd go for at least 150. This is already a discount for you. In the end, the man just waved a hand and walked off. This year's harvest was poor, and on top of that the government had tacked on a swallow tax. Every household was short even on the grain to get through winter. Who could bear to spend over 100 coppers just to eat a little better? My big brother hadn't really expected to sell them anyway. What he wanted was to walk through the village with pheasants dangling at his waist, strutting along and letting the whole village get a good look. This was the plan he and my sister-in-law had cooked up together. I still hadn't landed a wife, and my reputation had been foul just a while back, so now was exactly the time to put my skills on full display. And what was the greatest skill of all in a famine year? Being able to keep your whole family fed. Once word got around the village that Jiang Chun could hunt, finding a wife down the road wouldn't be hard. At the time, I was still fast asleep, with no idea at all that overnight, word of me catching 4 pheasants had already spread through the entire village. The moment the sky brightened, my little nephew Nungwen came knocking at my door. Uncle, did you forget about the snares you set yesterday? Hurry up the mountain, before the rabbits get away. I pulled my clothes tighter around me. The temperature had dropped again. My big brother had taken the dogskin coat, so going up the mountain now would mean a good deal of freezing. But if those snares really had caught something and someone else picked it up, it'd be a loss. First, I went back to my room and pulled out the tortoise shell. Its glow had already filled up completely. I reached out and tapped it, and 3 sticks popped out. Minor fortune. At the summit of Little Black Mountain, 2 5-year-old gastrodia plants have matured. Go there, and you may have a catch. Middle fortune. On the southern side of Little Black Mountain, a roe deer has been spotted. Bring a hunting bow, and you may come away with something. Major misfortune. The wolf king, cast out from its pack, is now at the northern foot of Little Black Mountain. If you can obtain the wolf's pelt, you may make a hefty profit. but it is starving at the moment, so be careful not to get torn to shreds if you approach. The roe deer was still there, but unfortunately, I couldn't handle it right now. And the lone wolf's stick had gained a line compared to yesterday. Starving state. A hungry wolf was even more dangerous. I had no interest in courting that kind of trouble, but a thought crossed my mind. If it really couldn't find anything to eat in the mountains and starve to death, this major misfortune might just flip into a major fortune, and I'd get a wolf pelt for free. Of course, that was too much to count on, so all I could do was wait. Finally, I looked at that new gastrodia stick. Gastrodia seemed to be a precious medicinal herb. In the original owner's memories, there was a vague recollection that the apothecary bought it, though I had no idea how much it was worth. Too bad it grew at the mountain summit, where it was even colder. I pulled this stick out first, so it wouldn't take up a slot for tomorrow's fortune casting. I opened the door, and there was Nungwen still crouched by the door waiting eagerly. My heart softened a little. The wind's strong today, can you handle it? I can handle it. He sprang to his feet and patted the padded jacket on his body. It was even thicker than mine. My big brother and sister-in-law treated the two kids like treasures, stuffing their jackets full. Thinking about how the days would only get colder from here, and how I probably wouldn't get the chance to take him up the mountain again, I finally gave a nod. I asked Xiaoyan too, whether she wanted to come. The girl agonized over it for a long while before gritting her teeth and saying, "Mom's out, so I'll stay home and look after Grandpa." A 12-year-old child, already so responsible. Before heading out, I made a point of going to the kitchen and grabbing a handful of millet to tuck into my pocket. Without the dogskin coat, I was shivering with cold the moment I stepped outside. Luckily, it was only a few days into winter, so it was still bearable. As I walked, I mulled it over. In a famine year, the hardest time to get through was really the winter. Poor harvests, not enough stored grain, no wild greens left to dig up, and on top of that the cold meant you had to burn firewood for warmth. People freezing or starving to death was a common thing. When I reached the spot where I'd set the snares, I checked all 3 in a row, every one of them empty. The snow had melted, and even the rabbit tracks had vanished without a trace. Ah, there's nothing here at all. No one looked crushed. Hunting's never that easy. I'd been mentally prepared for this. This was the true reality of a hunter's life. 9 trips out of 10 come up empty. I didn't take down the snares, and scattered a few more grains of millet along the paths the rabbits were bound to travel. I'd meant to head up the mountain to dig for gastrodia if the weather allowed, but by the time we'd walked halfway up the slope, both my legs were trembling, and Nungwen's nose had started running too. I only had one padded jacket. There was no way I could hold out all the way to the summit. Thinking about how the summit was out of the way, and how no one would go there in the dead of winter, the gastrodia most likely wasn't going anywhere, so I gave up on the idea and turned instead to take him over to the pheasant nest for a look. As it turned out, in that mountain hollow, apart from a ground full of chicken feathers, there was nothing at all. That day, for the first time, I came down the mountain empty-handed. Meanwhile, my sister-in-law was in another patch of woods digging up wild greens. A woman beside her sidled over and asked, half teasing, "I hear your second son sold off your whole grain ration, and you can just stand there and take it?" My sister-in-law had gone out of her way to come dig greens today, precisely waiting for a line like this. She feigned indifference. "Just sold a bit of millet. Yesterday, second son brought 4 pheasants down from the mountain. Taken into town, they'll fetch plenty of grain." The woman was startled. 4 pheasants. So it was your family stewing chicken yesterday. No wonder I kept smelling meat. I thought I'd just gone light-headed from hunger. Then she swallowed hard and lamented on her behalf. "One chicken could be traded for a dozen-plus caddies of millet, and you just stewed it up to eat like that." My sister-in-law put on a troubled face. "I wanted to save them for grain too, but second son said Dad and the 2 kids are building their strength back up, so we couldn't skimp." She paused, then added, "The day before, he caught a rabbit, too. If you ask me, it's mainly that my second brother-in-law's got real skill. I'm just along for the ride, sharing in his good fortune." That's right. Never would have guessed that good for her. That little chun had a talent like that. The woman caught herself and quickly bit off the rest. And just like that, my reputation was quietly shifting from good for nothing to man of talent, while I myself was still completely in the dark. After I got home and had lunch, my dad dragged me out to the open ground behind the village. I carried the horn bow he'd been using for over a decade. while he crouched on the stone steps applying rosin to the arrows. 20-some wooden arrows were neatly lined up in a bamboo basket, their iron tips honed to a shine, their tails wound with dried goose feathers. It was my first time handling this bow, and my hands were itching. I took it and immediately went to draw. Don't be in such a rush to draw. My dad tossed me an arrow. First, catch it, get a feel for its weight, get familiar with it. The arrow is a dead thing. The man is a living one. You've got to figure out which end is heavy and which end is steady, so it won't wobble once you let it fly. He stood up, took the bow, planted the tip of it against the ground, and stepped on the bowstring to press it downward. The horn bow gave a creaking yah, like old bones stretching open. This is a two-stone bow. Only when you can hold it steady for half an hour will you be qualified to try shooting. I imitated his stance, left hand forward, right hand hooked around the string. Just as I was about to strain, he pressed down on my shoulder. Don't tense your arm up like that. Use the strength in your back. Drop the shoulder, sink the elbow. Your waist should be like a willow branch in early spring. Looks soft, but it's got real spring to it. It took me several tries before I got a feel for that spring. It turned out that drawing a bow wasn't about bottling up all your strength in your arms, but about a slight exertion through the waist and belly, with the muscles of your back drawn taut, as if by an invisible thread, steady without being stiff. My dad picked up a small pebble and tucked it into the crook of my elbow. Hold it there, don't let it drop. In less than a quarter of an hour, my arm started to tremble. In the dead of winter, beads of sweat rolled down off my chin and onto my chest. Too low, my dad pointed at a fist-sized knot on the tree trunk. Fix your gaze, look at that knot. Treat it as your prey's eye, stare it down without letting go, until it looms as big as a millstone in your eyes. I locked my eyes onto that knot, and strangely enough, into my body, weak and worn out just moments before. There suddenly surged a clear, cool stream. I instinctively held my breath, the trembling stopped, and my whole being seemed to slip into some mysterious state. The knot kept swelling larger in my eyes, so sharp and clear it was like looking through a telescope. When it had ballooned to big as a millstone, I released my fingers. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, looking properly impressive, but before it had flown even to zhong, it wobbled and pitched down into the dirt. The instant I let go, the bow spun half a turn in my palm, and a tearing, searing pain shot through my shoulder. My dad hurried over to knead my shoulder. From now on, you've got to rub it out every time you come back from hunting. Better still, soak in a hot bath, or when you get old you'll be left with a hidden injury. After resting a moment, I got up again. Dad, again. The truth was, I had a burning drive bottled up inside me. Ever since I crossed over, I'd always felt my five senses were sharper than the average person's, and the more intently I concentrated, the more pronounced that feeling became. I couldn't wait to give it another try. Seeing that I wasn't just running on a 3-minute burst of enthusiasm, my dad nodded in satisfaction. Next up, we train agility. Prey is alive, so your eyes have to be alive too. He tossed me an empty clay jar. Stare at the mouth of the jar. I'll throw pebbles off to the side, and your eyes follow the pebbles, but you're not to let them leave the mouth of the jar. Through all of this, your hand can't move, and the bow can't wobble. The pebbles struck all around the jar with a pattering sound, and my line of sight followed them instantly. What they call living eyes isn't about fixing on a single point till you go dead. It's like a cat watching a mouse, focused, yet aware of every stir around you. The mountain forest is the beast's territory, not the hunter's. Only by seeing in all directions and hearing on all sides can you stay alive. At this, it was as though I had a natural gift. My gaze stayed glued to the mouth of the jar, sweeping lightly along with the pebbles, and the pebble tucked in the crook of my elbow never dropped once. Good, try loosing an arrow. My dad pointed at that old locust tree. Don't think about hitting anything. First, just get the arrow to fly out straight. I drew a deep breath, cradled the bow in my left hand, hooked the string with 3 fingers of my right, and fixed both eyes on that tree knot. I watched it gradually swell, first like a millstone, then like a cartwheel. I held my breath and gave a slight twist through my waist and belly. The bowstring snapped open with a hum, and the arrow shot straight out, thunking into the locust tree, the shaft still quivering and humming. Only, the point of impact was a good 3 inches off from the knot. Oh, A flicker of pleasant surprise flashed in my dad's eyes before he quickly coughed a couple of times to suppress it. Not bad. Keep practicing, and you might just come to have a fraction of my skill. With that, he turned to go pull out the arrow, his back to me, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help spreading wide. Since when did this kid have a talent for archery? He really did take after me. He plucked the arrow out with a gentle tug. The tip had barely bitten into the wood, clearly a sign that I hadn't put enough force behind it. I stroked my chin, mulling it over. I was 18 now, right at the age when eyesight and reflexes were at their peak, and after crossing over my five senses had been enhanced on top of that. An enormous help for archery. But the one flaw I had right now was just this: not enough strength. If only I'd had the power a moment ago, that arrow should have struck dead center. Once I figured this out, my heart actually brightened. My technique and eyesight far surpassed the ordinary person's. All I lacked was strength. This path, it could work. My dad rubbed fresh rosin onto the arrow and handed me a new one. You've pretty much got the technique down. What's left is just practice. Back when I was in the army, the officer would hand you a bow and a quiver of arrows, and after that it was one battle after another. I dropped my shoulder, sank my elbow, and twisted at the waist. As I drew the bow, all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing. I kept at it until the sun went down. My arms were too worn out to lift by the time I headed home with him. I tried to put the bow back in his room, but he stopped me. It's yours now. Take good care of it, and remember to wipe it down with rosin every day. He'd actually planned to test me for a few more days, but once he saw I really had a talent for it, he finally decided to hand down the tool he'd made his living with. With the dogskin coat and now this bow, I finally felt like a real hunter. Dinner was millet porridge again, served with a plate of vegetable roots stir-fried with chicken giblets. My sister-in-law had even splurged and added a little lard. Nungwen had assumed there'd be chicken too, and he stomped his feet in disappointment. My sister-in-law said the other chicken was being saved for tomorrow. I couldn't resist teasing. Well, it'd better be tomorrow, or I might just do something crazy if I don't get some meat. That got both my sister-in-law and my dad, who had only just started to approve of me, pretty riled up again. Right then, my older brother came in from outside with a cloth sack on his back. He dropped off the millet in the kitchen before sitting down. He took a sip of porridge and sighed. Grain prices went up again. 2 pheasants plus what I got from selling firewood came to 300 coppers total, and all I got back was 26 pounds of millet. That's all. My sister-in-law immediately grew anxious. We'd been eating well these past couple of days, and she'd even made tonight's porridge thicker. 26 pounds, even rationed carefully, would last only 10 days or so. Don't worry, I spoke up. I'll head up the mountain again tomorrow. Dad gave me the bow, so from now on it won't just be pheasants. I'd already set my sights on that roe deer that kept wandering around in front of me. Now that I could shoot, it was time to bring it to the table. Besides, practicing with the bow was going to make me stronger, and this throat-scratching millet was nowhere near enough. If I brought back a roe deer, it'd feed the whole family for days. It's not that easy, my dad said flatly. Just eat your dinner. My brother and sister-in-law didn't say anything, but they didn't shoot me down either. After all, even if I came back empty-handed, going up the mountain was still better than the old me, who used to steal things from home to trade for booze. Back in my room, I drew the bow for another hour before turning in. Early on the third morning, I checked the tortoise shell as usual. The glow was full. I could divine again. So it seemed this cheat could be used once a day. I tapped my finger, and the glow gathered. This time, one star on the tortoise shell that had always stayed dim actually lit up, and 2 words surfaced beside it. Fate star, mountain dweller. Right after, 3 slips popped up. Minor fortune, before nightfall, head to Jeanshire Pool with a fish spear or net. You might come away with something. Moderate fortune, a roe deer has been spotted on the south side of Little Black Mountain. Bring your hunting bow, and you might make a catch. Great misfortune, a lone wolf has come to the northern foot of Little Black Mountain. If you can get its pelt, you might make a killing. But it's starving, so be extremely careful when you approach. Otherwise, you could easily be torn to shreds. Fate star? Mountain dweller. Does that mean my current identity? I stared at the star, mulling it over. It seemed the range of these divinations revolved around my fate star. If my identity changed down the road, the directions it pointed me in might change too. But I'd been a mountain dweller ever since I crossed over into this world. So why did the fate star only light up today? There had to be some condition for activating it. I just couldn't figure it out yet. This tortoise shell held plenty of secrets still. I pulled my thoughts back and looked at the new minor fortune slip. Jinshur Pool sat halfway up Little Black Mountain. A deep pool formed from broken rock and collected water, where the fish and shrimp were fresher than in the river. In summer, plenty of villagers went there to catch fish, but in winter almost no one dared. One wrong step and you'd fall in, and in the dead of winter, that meant certain death. Honestly, fish only tastes good pan-fried in oil, and we didn't have much oil at home, so I hadn't thought much of this slip. But we only had one pheasant left. Once we finished it tomorrow, we'd be back to wild vegetable gruel. After going back and forth, I took the slip anyway. Fish is still meat, and I needed the protein to build up my strength. The slip dissolved into a streak of light and slipped into my body. Instantly, an image of Jinshur Pool appeared before my eyes. In the deep, dark water, a big fish over a foot long with a gray-green back floated at the surface. Its mouth opened and closed, its tail flicking weakly. It flipped over to show its silvery white belly, then struggled to flip back, blowing bubbles non-stop. Dying already? No wonder it's a minor fortune. I felt a flicker of joy. A grass carp that big. If it were lively and thrashing, I'd never catch it, and it might even drag me into the water. But sickly and listless like this? That made things easy. All right, today's tasks were set. Dig up some gastrodia herb and catch that fish. I grabbed my hatchet, slung the longbow over my back, put on the dogskin coat, and headed out. My sister-in-law pressed 3 vegetable buns brushed with chicken fat into my hands. These'll keep you full. Ever since I'd turned down that marriage arrangement with Chunhua and come home with 4 pheasants, her attitude toward me had done a complete 180. Thanks, sis. I'll be back late today, so don't wait on me for dinner. If I had time, I wanted to scout for the roe deer's tracks over on the South Mountain. Every divination slip I could save was another chance at a catch. Walking out of the village in a dogskin coat with a bough on my back naturally drew a crowd of stares. Word that I'd turned over a new leaf had already spread through half the village, thanks to my sister-in-law and brother running their mouths. Off to the mountains again. Has that hooligan really changed his ways? An old man muttered. Someone next to him quickly yanked at his sleeve. Keep it down. Widow's son just called him a hooligan once, and he chased her with a hatchet. The old man's voice immediately dropped a few notches, though he still grumbled. He is one, though. Before he could finish, I swept my gaze over at him, my hand already resting on the hatchet at my waist. He swallowed his words and forced an awkward smile. Shaochen, heading up to hunt. Uncle Chun, doesn't your family still have 2 chickens? I pretended to ponder it. Huh, I was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. I smiled and walked off. This hooligan reputation really came in handy. Show a little of that reckless don't-care attitude, and pretty much no one in the village dared mess with me. Once I'd gotten far enough away, those few behind me were still muttering. A man named Zhang Sampo popped out from the roadside, the same guy I'd scared off with my hatchet last time, the one who tried to weasel out of paying back the silver he owed me. He said snidely, that rabbit of his ran itself to death, and he just picked it up. And those pheasants were sitting right there in the nest. A kid could have caught them. That counts as hunting. Ever since I'd threatened him, the angrier he got, the more he stewed on it, and now he was full of resentment, convinced I'd stolen his rabbit. But the others didn't buy his story. Like father, like son. Old Zhang's boy knowing how to hunt. What's so strange about that? Zhang Sampo just rolled his eyes. I didn't have time to deal with any of that. I headed straight up the mountain. The first stop on the way up was those 3 snares. The first one empty. The second empty. The third empty as could be. This is rough. I couldn't help feeling deflated. Hunting was too hard. There were clearly rabbit tracks. I'd set the snares right on the path they had to take, and I'd even camouflaged them. Yet 2 days had brought nothing. I took a deep breath, scattered a few fresh millet grains, and figured that if there was still nothing tomorrow, I'd pull up the snares and wait until spring. Then I continued up the mountain. After nearly 2 hours of climbing, my back was soaked through with sweat, heat rising out of my collar. But when the cold wind blew, my face felt like it was being sliced by knives. I rubbed my face a couple of times and climbed onto the last rock, finally standing atop the middle peak of Little Black Mountain. Looking out from the summit, Behind Little Black Mountain rose another mountain nearly twice as tall, its trees so densely packed they seemed to press together into one dark mass, so dark that even in daylight it looked like night. That was Second Black Mountain. Even from a distance it radiated menace, and there was no telling how many venomous snakes and fierce beasts it hid. But danger came hand in hand with opportunity. The big game was pretty much all in Second Black Mountain. Even mid-sized animals like roe deer were becoming rare on Little Black Mountain. Down the road, I'll have to head to that mountain. I set my sights on the goal. Once I'd rested enough, I started looking for the 2 gastrodia plants. Following the glow from the divination slip, I walked about 100 paces down the slope to a sheltered patch of ground. Being close to the summit, the trees here grew thick, and fallen leaves had piled up half a foot deep. Stepping on them was like sinking into cotton. I brushed aside the withered ferns. The glow flickered in and out of view, but I couldn't see any gastrodia. Hidden under a rock? I lifted a loose gray stone slab, and around its edge was a ring of light brown fungal threads, like the tendrils of an old vine. My spirits lifted. The divination had said gastrodia grows in symbiosis with rotting wood fungi, so this had to be the spot. I crouched down and used a small shovel to gently pry along the crack in the stone. Rotting leaves rustled down, and out rolled a plump, rounded thing coated in wet mud. I wiped it with my sleeve, revealing a yellowish-white surface with a pointed sprout on one end and a sunken navel on the other. It was gastrodia, all right. I grew even more careful, digging deeper along the fungal threads. I moved the shovel out 3 inches, pried up soil and root together, and broke it open to find 2 gastrodia plants growing side by side, as thick as a child's forearm, the ring patterns on their skin as dense as the growth rings of a tree. 5 years old, should be worth some money. I quickly pulled out a cloth pouch, wrapped them up carefully, then laid the rotting leaves back and replaced the stone slab. Maybe another couple would grow here in time. This trip up the mountain hadn't been for nothing. With the gastrodia tucked away, I didn't head straight for Jinshur Pool. Instead, I followed the sheltered slope south. The divination had said there was a roe deer on the south mountain. I hadn't taken that slip, so I didn't know the exact location, but scouting the area ahead of time couldn't hurt. This side of the south mountain was one continuous peak, its forest even denser than the side facing the village. I searched aimlessly for an hour and found nothing but a few dry droppings. Looking at the thicket of dense shrubs farther off, I murmured, if there really is a roe deer, I'd probably have to go even farther south. But going farther south would take me too far from the village, and I still had my mind on catching that fish at Jinshur Pool, so I stopped. I'll come back next time. With my archery the way it is now, even if I ran into it, I might not hit it anyway. Just as I was about to turn around, my eye caught a heap of snow a dozen paces off. Something felt off. My guard went up instantly, and I reached behind me. The oxhorn bow was in my hand in a flash, string already drawn. Don't panic. That snow actually stood up, speaking at the same time. It turned out to be a man in a rabbit fur robe, an ebony bow slung across his back and a short knife at his waist. He looked to be in his 30s, his face purple with cold, his skin cracked and pale. Sharp eyes. Where'd you come from, hunter? He asked with a grin. Sanshan village. I stayed wary. Running into another hunter out in the wild wasn't necessarily a good thing. Plenty of people would turn on each other to steal a catch. Sanshan village? You look unfamiliar. Who in your family's a hunter? I didn't answer, just kept my eyes on him. He smiled. I'm Jia Fan, from Changha village up ahead. Came up from the south. Only then did I lower my bow. Jiang Chun. His interest suddenly perked up, and he looked me up and down. How's Jiang Yulin related to you? He's my dad. Jia Fan clicked his tongue a couple of times. No wonder. Old Jiang hasn't been up the mountain in ages. Passed his craft down to you, did he? I thought that bow looked familiar. Come on, show me what you've got. I rolled my eyes. Just because he knew my dad, he counted as an elder, and now I had to put on a show for him? I only just took up hunting. I'm not good enough to show off. As I said it, I backed up a couple of steps. I've got to head down the mountain. You keep watch here. Don't go. Haven't drawn any blood yet today, have you? He came after me. Of course, I wasn't going to be stupid enough to tell him I'd dug up 2 gastrodia plants. Seeing that I stayed quiet, Jia Fan laughed heartily, pulled 2 turtle doves from his belt, and shoved them at me. Take these, a gift for meeting you. Pass a message to your dad for me. Tell him I'm waiting to make another trip into Second Black Mountain with him. Turtle doves fly fast and roost high, and ordinary hunters can't hit them. So it seemed Jia Fan's archery was no joke, and he'd been into Second Black Mountain with my dad. You don't hit a smiling face, so I took them. Thanks, then, Uncle Jia. He patted my shoulder. By the way, there's a hidden hollow up ahead. Be careful if you head that way. Actually, better not go. Watch you don't fall in. A hidden hollow meant one of two things. A big pit, either from the mountainside collapsing or a trap left behind from hunting big game, where falling in meant death or serious injury, or the den of a fierce beast like a tiger or bear, which hunters always steered clear of. I put on a nervous expression. Oh, then I'll go look somewhere else. Don't be scared. The first step in hunting is patrolling the mountain. Walk it enough, and you'll get to know it. I'll go crouch somewhere else too. You've scared off all the turtle doves around here. The two of us exchanged a few more pleasantries, then turned and walked off in opposite directions. The moment I turned away, the nervousness dropped from my face, and my brow furrowed. Jia Fan had probably already picked up the roe deer's trail and was deliberately keeping me away. It seemed I'd have to hurry. First thing tomorrow morning, I'd take the roe deer slip, pin down the location, and move in right away. Even with my clumsy archery, as long as I got close enough, I could still put an arrow through its hide. Turning it over in my mind, I headed toward Jinshir Pool. On the way, I couldn't resist swinging by to check the snares. This time, before I even got close, I heard a squeaking sound. My heart jumped, and I hurried forward. The snare had been sprung. A gray-black creature was dangling in midair from a bent bamboo strip, its bushy tail thrashing wildly against the tree trunk. But the more it struggled, the tighter the noose pulled, until the fur between its front paws and body was rubbed raw and red. It was a gray squirrel, most likely lured in by those few millet grains, tumbling headfirst into the snare. I stepped up, undid the snare, and clutched the squirrel in my hand, but my heart sank a little. Its tail looked bushy, but its body was barely bigger than a large rat, hardly any meat on it at all. If I'd come back empty-handed today, I might have brought it home to fill a gap between my teeth, but with the turtle doves already in hand and a fish still to catch, I really couldn't be bothered with it. Besides, I'd heard squirrel meat was sour and bitter. Villagers wouldn't touch it unless they were truly starving. The squirrel, clutched in my grip, stared with a pair of round, glossy black eyes, its nose twitching rapidly, squeaking away as it struggled weakly. Suddenly, something clicked in my mind, and the corner of my mouth curled up. You look pitiful. I'll let you go. With that, I loosened my grip and tossed it aside. The squirrel took off like it had been granted a pardon, scrambling frantically across the snow the moment it landed. But I slung my bow over my back and trailed it from a distance. It ran incredibly fast, darting this way and that through the trees. An ordinary person would lose sight of it the moment it got a little ahead. But my eyesight was far beyond ordinary. Even from 20 or 30 paces away, my gaze clung to it like a spider's thread. After 300 or 400 paces, the squirrel leapt up to the top of a big tree, looked around, and ducked into the trunk of a dead log nearby. I stepped out from the shadows and smiled. So this is your home. I ran my hand over that stump of dead tree. It had probably been dead for years, but it still stood upright beside a large tree. I gave it a push, and the trunk swayed slightly. I drew my hatchet and struck it with a single chop. Whack! The squirrel, having just gotten home, shrieked and darted out, scrambling up a nearby tree. But this time it didn't flee. Its pair of beady eyes locked onto me, and every hair on its tail stood on end. I chopped again. The dead trunk split clean through, and a big pile of pine nuts came pouring out of the gap with a clatter like a little waterfall. Just as I thought, it stashed quite a hoard. Back in my past life, I'd heard that squirrels love to hoard food for the winter, often stuffing tree hollows full of nuts. Sometimes they hide so much they even forget where it all is. I'd let it go on purpose earlier just to have it lead the way and find this pantry. Watching more and more pine nuts spill out, I simply pulled out a cloth sack to catch them, then gathered up the ones on the ground. Hefting the sack, there had to be 4 or 5 pounds. Little guy's not big, but he sure can stockpile. The squirrel up in the tree hadn't left. It kept chittering and squawking down at me, the fur on its tail standing straight up. I couldn't understand animal talk, but I could guess it was cursing me pretty foully right about now. Looking at the tree hollow I'd nearly cleaned out, I actually felt a little bad. I looked up and said, "I'll spare your life, but you've got to leave a little something to buy it with, right?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Keep it up, and I'll catch you too and eat you for meat." I made as if to reach for my bow. Only then did the squirrel leap to a farther tree, though it kept staring at its own hollow, and there almost seemed to be tears in its eyes. I couldn't be bothered with the squirrel's feelings. I gave the cloth sack a shake. Even though these nuts weren't meat, they were full of oil. Roast them a bit, and they'd smell amazing. If I could take them to the oil press and squeeze out some oil, I could use it to fry the fish, make a soup. Just thinking about it, my mouth started watering and my stomach growled. I plopped down right there, ignoring the tirade overhead, and pulled out the vegetable buns my sister-in-law had packed. Millet mixed with wild greens was normally hard to choke down, but thankfully she'd brushed on a little chicken fat, so I managed to swallow it. I ate them one bite each, 3 in a row, before my stomach felt settled. Then I gulped some water and glanced up at the still squeaking squirrel. It suddenly seemed to sense the killing intent and scrambled off into the distance in a panic. I paid it no more mind and looked around. To catch the fish, I first needed to find a decent fish spear. For a dying fish, the spear didn't need to be fancy, straight, hard, and the right thickness to grip would do. After searching the woods for a good while, I finally found a jujube tree that had snapped off halfway, as thick around as a bowl, and the branches at the top happened to split into 3 prongs, like natural spear tines. I gripped it and gave it a shake. The wood was solid, not budging at all. "This one'll do." I drew my hatchet and struck the base 3 times. The trunk toppled with a crack. I crouched down and trimmed off the extra branches, whittled the prongs at the top to points sharp as awls, and carved 2 shallow notches into the handle for a better grip. After a couple of practice swings, I figured it was good enough, so I carried the spear off toward Jeanshire Pool. Jeanshire Pool was even bigger than I'd imagined. A good half-acre. No wonder it could raise such big fish. The water was a deep, heavy green, dotted with dead leaves, so murky I couldn't see beneath the surface. When the wind swept over, ripples spread beneath the leaves, and something stirred gently below. I picked up a pebble and threw it at that patch of dead leaves. Thunk! A big gray-green fish suddenly whipped its tail, splashing up a wave, then dove to the bottom and vanished. But I wasn't the least bit worried. A fish that could float up and belly flip like that clearly had a swim bladder that no longer worked, unable to control whether it rose or sank. It'd only be a short while before it drifted helplessly back up. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the grass carp floated up again, showing its gray-green back. It swam a couple of strokes, then flipped over, exposing its white belly. It wasn't far from shore, but unfortunately still just out of spear's reach. I threw more pebbles, driving it toward the bank 1 toss at a time. After 3 rounds of this, by the time it surfaced again, it was less than 2 feet from shore. I edged closer to the pool's rim, drew a soft breath, and quietly slipped the spear into the water. As the tip broke the surface, the grass carp gave its tail a flick but didn't have the strength to swim off. I dropped my wrist, driving the spear at an angle down through the water, and with a thump it pierced the fish's belly, splashing water onto the back of my hand. Facing life or death, the already weakened grass carp suddenly arched its body and thrashed, its tail slapping the water's surface loudly, but it was pinned fast by the spear tip. Even a dying fish had a strength that rivaled a 12 or 13-year-old child's. The veins on my arm bulged as I refused to slacken my grip even for an instant, until its struggling grew weaker and weaker. Then I gave a hard heave, lifting fish and spear both out of the water. The silvery white belly flashed in the sunlight, and drops of blood dripped onto the frozen, hardened pebbles. Even bigger than I figured. Only once I was on the bank did I get a good look. This fish was nearly 2 feet long, and had to weigh a good 14 or 15 pounds. I hoisted the fish onto my back and was about to leave when I sucked in a sharp breath through my teeth. I looked down, in all my excitement, at some point both my feet had stepped into the mud at the pool's edge. My boots had filled with water, and a bone-deep chill was seeping in. That's bad. I need to get back, fast. My chest tightened. In this weather, if pool water sat in my boots too long, the skin might end up stuck to the leather, and if my feet got frostbitten for real, I'd be stuck indoors the whole winter. I quickly found a stick, threaded it through the fish's gills, slung the fish onto my back, and took off downhill as fast as my legs would carry me. By the time I reached the village entrance, the sky had gone a dusky yellow. People who'd gone out digging vegetables and gathering firewood were dragging their weary bodies home. The harvest had been poor this year, and every household was short on grain. Everyone was thinking of stocking up as much winter food and firewood as they could while they were still able to leave the village. Once it got any colder, all they'd be able to do was hole up for the winter, and that was the hardest time of all. Just as the villagers were filing back in, a rapid patter of footsteps came from behind. Everyone turned to look, and there was a big gray-green fish, its tail flopping up and down as it raced toward the village. Everyone who saw it stopped in their tracks, unable to hold back their exclamations. What a huge fish! That's enough to eat all winter, isn't it? A fish that weighed over 10 pounds, eaten a little at a time every couple of days. That really would last the whole winter. Once they'd looked their fill at the fish, their eyes finally landed on me, hauling it home on my back. Is that the Jiang family's second son? He's brought something back again. Jiang Erlang, where'd you catch such a big fish? Someone came over to ask. In the pool. I didn't slow my steps, answering casually. Really? Jinshi pool has fish that big. How come I've never seen one? I didn't stop for a second, but the crowd kept doggedly on my heels, their tones ingratiating. Erlang, we're all neighbors here. Tell us, won't you? My family's about to run out of food. It was just a Jinshi pool. I got lucky and ran into one. I decided to tell the truth. After all, the only places nearby that could raise a fish this big were the river at the village entrance and Jinshi pool, and since I'd come down from the mountain, anyone could guess which. Are there more? I smiled. When has Jinshi pool ever been short on fish? Whether you can catch one comes down to your own skill. At that, their faces all fell. In the dead of winter, who'd dare catch fish at Jinshi pool? One slip and you'd fall in, and that meant certain death. Only someone reckless enough not to value his life, like me, would go. Uncle, uncle. No one had been playing in the village, and when he heard the commotion, he came running over. Seeing me hauling the big fish, he cheered and started to rush at me. I'll help you carry it. No need, I said with a smile. Hurry back and have your mom heat up a basin of water. He gestured at the fish that was longer than he was tall, realized he couldn't carry it, and nodded again and again. Okay, I'll go right now. Then he dashed off toward home. Seeing they couldn't catch any themselves, the crowd's eyes stuck to the fish on my back again. A fat grass carp nearly 2 feet long, a straw cord threaded through its gills, at least 10 pounds. Even if fish meat wasn't as good as other game, it was still meat. Zhang Sampo was in the crowd this time too, and when he saw me coming back with the fish, he snorted through his nose and muttered, "How's this kid so damn lucky?" Then he noticed my leather boots were still dripping water, and, up to some scheme, he suddenly sidled up. Brother Jiang Chun, that's a mighty big fish. Get lost. I couldn't be bothered with him. He acted like he hadn't heard, grinning slyly. Haven't seen you in a few days. Why so cold? His sharp eyes caught the bulge at my waist. What you got tucked in there? Don't tell me you picked up another rabbit. As he spoke, his hand reached for the cloth sack of nuts. Let me have a look, won't you? It's not like I'm asking for it. With the fish on my back and my right hand occupied, I shoved my left palm into his shoulder. Beat it. But Zhang Sampo went limp with the push and flopped down onto the ground with a smack, hollering at the top of his lungs. I only asked, why'd you hit me? Jiang Chun, now that you've made something of yourself, you won't even recognize your old buddy. As he said it, he reached out and clamped both arms around my leg. I looked down at him coldly. He was using his old, shameless scoundrel routine on me now. The villagers, who'd been eagerly watching the excitement, all took a couple of steps back and settled in to watch the show. Someone muttered, weren't those two pretty tight? How'd it come to this? Heh, the Jiang boy's turning over a new leaf now. Doesn't want anything to do with that hooligan anymore. Jiang Erling's boots are soaked through. If he doesn't hurry home to soak them in hot water, he'll get frostbite in a bit. I wanted to kick him in the jaw, but with the fish on my shoulder and my leg pinned, one wrong move and I'd lose my balance. If he really tripped me and got me tangled up on the ground with him, that would play right into this scoundrel's hands. Just as we were locked in a standoff, a voice came from outside the crowd. You, Zhang, You think just because we're outsiders, there's no one to stand up for us? I looked up and saw my dad and older brother push through. My dad leaned on his cane, inching forward step by step. In Sanshan village, the Chen surname was the most common, followed by Zhang, and my family was the only household with an outside name. In other villages, bullying outsiders was routine, but in Sanshan village, no one dared truly cross the Jiang family. A former soldier who'd killed men, plus his reputation as a hunter, made my dad one of the toughest men the village had. Who's bullying who? Your son's the one who hit me. Zhang Sampo's momentum weakened a little, though he still craned his neck stubbornly. Don't try your hooligan tricks on me. Before anyone realized it, my dad had inched right up to him, his face fierce. He raised a hand, flung the cane up, and caught it by the middle lower section. I'm the granddaddy of hooligans. Before he'd even finished speaking, he brought the cane crashing straight down at Zhang Sampo's head, whistling through the air with not an ounce of restraint held back. Don't, Dad! I quickly shouted. The cane was thick at the top and thin at the bottom, and if the thick end came down on his head with full force, Zhang Sampo would either die or be left half-crippled. As much as I despised him, I didn't want a death on my hands in front of everyone. If someone died, the authorities would come, and that would be endless trouble. Bang! The stick smashed into the ground, dirt flying everywhere, proof my dad really hadn't held back. Luckily, Zhang Sampo, like that grass carp, tapped his hidden potential at the critical moment. In the split second before the blow landed, he rolled to the side, his chest heaving violently, terror all over his face as he looked at my dad. My dad snorted and steadied himself on the cane again. I've killed more men than you've killed chickens, and you want to try that game with me? Get lost. Zhang Sampo didn't care about anything else now. He scrambled up, clutching his crotch, and ran. The crowd, startled at first, burst into laughter at his sorry state. Did he what himself? A grown man, pissing his pants, huh? Old Zhang's really got no mercy. He just about killed a man. So what if he had? It's not like the man's never killed before. My older brother stepped up and took the fish off my shoulder. Come on, let's go home. Suddenly free of the weight, I quickened my pace toward home. The moment I stepped through the door, my sister-in-law came out carrying a big basin of hot water. Hurry, come soak your feet. I went into the main room and carefully peeled off my soaked boots. My feet had long gone numb with cold, all feeling lost. My dad sat down in front of me and reached out his calloused hands to rub my feet. Frozen this bad? You can't just soak them, warm them up first. I instinctively tried to pull my feet back, but he held them firmly in place. Your old man's rubbing your feet, and you're getting shy on me? My eyes suddenly grew hot. In my past life, my parents divorced when I was very young and each started new families. I'd hardly ever tasted what it felt like to have a home. Ironically, it was after crossing over into this world that my dad and older brother gave me a sense of steadiness I hadn't felt in a long time. I forced an awkward laugh. Dad, I just don't want to get struck by lightning for it. Heh, if lightning really wanted to strike you, you'd have been fried long ago. Once he'd rubbed them warm enough, my dad finally pressed my feet into the basin of hot water. With that soak, feeling slowly came back into them. I let out a sigh of relief, rubbed my feet, and asked, Sis, how'd you get hot water so fast? I just finished cooking. There was already water warming in the stove, and when Nungwen came back saying you needed hot water, I added another handful of firewood. Firewood was precious this time of year, so after cooking, we always ladled a few scoops of water into the pot to let the leftover heat keep it warm. Perfect for washing up. Just then my brother came in and set the big fish down on the ground with a thwop. Wow, what a huge fish. Xiaoyan marveled out in the yard. See, I told you it was bigger than me. Nungwen was beside himself with excitement. Meat to eat again, and tomorrow he could brag to his friends about what fish tasted like. My sister-in-law followed them out and gazed at the frozen stiff grass carp, her face lighting up. Erling, did you really catch this? Yeah, took a bit of effort. In truth, the fish had been half dead already. It was just my own excitement that had made me take that extra step and soak my boots. This is wonderful. Now we've got all our winter meat. My sister-in-law was overjoyed. Around here, fish was the cheapest meat. Not particularly tasty, but one of the few things ordinary families ate only at New Year's, for the auspicious wish of surplus year after year. A few days ago, In her eagerness to find me a wife, she'd played up my abilities plenty, but after today's spectacle, the whole village knew I was capable, so those earlier words of hers now seemed like nothing much at all. My dad's face, though, turned stern. Going into the water to catch fish in winter, you're out of your mind. Jean Pool, one moment of carelessness and you're dead. Thinking back on it now, I felt a chill of fear too. If I really had taken 2 more steps forward and fallen in, my padded clothes would have soaked through, and that would have been certain death. I laughed sheepishly. Dad, I know my limits. Actually, I just happened to pass by and see it belly up, so I speared it on the spot. You little rascal. My dad shook his head. From now on, stay away from the water in winter. Jean Pool is deep. Fall in and no one can save you. Got it, I answered aloud. But inwardly, I was already calculating. There seemed to be plenty of fish in that pool. Once it froze over, I wondered if I could break open the ice and strike when the fish came up for air. In my past life, I'd seen plenty of these ice fishing methods. I just didn't know how thick the ice got here. Too thin, and it wouldn't hold a person's weight. Too thick, and I couldn't break through without the right tools. After thinking it over, I filed the idea away as a last resort for when there really was no other game to be had. As long as there was other meat to eat, I wasn't keen on living on fish alone. My dad was about to say more, but I quickly changed the subject. Nungwen, Xiaoyan, come here. Uncle. The 2 kids came rushing into the main room like a gust of wind and stood ramrod straight in front of me, waiting. After all my catches these past few days, the uncle they'd secretly looked down on before had suddenly become the most capable person in the family. I pulled the 2 turtle doves from inside my coat. Here, take these. Have your mom roast them for you. Turtle doves? Uncle, you're amazing. Nungwen snatched them up and ran off. Mom, roast the turtle doves for me. A single turtle dove had barely 2 ounces of meat, but to a child it was an extravagant treat. My sister-in-law came in carrying the turtle doves. Isn't it too wasteful, letting the 2 kids eat these? 4 ounces of meat was enough to stir-fry a whole dish. Let them have it. So they stopped fighting me for my stir-fried chicken. I was building up my persona again. Besides, isn't that big fish enough to eat? Fish is cheap. Don't sell it. Keep it for the family. My sister-in-law nodded. A pound of fish was worth about the same as a pound of millet, so it really wasn't worth trading it for grain. All right, but this fish uses a lot of oil. It doesn't taste good cooked without any. We relied entirely on buying a bit of fat back each year to render into oil, so using it to pan-fry fish felt too extravagant. And there's this too. Only then did I remember the pine nuts at my waist, and I handed her the cloth sack. She opened it to find it brimming with pine nuts and hazelnuts. So many pine nuts. Where'd you find these? On her own trips up the mountain, she'd stooped to pick up even a single one, and years of saving hadn't added up to this much. Raided a squirrel's nest. Let me see. Nungwen, still clutching his turtle doves, poked his head over, and when he got a good look, he gasped in amazement again. Mom, can we stir-fry some to eat? My sister-in-law smacked him on the head. You've already eaten so many good things, and you still want more. This whole sack, taken to the oil press and traded for oil, was enough to get the family through the winter. Leave a couple of handfuls for the kids, and trade the rest for oil, I said with a smile. All right. Since I was the one who'd brought back the pine nuts, naturally it was my call, and since it was for her own kids, my sister-in-law was more than happy about it. You all rest. I'll stew a fish soup, and we'll eat a bit later. She turned and went out, her steps light and quick. My older brother stood by, chuckling. You little rascal, you really brought back a lot of good stuff today. These past few days it seemed I really had turned over a new leaf, going several days without running off to fool around. My words still leaned a bit toward looking out for myself, but in truth I didn't eat much, and it was the 2 kids who'd filled out a little. What can I say? I guess I was born to be a hunter. I bobbed my head from side to side, looking pleased with myself. But my dad's gaze fell on those 2 turtle doves. Did you shoot those? He'd only found out yesterday that I had a talent for archery, and being able to hit a turtle dove this quickly would be way too much of a stretch. I shook my head. No. I ran into another hunter on the mountain, a guy named Jiafan. He said he knows you. I went ahead and told him the whole story of meeting Jiafan. After hearing it, my dad let out a cold laugh. This Jiafan, I did go into Second Black Mountain with him a few times. He's best at tracking. If game leaves any trace at all, he can find it every time. But he's no honest man. Telling you all that, he'd probably found some game and didn't want you going over there. I put on a look of sudden realization. The roe deer. It's the roe deer. Roe deer. My dad's eyes lit up. The dead of winter was the best time to hunt roe deer. In past years, they'd all been driven into Second Black Mountain by other hunters. He never expected there'd still be one on Little Black Mountain. I recognized those tracks. They've got to be a roe deer's. I said it with total confidence, even though I hadn't seen any tracks at all. What a shame, my dad shook his head. I can't go up the mountain now, so I'll just have to let Jia Fan have it all to himself. A roe deer lingering there might mean there was a whole family of them. But I said, Dad, I want to try. He raised an eyebrow. You? You haven't even learned to walk and you want to run. I smiled. Think of it as archery practice. Shooting at nothing every day is useless anyway. I'm just worried about ruining things for Jia Fan. Would he? Fighting over game with another man in the mountains, if it came to a real clash, I might not be his match, which was why I'd come to my dad for advice. My dad chuckled a couple of times. Relax, he doesn't have the guts to lay a hand on you. Giving it a try is fine. It just so happens I can teach you how to hunt roe deer. They're clever, but there's a dumb streak in them too. Find the right method and they're easier to take than other beasts. He talked for a good while, until my sister-in-law came in carrying a clay basin. Fish, pan-fried golden in lard, then stewed into a milky white soup, with bits of greens floating on top and a fresh fragrance wafting up. Eat first. I made millet rice, and it's tasty with fish soup poured over it. As for, let's save the chicken for tomorrow, otherwise it'll be too much to finish. As she said it, she shot me a glance, afraid I'd be upset. I waved a hand. Sis, come eat, quick. Nungwen couldn't wait any longer and was gazing longingly at his grandpa. My dad cut off his talk. Eat, eat. Just remember all this. As long as you find the roe deer's tracks, you've got a 30% chance. Then he shook his head. It's just that your archery's too poor. You probably couldn't punch through a roe deer's hide from within 50 paces. Give me your arrows tonight, and I'll sharpen them for you. Sharper arrowheads meant a better chance of wounding it, and even if the shot didn't kill it on the spot, he could follow the blood trail and catch up. The whole family gathered around and ate the fish. The meat had been stewed until it was falling apart tender. A poke of the chopsticks and it came loose, mixing with the greens as it went in, melting the moment it touched the tongue, the richness of the meat wrapped in the freshness of the broth. Ravenous as we were, that faint fishy smell was long forgotten. The fish from Jinshir Pool really do taste different. I finished a few bites and helped myself to another bowl. Toward the end, Nungwen clutched his belly and groaned. So full, so full. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. You ate the most of anyone. He grinned sheepishly, then asked, Mom, are the roasted turtle doves ready yet? My sister-in-law put on a stern face. Still want more? Save them for tomorrow. Nungwen rubbed his round little belly and nodded, looking utterly disappointed. The next morning, the temperature plunged, and snow had begun to fall in the night. I slept in a while longer, until Nungwen's knock came at the door. Uncle, uncle, someone's here for you. I got up, frowning. The old me had never had any real friends. Apart from that gang of hooligans and scoundrels, most people steered clear of him. Could it be that Zhang Sanpo, humiliated yesterday, had come back today to stir up trouble? At that thought, a wicked resolve rose in my heart. Across 2 lifetimes, I'd been poor and I'd suffered, but I'd never backed down. Coming to pick fights with me again and again. Did they really take me for something soft to be squeezed? A cold glint flashed in my eyes as I grabbed the hatchet, threw open the door, and headed straight for the yard. My sister-in-law, busy in the kitchen, saw me stride out with a blade in hand, and, sensing something was wrong, quickly wiped her hands and hurried after me. I stepped out the gate, sweeping a fierce glare around, only to see a nervous-looking young woman standing outside. Over her thick padded clothes, she wore a blue and white blouse and skirt, the cuffs frayed but washed nearly white. Her small frame was wrapped in the oversized garments, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. The wooden hairpin in her hair sat just past her ears, revealing a slender, fair neck. Her little face was like a piece of warm jade soaked in water, the tip of her nose flushed red with cold, which made the color of her lips seem all the more vivid. She was standing by the gate, sheltering from the wind, clutching a cloth bundle in her hands, grinding the toe of her shoe back and forth against the ground. Hearing footsteps, she jerked her head up, her lashes trembling, and was about to speak, only to see me come charging out with a hatchet in hand and a fierce look on my face. Ah! She flinched, stumbling back several steps, nearly falling. The moment I saw it was just a girl, I froze too. Seeing her about to fall, I stepped forward and caught her by the forearm to steady her. Her whole face flushed crimson in an instant, right up to the tips of her ears. Her fingers twisted at the whitened patch on her cuff, and she managed only a soft, faltering half-sentence. "Let go." Huh. Only then did I catch myself, and I quickly released her. She swayed before she found her footing, and the look in her eyes toward me was full of fear. What do you want?" Only then did I realize I was still holding the hatchet. I hurriedly tossed it onto the steps with a clang. "It's nothing. I just came out to see who was looking for me." "She'd need a hatchet just to come out and check?" The fear in her eyes deepened to shade. "Erling, don't do anything rash." My sister-in-law had chased out by then. Having seen me storm out the gate looking aggressive, she'd been beside herself with worry. But when she got outside, all she saw was me and the girl standing there staring at each other, no more than 3 paces apart. "What's going on here?" She was baffled too. I explained. "I thought it was that scoundrel come to make trouble. I didn't expect." As I spoke, I looked at the young woman. "May I ask your name, miss?" The girl's face reddened again. "Shenyanxiu." I murmured it softly to myself. Autumn night by the inkstone, grinding ink to write a poem, a lovely name. A name like that was far prettier than something like Dahua or Erhua. Hearing this, Shenyanxiu's eyes lit up. Most people in Sanshan village were illiterate, and she'd never expected the rumored hooligan could come out with something like that. So it seemed the rumors couldn't be taken entirely at face value. But such a straightforward compliment made her blush all the way up to her ears again. My sister-in-law's mouth curved into a strange little smile. "Second brother, spent too much time in the city, huh? You're talking like an actor up on a stage." That snapped me back to reality. This wasn't some period drama, and I was no white-robed young master. It was just that the girl in front of me looked so out of place against this rustic little village that I hadn't been able to keep a straight face. My sister-in-law turned and asked, "Shen girl, coming by this early in the morning, is something the matter?" Shen Yinxiu came back to herself too. "I heard yesterday." Halfway through, her eyes flicked toward me, and she mumbled a couple of vague sounds. "That you caught a fish. My father's ill, and I wanted to trade for some fish to stew as soup, to build his strength back up." As she spoke, she held up the cloth bundle. "This is 2 caddies of millet. I just want to trade for some of the meat near the tail." "So it's fish meat you're after?" My sister-in-law smiled. "There's hardly any meat on a fish tail, and it's all bones. As it happens, I chopped off the fish head. That's perfect for soup. Let me get it for you right now." Shen Yinxiu's face lit up, though she looked a bit awkward. "Thank you, Auntie, but we don't have much millet. Could I pay you in coin instead?" She reached into her robe as she spoke. "Oh, come on. We're all from the same village. Why fuss over that? Come inside. I'll get it for you." Shen Yinxiu shuffled her feet, circling wide around me before following into the courtyard. I rubbed my nose. Am I really that scary? Then I went inside too. Seeing my sister-in-law still talking with her, I returned to my room, shut the door, and took out the tortoise shell. Today's fortune, minor ill omen. Minor ill omen. On the mid-slope of Little Black Mountain's side peak, a white fox is hunting right now. Go now and you may find its tracks. Bring your hunting bow, and there may be a reward, but climbing the mountain in heavy snow risks danger. Minor ill omen. A roe deer roams the south face of Little Black Mountain. Bring your hunting bow, and there may be a reward, but climbing the mountain in heavy snow risks danger. Major ill omen. A lone wolf has come to the northern foot of Little Black Mountain. Get the wolf pelt, and you might make a tidy profit. But the lone wolf is already ravenous. You must approach with great care, or you could be torn to shreds. One look and, good grief, 3 ill omen lots. This was clearly a stay-home kind of day. Is it because of this snow? I gazed at the snowflakes drifting past the window. It had snowed all night. The drifts were probably deep. So yeah, no good day for climbing. Then I'll rest for a day. Even if it was only a minor ill omen, I didn't want to shoulder even a sliver of risk. Still, I reached out and pulled down the second lot, the one about the roe deer. Once the snow stopped, it would most likely turn into a minor good omen, and I'd go then. I put away the tortoise shell and heard Shin Yinchio's voice outside. Auntie, this is way too much. There's still plenty of meat on it. I told you to take it, so take it. We're all from the same village. No need to be polite. But this really is too much. There was a note of urgency in Shun Yinchio's voice. She didn't want to accept a favor for nothing. Mainly because I've got something to ask of you too. Auntie's got a favor. My sister-in-law's voice dropped a little. Shin Yinchio, for no clear reason, glanced toward my door. She'd heard that this second son of the Jiang family had a bad reputation and couldn't find a wife, that even after offering a 50-tael betrothal gift, the match had fallen through. If Auntie Jiang wanted to play matchmaker for her, how was she going to turn it down? Actually, the way she saw it, Jiangchen wasn't bad-looking, he had hunting skills, and he could even come out with lines like, "The autumn night by the inkstone." He wasn't quite like the ordinary villagers. It was just that his reputation was so terrible. The more she thought, the more her head spun into a tangled mess. Just then, my sister-in-law spoke up. That child of mine, Jiang Nungwen. Nungwen, who'd been playing in the snow at the door, came running in, sniffling. What is it, Ma? It's about him. His pa named him Nungwen, able with letters, hoping he'd learn to read and write someday. But he still hasn't set foot in a school. Come spring, I want to send him to study with teacher Shun. Huh? Shin Yinchio was startled, and her face went even redder. What on earth had she just been imagining? As it turned out, after she and her father had fled here to Three Mountain Village, her father had indeed opened a small school to teach the children their letters. But the last 2 years had been lean. Aside from the children of a few wealthy families, hardly anyone came to study, and life for father and daughter had grown harder by the day. Don't you worry, Miss Shun. Once the boy starts in the spring, we'll definitely pay that. What's it called again? The tuition fee, Shun Yinchio said softly. Right, the school money. So does that work? Shin Yinchio nodded. Of course. The boy's at the age to learn his letters. Nungwen, sniffling beside them, took a good long while to catch on, then suddenly burst out wailing. I don't want to study. I don't want to wa. My sister-in-law yanked him back and clamped a hand over his mouth, laughing as she sealed the deal. Good, then it's settled. Shin Yinchio gave a slight nod. Though her father was in poor health, teaching a few children their letters was manageable. Whatever her father couldn't handle, she could take over. Then that's that. Having said her piece, my sister-in-law called toward my room. Second brother. It's snowing hard out there. You walk Miss Shin home. Huh. Only then did I recall where Shin Yinchio and her father came from. The two of them had settled in Three Mountain Village around the year before last. Her father, Shin Lang, was said to have once been a well-off scholar. He'd fled here during hard times and opened the little school. I pulled the door open to see Shin Yinchio clutching her cloth bundle, waving her hands in a fluster. No need to trouble yourself. I glanced at the still falling snow. It's fine. I was heading out anyway. It's on the way. Come on. I pulled on my dog fur coat as I spoke. Shun Yinchio wanted to refuse, but the sight of me charging out with a blade came back to her, and seeing that I'd already gotten myself ready, she didn't dare breathe a single no. She just followed along meekly. Once outside, I said, let me carry that for you. My sister-in-law truly hadn't held back. Shin Yinchio had given 2 caddies of millet, and in return she'd handed over a fish head plus the tail, a good 4 caddies, and then some. Fish heads and tails were cheap, but on a heavy snow day like this, it counted as no small generosity. Shin Yinchio started to say there was no need, but seeing my hand already reaching out, she had no choice but to pass me the cloth sack. You afraid of me? I asked with a smile. She flinched, as if I'd hit a nerve, and quickly waved her hands. No, I'm not. Heh. I chuckled a couple of times, but didn't tease her further. Taking the sack from her hand, I deliberately stepped back a couple of paces, opening up some distance between us. The village was only so big, crowded with prying eyes, especially in winter, when every household was bored out of their minds and spent all day watching everyone else's doorways. If I walked too close to this girl, by tomorrow the gossip was guaranteed to spread through all of Three Mountain Village. Seeing me back off, she finally spoke in a lowered voice. I just think you're not quite like what they say. Something clicked in my chest, and my interest was piqued. I asked offhand, "So what do the rumors say I'm like?" She froze for a moment, as if she hadn't expected me to be so direct. A hooligan, a good-for-nothing." Halfway through, she probably realized those two words touched a sore spot, and she hurriedly added, "That's what they say. I didn't say that." I nearly laughed out loud. This girl was refreshingly honest. "Then you tell me, what am I actually like?" She pondered for a moment, her eyes studying me seriously. "A little fierce, but you know your manners, and you can hunt. You're a capable man." I nodded to myself. Out here in this poor backwater, being able to hunt was truly a sought-after skill. Others couldn't get a bite of meat all winter, but I could bring game down from the mountain. That one thing alone was enough to let me hold my head high. She pressed on with another question. "You've had some schooling?" "A little." That much was true. Jiang Yulin, the father of this body I now inhabited, had gritted his teeth and sent me to the little school when I was young. It was just that the original owner of this body, with that flighty temperament of his, could never stick with anything and had barely learned a handful of characters. "I feel like you'd actually be well suited to studying. The things you said." At this point, her face suddenly flushed and her voice trailed off. I brushed it off casually. "Oh, those? I just picked them up from the opera stage. Just a bit of glib talk, nothing more." "To be able to remember so much is already impressive," she said politely. As we talked, a small courtyard of stacked bluestone gradually came into view. It was a good bit larger than our own Jiang household. Only the roof was missing several tiles. Clearly it hadn't been tended to in a long time. Suddenly it came to me. Wasn't this Chun Dahua's old family homestead? So it had been bought by the Shun father and daughter long ago. Made sense. An old country house like this, land you couldn't even farm, not many people would want to buy it. She turned back. "I'm home now." I'd meant to ask where she and her father had fled from, and what things were like out in the wider world these days. But the words caught in my throat. In times like these, the word fleeing usually had a broken home and lost lives buried beneath it. Why go poking at someone's wounds? I handed the cloth bundle back to her. She said her goodbyes and turned to go into the courtyard. I stood outside the gate and watched her go inside before turning to head home. The snow overhead had picked up, coming down in goosefeather clumps. I'd been planning to try my luck on the mountain today, but now I gave up on that idea completely. You might ask, I'm someone who's only been in this world for a few days, so why am I so eager to get up the mountain and hunt? It's a long story. The original owner of this body was a notorious spendthrift for miles around. Not long ago, he'd actually sold off the family's entire winter grain supply to fund his spending, nearly starving the whole household through the cold season. But after I took over this body, I gained something enormous in my mind. A tortoise shell that let me divine my fortune once a day, telling me where the game was in the mountains and where the dangers lay. It was precisely thanks to this tortoise shell that, over the past few days, I'd bagged wild rabbits and pheasants one after another, slowly turning the reputation of Jiang Chun the hooligan into Jiang the capable second brother. And right now, there was an even bigger thing on my mind, a buck-roe deer with antlers. The moment I stepped through the door, a burst of wailing came from inside the house. I won't. I just won't. I don't want to study. That was my little nephew, Jiang Nungwen's voice. Right after came the sharp scolding of my sister-in-law, Chun Xiaozue. Come spring. Off you go? Keep talking back, and I'll break your legs. Make one more fuss, and you won't get a single bite of meat in this house from now on. That threat clearly worked. Jiang Mingwen's crying immediately softened by half. Just then I pushed the door open and walked in, and the little guy, eyes brimming with tears, flung himself over and wrapped his arms around my leg. Second uncle, save me. I spread my hands, wearing a face of helpless sympathy. Where's Pa? In the room. I pushed open the door to my father Jiang Yolin's room. Inside sat a little brazier about the size of a rice bowl, no open flame, just some leftover cooking charcoal mixed with wood ash, giving off a faint bit of warmth. On the table beside it, 5 arrows were laid out in a neat row, their heads glinting cold in the dim light, clearly freshly resharpened. Come here. My father beckoned to me. I walked over, and he pushed those 5 arrows in front of me. I've resharpened all 5. Now, even if you're a bit short on strength, within 50 paces you can still pierce flesh and break skin. He paused, then cautioned, but I ground them too thin, so they won't hold up well. Each one's good for maybe 2 shots before it's ruined. Use them sparingly. I stared at those coldly gleaming arrows, understanding in my heart. When it came to the craft of hunting, I still had a long way to go, and I'd have to learn it slowly. I carefully tucked the arrows into my quiver and looked up at the snow falling ever thicker outside the window. Too bad it's snowing today. Can't get up the mountain. That's a good thing. But my father gazed out the window and spoke slowly. I was taken aback. You can't get up the mountain, so of course that Jia fan from Long River Village can't either, he explained. Once the snow blankets everything, all the tracks in the mountains get wiped clean. When the snow stops and you head up, he'll have to start over hunting for that herd of roe deer's tracks. But you won't. Something stirred in my heart. He didn't know I had the tortoise shell, but his words hit the mark exactly. This is your chance. My father looked at me, eyes blazing. If you can beat him to finding them, you can strike first and take the game. This round, you win. And by then, only then, will you count as a real, proper hunter. I quietly ran the numbers in my head. He was right. After the snow stopped, Jia Fan would lose the roe deer's trail, but I wouldn't. That divination lot recording the deer's whereabouts, I'd long since stored away in my mind, ready to track at any time. The moment the snow stopped would be my best chance to hunt the roe. All right, then I'll go practice my archery in the yard right now. The only thing I could do at the moment was practice, racing against the clock. When I actually found that buck, I had to make sure I killed it with a single shot, giving Jia Fan no opening to interfere. The moment I stepped out the door, my sister-in-law lifted her head and leaned in, her face full of gossipy interest. Second brother, that Shin girl. How'd it go? How'd what go? She covered her mouth and giggled. Still shy in front of your own sister-in-law. Then she shook her head and, dropping her voice, launched into her appraisal. That girl, though, she's pretty enough, just a bit too thin. Narrow hips, so she might have trouble bearing children. If you really do marry her, you'd better fatten her up nice and plump first, then get to making babies. The corner of my mouth twitched. These villagers' minds were so blunt it was hard to handle. I quickly waved my hand to cut her off. Sister-in-law, let's set this matter aside for now. I've got to go practice my archery. With that, I slipped away in a flash. Over the next 2 days, the snow didn't let up. Unable to go up the mountain, I didn't stay idle either. Every day I holed up in the yard practicing my archery. My father dragged a stool out to sit under the corridor eaves and watch, offering a pointer or two now and then. But as I practiced, he gradually ran out of things to say. He himself was self-taught, rough and ready. All the finer points of his archery he'd wrung out in the mountains, one life-or-death shot at a time. Yet he found that when it came to the bow, I seemed to have some inexplicable natural feel for it. I picked things up fast and improved by leaps and bounds. So fast that he almost didn't dare teach me more, afraid his rigid old methods might grind away the natural spark in me. But there was one crippling problem. I couldn't generate power. In terms of build, this body was far sturdier than my father's. But channeling all your body's strength into that longbow was a whole other discipline, one that took years of grueling practice. My father mulled it over for a good while, and in the end could only clap me on the shoulder. Study hard, practice hard, take it slow. Can't rush it. I nodded. I understood the principle. Generating power relied on finesse and technique, not just brute force yanking on the string. Of course, no matter how good the technique, it was useless without a solid foundation. So besides practicing archery, I had to eat meat like my life depended on it and build up my frame. Over these 2 days, the fortune I divined each time came up as minor ill omen. In the first day's lots, there was a fox foraging in the mountains, its tracks especially clear in the snow. And there was that old wolf king I'd been eyeing all along with the herd of roe deer. By the second day, the lots had refreshed. A rabbit was trapped on the south face of Little Black Mountain, easy to pick up. Roe deer roamed the south peak, huntable with a bow. And that wolf king, its danger level had actually dropped from the earlier major ill omen to moderate ill omen. I stared at that line of text, my heart giving a lurch, and then it dawned on me. Looks like it really can't find any food in the mountains, I murmured to myself. It was already wounded to begin with, and now it's gone hungry for days on end. This old thing probably doesn't have much life left in it. I'd been a little frustrated at first. The heavy snow had sealed the mountains, The herd of roe deer had moved, and the deer lot I'd worked so hard to get was about to become useless. But the moment I thought of the Wolf King, that bit of gloom vanished at once. Once the snow stopped, maybe I wouldn't just bag the roe deer, I might also pick up a valuable wolf pelt along the way. That day I plucked out the lot about the rabbit. I couldn't go up the mountain today anyway, and all the other game would run off. Only the frozen stiff rabbit would still be waiting in place for me tomorrow. But the moment the lot entered my mind, I couldn't help cursing under my breath. Damn it, trapped. My foot. It was one of the snares I'd buried in the mountains earlier that had caught it. So this lot had, in a roundabout way, played a trick on me. Whatever. I couldn't go up the mountain today anyway. Chalk it up to money lost warding off worse luck. On the third day, the snow finally stopped. The drifts were a good 3 inches deep, and the temperature had dropped another notch. Breathe out, and it turned to white frost. I crawled out of bed before dawn, and the first thing I did was cast the divination. Today's fortune was neutral. Golden Stone Pool had frozen over. Break through the ice, and there might be a reward. Roe deer still roamed the south face. The Wolf King's lot still hung at moderate ill omen, and at the end of the lot one more line had been added. Beware its dying counterattack. The Golden Stone Pool lot, I crossed out without a second glance. Last time I'd gone into the water to catch grass carp, I'd nearly frozen my feet off. After this heavy snow, I'd thoroughly grasped one truth. Fortune and misfortune shift at any moment. I couldn't throw my life away for some small gain. Ruling out Golden Stone Pool, the roe deer was the only safe choice left. I briskly geared up, dog fur coat, oxhorn bow, hatchet, snare, cloth sack, water skin. I checked each item over and made sure I had it all. Today was the day I'd hunt the roe deer. As I headed out, my father called after me. Don't rush. The first day, just get a read on the tracks. Don't be thinking you'll bring it down in one strike. Jia Fan has to start from scratch tracking that herd too. You're on equal footing. I didn't turn my head, just tossed back. Got it. Don't wait up for me at mealtime. He didn't know. I didn't need to start from scratch at all. The snow on the mountain already came up past my calves. Every step took twice the usual effort. By the time I reached the south peak of Little Black Mountain, an hour and a half had gone by. The whole world was a blinding sheet of white, so bright it was hard to keep my eyes open. Every footprint and trace from before had been buried clean by the snow. And that also meant any fresh row of prints left now would stand out so clearly there'd be nowhere to hide. I summoned the tortoise shell and drew out the roe deer lot. The lot turned into a streak of light and shot into my body. Before my eyes, a snowy landscape suddenly materialized. In the vision, an antlered buck roe deer slowly appeared. No small creature, easily 50 caddies. Beside it followed a slightly smaller doe, and between the two adult deer, they sheltered a fuzzy little fawn, about half a foot tall. 3 of them, no less. I held my breath. I wasn't greedy. Taking that buck would be more than enough. Just that pair of antlers alone would fetch a good bit of money. In the vision, the 3 roe deer were moving slowly across the snow, now and then nibbling at dead twigs or pawing the snow aside to look for food. Scattered across the snow were a few cracked hazelnut shells, fresh tooth marks still on the edges. They're still heading south. I calculated the direction, but a flicker of worry crossed my mind. I had no idea whether I'd run into Jia Fan. Long River Village was closer to this stretch of mountain. If he'd set his sights on this herd too, he'd definitely be up here today, maybe even having arrived before me. At that thought, I didn't dare dawdle any longer. Following the lot's guidance, I quickened my pace and chased south. I tracked for roughly another hour. Finally, I spotted a string of plum blossom-shaped hoof prints in the snow, bigger than a hare's, with forked marks at the tips. Found them. I drew a deep breath, lifted my foot to scrub out the clearest print, and hunched low to follow. A cold wind gusted out through the woods, carrying pine needles that brushed past my ears. I deliberately circled halfway around, coming at the roe deer from downwind so they wouldn't catch my scent. The back of my dog fur coat was a grayish-white pelt I'd picked out on purpose. Lying flat in the snow, I blended almost seamlessly into my surroundings. Inching forward bit by bit, after about 300 paces, I finally caught sight of the 3 roe deer. The buck, 2 short antlers standing up behind its neck, its coat glinting tea brown in the sunlight, was exactly the one from the lot. At that moment, I was still 100 paces off, out of range for any shot I could count on. Practically hugging the snow's surface, I crept forward inch by inch. Crack! A dead branch buried under the snow snapped beneath me, giving off a faint sound. The buck's head jerked up, its two ears pricking up like leaves, a pair of amber eyes sweeping warily over the surroundings. The doe took half a step forward, front legs slightly bent, ready to bolt at any second. Only the little fawn looked around curiously, even taking tiny mincing steps, wanting to move toward where the sound had come from. I buried my whole body deep in the snow, holding my very breath. Yow! The doe called out low. Only then did the fawn stop, lowering its head again to paw at the snow. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the three deer gradually let their guard down. I quickly gauged the distance in my head, 55 paces right now, and I was downwind, exactly as I wanted. Any closer, and I'd definitely spook them. This was the spot. Ever so slowly, I rose, drew an arrow, and nocked it. The bowstring cut a red line into my fingertips as I bent the oxhorn bow inch by inch into a full moon. My gaze first fell on the buck's neck, hesitated for an instant, then dropped down to its foreleg. At this distance, I had no confidence in a one-shot throat kill. If I missed and spooked the game, the whole day would be wasted. But the foreleg had the thinnest muscle. Even if a hit there wasn't fatal, it would draw blood. And once it was wounded in this snow, it couldn't run far. Locking onto the target, I entered a state of complete focus. The buck suddenly loomed large in my eyes, gradually filling my entire field of vision. I could even make out the individual blood vessels beneath the skin of its foreleg, the blood pulsing through them in surges. The mulberry wood shaft sliced across the snow with a rush of wind, the kicked-up snow trailing a white tail behind it. Thunk! Right into the left foreleg. The buck, seized by pain, suddenly reared up on its hind legs, let out a heart-rending shriek, and spun to bolt into the dense woods. In the snow, a dark red trail of blood immediately dragged out behind it. The doe and the fawn were startled too, and fled shrieking in another direction. Those weren't my targets. All I had to do was stay on this buck. But just then, an arrow whistled through the air right past my side. Thunk! It punched clean through the doe's chest. She ran no more than a dozen steps before pitching headfirst into the snow, her body still twitching faintly. I whipped my head around and saw Jia Fan, who knew when, rising up out of a snowbank, grinning at me. You little punk, your tracking's even better than mine. It's just your archery that's a bit lacking. You've been following me the whole time? I furrowed my brow. I hadn't sensed him trailing right behind me the entire way. Jia Fan spread his hands, looking utterly unbothered. I got here way earlier than you. You just got lucky and found them first. He ran toward the doe. And besides, I left the buck for you. The buck's yours, the doe's mine, and the little fawn, whoever catches it keeps it. The buck was still fleeing ahead, and the doe was already dead. I had no time to chase after that fawn. I couldn't be bothered to say another word to him. Fixing my eyes on the direction the buck had fled, I broke into a run after it. The buck, crippled in one leg, ran for its life through the snow, its hooves kicking up a spray of snow flecked with blood, leaving a trail of scarlet dots across the dead twigs. Before it had gone 100 paces, its foreleg gave out, and with a thud, it collapsed onto its knees in the snow. The arrowheads my father had resharpened really did work. It had sunk in even deeper than I'd expected, completely draining the beast's strength to flee. I drew out my second arrow, planted my feet steadily, and slowly bent the bow. This time, I aimed for its throat. Seeing me draw the bow again, the buck went berserk, lowered its head, and charged straight at me, thrusting those cold, gleaming short antlers. I didn't move, watching it grow larger and larger in my field of vision. In that instant when my breath stilled, the bowstring snapped taut. The arrow pierced through its throat, the head bursting out the other side, the fletching still trembling violently. The buck staggered forward only 2 steps before its massive body crashed down hard, skidding half a foot across the snow, hooves kicking a few times before going utterly still. Only then did I dare to gasp for breath in great heaving gulps. The beads of sweat on my forehead pattered down into the snow. It looked like nothing more than 2 shots, but from the moment I'd spotted it, my nerves hadn't slackened for even an instant, and now I felt utterly drained. I walked over and nudged its body with the toe of my boot, confirming it was truly dead, then plopped down into the snow to rest. About a quarter of an hour later, I got my strength back, untied the hemp rope from my waist, bound the buck up tight, and dragged it back the way I'd come. This weather had one upside. The packed snow made a natural sled track, saving me quite a bit of effort. As I dragged it back to where I'd shot the doe, I spotted Jia Fan from a distance, panting as he ran this way. He was fumbling to tie up the doe as he ran, his eyes darting nervously toward one particular direction. "What's wrong?" I asked. He didn't answer, just jerked his chin toward a hollow in the ground. I followed his gaze. In the shadows of the hollow lay a grayish-black mass of something. I focused and looked closely. It was a wolf, far larger than an ordinary wild wolf, its shoulders nearly as high as a half-grown calf's. Only, at this moment its coat had long lost its luster. Snow grains and clumps of mud stuck in the dull, matted fur. Half of its right ear was gone, the stump crusted with a hard black scab. And in front of it, that fawn that had run off. Its neck already bitten through, blood pooling into a dark red puddle in the snow. My breath froze completely in that instant. The Wolf King, how is it here? That black shape was exactly the one I'd seen in my divination lot. The old Wolf King, driven out of the pack and exiled to Little Black Mountain. It had actually run all the way south. A chill shot up my spine. Only belatedly did the cold sweat break out all over me. If I'd run into it before finding the roe deer, the one lying in the snow today might have been me. And what's more, could it have been silently trailing behind me the whole time, until it spotted these roe deer that were easier prey? Damn, this old wolf is craftier than a person. I gritted out, cursing inwardly. I'd been meaning to let it starve to death on its own, but now that it had gotten a taste of meat, it looked like it could hold out a while longer. This threat, I'd have to eliminate it sooner or later. The Wolf King seemed to sense the movement. It stopped its gnawing, slowly lifted its head, and looked our way. Only then did I get a clear look at its face, an old scar cutting straight across the bridge of its nose, fangs jagged in shades of yellow and black, dark red blood still smeared at the corners of its mouth. A pair of amber pupils clouded with a gray film, yet even that couldn't smother the ferocity within. The instant our eyes met, it bared its fangs and growled low, the fur along its spine bristling straight up. My whole body stiffened, a wave of goosebumps racing from my arms to the back of my neck in an instant. It was the sheer pressure that only an apex predator could exert, one that made fear rise in me by pure instinct. My two legs felt nailed to the snow. I even forgot to take a single step. "What are you standing there for, Ron?" Jia Fan snarled in a low voice. "That's a damn Wolf King. Craftier than a person. If it doesn't eat its fill, it might just start hunting people." That shout jolted me awake. I hauled the buck up and retreated down the mountain along with him. "Stick together, don't get separated, or it'll come after us." The two of us headed down the mountain as fast as we could. Maybe because it had already gotten its prey, or maybe because it really was too old to give chase, the Wolf King didn't come after us in the end. Only after we'd retreated several hundred paces, all the way until that mountaintop was completely out of sight, did I realize my back was already soaked through with cold sweat. "Haha, scared you, didn't it?" Jia Fan crouched down, catching his breath, a lingering shaken smile on his face. "First time seeing a wild Wolf King, and you didn't piss your pants. Guess that makes you pretty gutsy." I turned my head and glared at him. I'd just never seen a wolf that big. What would I be scared of? Fine, you weren't scared." He couldn't be bothered to argue, hoisted the doe onto his shoulder, and stood up. "Let's go, get down the mountain early. It won't stay up on this mountain long." I stared at his back, then suddenly spoke up. "I'm going to hunt that Wolf King, you in?" Jia Fan whipped his head around, looking me up and down as if seeing me for the first time, then let out a scoffing laugh. Truly a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. "If you've got a death wish, go yourself. I'm not tagging along to die with you." He put away his grin, his expression turning serious. "That kind of old wolf, the older it gets, the craftier it gets. It'll deceive you, set traps, command a whole pack. The mountains are its turf. If you can avoid crossing it, then don't." With that, he dragged the doe off. "This time, I owe you one. Next time I find good game, I'll give you a shout." He paused, then added, "And if you really do end up in the Wolf King's jaws, I'll toss a shovelful of dirt on your grave." I watched his retreating figure, then hauled up my own quarry and set off. When I'd said I was going to hunt the wolf, it wasn't just tough talk in the heat of the moment. Just now I'd been frozen stiff, scared witless by a half-dead old wolf. And once I'd come to my senses, that fear had curdled into solid, honest-to-goodness anger. A mere beast, and it dared treat me as a meal on its plate. That fire could only be quenched by killing it. What's more, a wolf king that preyed on people and roamed all over the mountains would leave me. Someone who had to head up there every single day from now on, without a moment's peace. This menace had to be rooted out as early as possible. Jia Fan doesn't know, I mused as I walked, that this wolf king is a lone wolf, cast out of the pack. No helpers, and so old it can barely walk anymore. One measly fawn won't keep it fed for more than a few days. As long as I prepare properly, killing it isn't out of the question. Working out my plan, I dragged the roe deer down the mountain, and on the way I even picked up that rabbit strangled in my snare. Crossing the river, someone noticed the thing I was dragging behind me. They came closer for a look and only then realized it was a roe deer still dripping blood. A roe deer? Where'd a roe deer come from? Someone exclaimed. Hunted it, obviously. Can't you see the arrow still stuck in its neck? Before I could open my mouth, someone beside me answered for me. There are still roe deer on Little Black Mountain? I thought they'd all run off to Second Black Mountain. Zhang, the second brother, really has learned his pa's skills for real. He's got more to show for himself every single day. My ears were sharp. I caught every word of their chatter. Even though the Wolf King business still weighed on me and diluted most of the joy, hearing these words, I couldn't help but feel a touch smug. All the way home, not a single person called me hooligan anymore. The older folks called me Jiang, the second brother, and those close to my own age had switched to calling me second brother Jiang. The moment I reached the village entrance, my little nephew Jiang Nungwen was the first to come running out. Ever since I brought back that pheasant last time, he'd developed a habit. Every time I went up the mountain, he'd stand guard at the village entrance waiting. Right now his little face was flushed red from the cold, and the second he saw me, he ran up to meet me. Go call your pa to come help carry this. I'm worn out. This buck was over 50 caddies. Dragging it all the way back through snow that deep was genuinely exhausting. Only then did Jiang Ningwen get a clear look at the quarry behind me. He gaped, let out a whoa, wiped his nose, and took off running for home. Halfway there his feet slipped and he tumbled into a snowdrift, but he didn't even bother to brush himself off. He scrambled up and kept sprinting, hollering, "Pa, Pa." Second uncle hunted a roe deer. Before long, my elder brother Jiang Tian came out to meet me. At the sight of the roe deer, he was startled. Did you really hunt this? You think it ran itself onto the arrow? I let go of my grip and shoved the hemp rope into his hands. We're having roast roe deer tonight. Tell your wife to be generous with the salt. I'd never been particularly polite when speaking to this elder brother. But Jiang Tian didn't take offense in the slightest. The original owner had treated him far worse, forever swapping the family's belongings for money to spend. Compared to that, the way I was now looked in his eyes like a complete transformation. If I'd suddenly turned into a model of brotherly affection, he'd have started to suspect I was possessed by something instead. Along the way, the villagers who'd come to watch the excitement clucked their tongues in amazement and followed me all the way to the door. Seeing that I was about to head inside, someone couldn't help asking, Jiang, the second brother, are you selling that roe deer meat? Sell some. Let us have a taste too. We haven't touched any meat all year so far. I jerked my chin toward the inner room. Ask my brother. Jiang Tian hesitated a moment, then turned and answered, let me first figure out how to divide it up. If we do sell, I'll definitely go door to door and let everyone know. Once inside, the first order of business was naturally to deal with the quarry, skin it, take the antlers. A whole buck like this, if I hauled it intact to a county town tavern, would fetch a good bit over a string of coins. But if it was broken down into scattered cuts and skinned, the taverns weren't so keen on odds and ends. Better to sell it in the village instead. My elder brother kept looking the roe deer over on the ground, still not quite able to believe it. Little Chun, did you really hunt this? What else? Look at the arrow. He lowered his head and, sure enough, saw the character Jiang carved into the mulberry wood shaft. It was our own family's arrow, all right. Amazing, he murmured. The truth was, Jiang Tian wasn't doubting me. He genuinely found it hard to believe from the bottom of his heart. These days, this younger brother of his still had the same cold, standoffish temper, yet his skills changed with each passing day. Rabbit, roe deer, pheasant. The family now had no shortage of meat. Once this roe deer was sold, they'd have enough grain to get through the winter. As long as they made it safely through this cold season and got the fields planted come spring, there'd be nothing to worry about going forward. My father heard the commotion and came hobbling out of his room. At the sight of the roe deer, he too was startled. How'd you find it? The south and north peaks of Little Black Mountain are huge. Even with tracks showing clearly in the snow, finding it in a single day isn't easy. Just got lucky. I spread my hands. There was no way to explain the tortoise shell, so I might as well pin it all on luck. He looked me up and down for a good while, then finally nodded. Hunting, luck really does matter. Jiang Tian gazed happily at the roe deer. Take it into the city to sell tomorrow? He thought for a moment and added, You're not married yet, so keep half the money you make for yourself and use the rest to buy millet, enough to eat through the winter. No, I shook my head. Skin it, keep half the meat for ourselves to eat, and sell the other half in the village. Keep half. My sister-in-law Chun Xiaotsue sucked in a sharp breath. Half a deer was more than 20 caddies of meat. That would take ages to eat through. In her mind, being able to have a meat dish once a month meant life was good and flavorful. From now on, both lunch and dinner have to have meat. I laid down the law. Let's go by 1 caddy a day. The moment those words were out, my father, elder brother, and sister-in-law all three practically bugged their eyes out at the same time, as if they'd heard some earth-shattering news. 6 people, 1 caddy of meat a day. In my view, that still wasn't enough. But in Chun Xiaotsue's eyes, this was squandering the family fortune to the utmost. In times like these, even a landlord's household eating white flour meals at every sitting counted as extravagant, and here I was wanting to gnaw on a caddy of meat every day. If word got out, people's spines would be poked through with scorn. She looked to my father as if pleading for help. My father also felt I'd gone too far with that statement and cleared his throat lightly. For an ordinary household, eating meat once a month is already doing well. Our family, once every 10 days. How about that? Even the village head's family follows no better rule than that. And don't worry, I'll save the money from selling the roe deer for you. You'll need it when you take a wife down the road. I furrowed my brow. Even my old man was standing in the way. There was no talking sense into them for the moment. Fine then. I'd just have to trot out the original owner's persona to spook them. I flung both hands out and arched my sword-like brows. If I hunt it but don't get to eat it, then what's the point of my hunting at all? I might as well go back to being a hooligan. The instant he heard the word hooligan, my father panicked on the spot. Fine, fine, fine. We'll do it your way. We'll do everything your way. He was genuinely afraid that if I got upset, I'd revert to my old good-for-nothing self. Even if it was a bit wasteful for now, as long as the person was steady and reliable, that beat anything. Besides, eating half and selling half wouldn't leave anyone hungry. Chun Xiaotsue let out a long sigh and resigned herself to it. Only then did the anger on my face melt into a smile. Just like I said, turning money into grain to stockpile is nothing compared to eating it into your belly for real. This body of mine was at exactly the age where it needed to build up strength. I absolutely couldn't shortchange my stomach. As I spoke, I turned to tease the 2 children. You too. Tell me, should this meat be eaten or sold? Raise your hand if you want to eat it. Jiang Mingwen was the first to shoot his hand up high. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. My little niece Jiang Xiaoyan snuck a glance at her mother, then timidly raised her little hand halfway. I laughed out loud. See that? 3 to 3. Eat half, keep half, just right. It's not like I'm the only one being willful here. Chun Xiaotsue shot her daughter a glare, but in the end she gave in. Fine, 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 we'll do it all your way. But let me say this up front. I'm not going to be the one dressing this roe deer. I'll do it. My father had already flung that bit of displeasure to the back of his mind. Staring at the roe deer on the ground, the corner of his mouth curved up. Skinning a roe deer is a real craft. Botch it and you can't sell it for a good price. This job, no one in the family can handle it but me. He tossed his crutch aside and hobbled a couple of steps. My legs just about healed. I quickly handed the crutch back to him. Take it easy. Don't go pushing yourself the second you start feeling better. If those bones set crooked, that's something you'll live with the rest of your life. I didn't leave while he skinned the animal. I dragged over a stool and sat there watching. This was a skill I'd definitely be needing down the road. We worked right up until dark, and finally a single, unblemished roe deer hide came off clean and whole. That night, with a belly full of roasted roe deer meat, I felt like life was complete. Everyone in the family got a big chunk, and we all ate until the grease ran down our chins. Even my sister-in-law kept murmuring that it felt like a dream. Early the next morning, Jiang Tian hung half the deer up at the village entrance to sell. 26 pounds of meat, 30 coppers a pound. Millet accepted too. Word spread fast, and before long the villagers who'd heard the news had crowded our doorstep. Seeing only half a deer on display, some of them wondered aloud. Why just half? Where's the rest? Erlang said we're keeping half for ourselves. Chun Xiaotsue answered as she cut the meat. Whoa. A wave of clicking tongues went through the crowd. So your family's just going to eat meat every single day? Who in their right mind would burn through money like that? Guess he really is a spendthrift, good for nothing. But someone shot back. Sure, he's blowing his money, but at least he's got the skill to earn it and blow it. You got that kind of skill? Then the man shoved to the front. Brother Jiang, cut me 3 ounces and make it a fatty piece. Most buyers only wanted 3 or 5 ounces, just for a taste. In a lean year like this, who could bring themselves to buy a whole pound and lug it home? Which was exactly why everyone thought me keeping over 20 pounds for my own family was wasteful beyond all reason. But as they gossiped on, the wind changed direction. Well, say what you want, but any girl who marries into the Jiang family is probably going to be eating meat every day from now on. That one line woke everybody up. In an instant, all the village wives got their gears turning, each one scheming to arrange a marriage match for me. But when they craned their necks looking for me through the crowd, they couldn't spot my shadow anywhere. That's because I wasn't home just then. I'd gone to the Chun household at the center of the village. Chun Fengtian was the headman of 3 Mountain Village, and his family was also the richest in the whole place. Bluestone walls, 3 tiers of stone steps out front, 2 mules, a donkey, and nearly 100 acres of land. All told, he was the most powerful figure in this little village. I'd come to borrow his donkey cart. Before the heavy snow could seal off the roads completely, I needed to make a trip into the county town. I was carrying a twin-stalk gastrodia root tucked against my chest. I hadn't told a soul in the family about it, and I planned to quietly sell it in town. Then I'd trade for some fine rice and flour to bring back. Gnawing on millet every day was honestly rough. Of course, there was an even more important reason. I wanted to test whether, once I left 3 Mountain Village, the results of my fortune-telling would change. In the village, every single divination slip pointed to hunting, one way or another. But in a place like the county town, would something different turn up? I stepped forward and knocked on the Chen family's door. The one who opened it was a young man a full head shorter than me, dressed in coarse cloth, and the look in his eyes as he sized me up wasn't friendly. Jiang Chen, what do you want? I couldn't for the life of me remember where I'd wronged him. Most likely a grudge left over from when the body's original owner was running around being a lowlife. But today I was the one who needed a favor, so I still forced a smile and lifted up what I'd brought. Brother Chun, I just bagged a roe deer. Brought your family a bit of meat to try. The moment he saw the meat, his expression softened right up, and he took it without ceremony. Lucky for you. I quietly jotted this second Chin son down in my mental little black book. An aged voice came from the main hall. Second son of the Jiang family. Come in and sit. I walked in. Chun Fengtian was somewhere in his 60s, dark-skinned, the wrinkles on his forehead carved deep as knife cuts. For a landlord, he looked no different from any ordinary old farmer. That's thoughtful of you. Bagging a deer and still remembering to bring some over. He had his son put the meat away. Sit a while. Have some hot water. I waved him off. Uncle Chun, I won't sit. I came today mainly to borrow your donkey for a day. I need to make a run into town tomorrow. He mulled it over briefly. Fine. You want the flatbed cart too? Yes, please. I might be bringing some things back. All right. I'll have Yutong hitch it up. Just come get it first thing in the morning. I smiled and thanked him, then turned to leave. Behind me, that Chin Yutong muttered under his breath. Pa, why are you lending him the cart? The roads are miserable in winter. What if the donkey gets hurt? You already took his meat. How could I not lend it? Chen Fengtian shot him a glare. Chen Yutong pinched that chunk of meat in his hand, swallowed hard, then grumbled resentfully. If he hadn't suddenly wised up, those paddy fields of the Jiang family would have been ours by next year. Chen Fengtian narrowed his old eyes and drawled. What's the rush? I don't believe his luck's going to hold out forever. A wastrel like him. No matter how deep the family coffers, it's never enough for him to burn through. He let out a cold laugh. Just wait. If there's one thing landlords and rich gentry the world over love to do, it's buy land. In their eyes, farmland is the family fortune that gets passed down generation after generation. The more, the better. In an ordinary year, anyone selling their land would be cursed as a spendthrift, and even with pockets full of money, you couldn't be sure of buying so much as a single furrow. But this was a famine year. In a famine year, plenty of people go hungry, and so plenty of people sell their fields. Back when he was still an ordinary commoner, Chen Fengtian used to curse the heavens the moment a famine year struck. Now that he'd become headman, the biggest creditor in the village, he secretly hoped a famine year would come around every few years. Because it was only in famine years that people would surrender their ancestral land to pay for a single mouthful of grain to stay alive. Over this one winter alone, he'd loaned out nearly 100 bushels of millet. Come spring, those families who'd borrowed grain would be caught in the gap before the next harvest, and they'd have to come borrow seed grain to plant their fields all over again. Under his borrow 9, repay 13 compound interest scheme, the majority of the fields stamped with a thumbprint at his place were destined to change their surname to Chun. It was a business that never lost. The one thorn still stuck in his side was those 2 acres of the richest paddy land in the whole village, still held tight in Jiang Yolin's hands. This fat piece had been all but in his mouth. Not long ago, even the Jiang family's eldest, Jiang Tian, had come knocking, and the loan agreement was practically written up. Who could have guessed that in the span of just half a month, that worthless second Jiang son, Jiang Chun, would seem to be reborn as a completely different man. One minute he was a lowlife who'd sold off a whole winter's rations and was cursed by everyone, and the next he was a man of skill ranked among the best in the village. The change came so sudden and so strange that even an old fox like Chen Fengtian was caught a little off guard. He was scowling and turning it over in his mind when his son Chen Yutong came in to report that Zhang Sampo had latched onto their door again, saying his family couldn't put food on the table and wanting to draw a few more coppers to tide him over. Chen Fengtian's brow twisted into a knot. Weigh out 2 pounds of millet and send him off, and don't ever let him come around again. He couldn't even get the job done, and he still had the nerve to pull his lowlife act. At the Chun family's back door, Chen Yutong tossed a black cloth sack onto the muddy ground, his face full of disgust. This is what my pa's charity is giving you. Don't come back. Before the words were even out, the thick wooden door slammed bang, right in Zhang Sampo's face. The fawning smile on the man's face outside froze midair. He lunged forward and pounded on the door planks. Brother Chun, we had a deal in black and white. I egged Jiang Chun into selling off a whole winter's rations. For that you promised me a tale of silver when it was done. A cold sneer came through the door. Go dream on. We never even got close to touching their land. So where's the silver supposed to come from? Take a look for yourself. The Jiang family's eating like kings every day now. Does that look like folks about to sell their fields? Get lost while you still can. Come make a scene again, and once my big brother's back from town, you won't get treated this politely. That line hit him like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. The Chun family's eldest, Chen Yukuan, ran a brothel in the county town and kept 7 or 8 thugs on his payroll. If that man got truly riled, some night Zhang Sampo might just end up rotting in a ditch outside town, with not even a soul to collect his corpse. Zhang Sampo went limp and dropped down into the snowbank on his backside. When he went to pick up that sack of millet, the cloth bag had split open, and what spilled out was not only short on weight, it was mixed with nearly half a bag of livestock chaff. He clenched a fistful of that grain laced with animal feed, and a venomous light seeped into his eyes. Jiang Chun, why the hell didn't you die? Why didn't you just freeze to death on that road back to the village? Last time, he'd been so terrified he wet his pants on the spot, and once that humiliating story got around the whole village, he'd been too ashamed to show his face. Today, taking another round of humiliation from the Chun family for nothing. The man's mind twisted completely. But at heart, he was the type who bullies the weak and cowers before the strong. He didn't dare take out his rage on the Chins, so he could only pin his hatred over and over on Jiang Chun. That night, he deliberately unbuttoned the drunk, passed out Jiang Chen's clothes, hoping he'd freeze stiff in the snow. So why, of all things, hadn't he died? All these ins and outs I only pieced together bit by bit later on. When I came out the Chun family's front gate, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a familiar figure hunched in the corner by the wall. Zhang Sampo. What was he doing here? Could it be he'd come to borrow grain too? I knew the Chin family was the biggest creditor in Three Mountain Village, and that borrow 9, repay 13 usury of theirs always ended with land as collateral. My big brother Jiang Tian had nearly come to borrow himself once. The draft loan agreement had already been written up for him. If not for me, this outsider's soul, taking over this body by some strange twist of fate and forcing a change of heart, those 2 acres of the richest paddy in the whole village would sooner or later have fallen into the Chin's pockets. No wonder Jiang Tian still couldn't quite hold his head up passing the Chun family's door today. My big brother was just too honest. A black-hearted landlord like this was like a wolf crouched at the mouth of its den, waiting for a famine year to swallow other people's ancestral property one mouthful at a time. But I had no time to worry about these vexing matters for now. The most important thing at the moment was to guard my own little plot of land and not let these jackals gobble it up. By the time I dawdled my way back to my own doorstep, the sun had already climbed high overhead. I was about to step inside when I spotted another familiar figure standing by the door. Shen Yinxiu? She was still wearing that same old cotton coat, washed pale with age. Only the plain wooden hairpin she used to wear was gone. Today it was replaced by a peacock-tail silver step-shaking hairpin, gleaming bright, lending her whole figure an unexpected touch of elegance. It looked like she'd hurried over the whole way at a jog, both cheeks flushed red, breath puffing out white. Brother Jiang, the roe deer meat. Is there any left? She tipped her face up and asked my big brother quietly. Jiang Tian spread his hands and pointed to that frame at the village entrance, stripped down to bare white bone. Little sister, you've come too late. The disappointment in Shen Yinxiu's eyes was impossible to hide. But my sister-in-law Chen Xiaotsue was quick on her feet. She grabbed her husband and hauled him back, then greeted her with a smile. Yes, there is. We've still got a good half of it at home. We'd meant to save it for a New Year's treat. But since you want some, little sister, Annie will spare you a bit. Shen Yinxiu's eyes lit up in a flash. Then I'll take a pound. She hurriedly fished 30 copper coins out of her sleeve. Just as Chen Xiaotsue was heading inside to cut the meat, she ran into me coming back and lowered her voice. Erlang, how'd it go? Did you get it settled? All set. Tomorrow at the hour of Mao, I'll go fetch the donkey cart from the Chins, and we'll head into town together. Perfect. As she handed the cut meat over to Shen Yinxiu, she didn't forget to play matchmaker. Miss Shen, going there and back alone isn't convenient for you. Why not let our Erlang see you home? Shen Yinxiu waved her hands rapidly, as if she'd been scalded. She could see clear as day what was going on. Chen Xiaotsue was deliberately trying to push the two of us together, but her father, Shen Lang, wanted no part of it, from the bottom of his heart. Then, as if she'd suddenly remembered something important, she looked up, her eyes carrying a cautious, hopeful glint. Oh, right. Are you two going into town tomorrow? Could you take me along? I'll pay for the cart fare. Your father's illness still hasn't gotten better? She gave a small nod. With this heavy snow, the weather turned cold all at once, and his illness got worse again. And the medicine at home is nearly gone. Then let's go together, I answered offhandedly. She dipped into a proper, formal curtsy toward me, her voice soft and sweet. Thank you, Brother Chun. With that she turned and ran back home. The next day, just as the sky was turning fish-belly white at the horizon, my big brother and I went to fetch the donkey cart we'd arranged from the Chins. An aged old donkey was hitched to a creaking, beat-up flatbed cart. It really was a sorry sight. But even a broken-down cart like this was something only 3 or 4 households in all of Three Mountain Village could afford. When we'd driven the cart back to our own door, Shen Yinxiu was already waiting there. Chen Xiaotsue warmly grabbed her hands, cold as ice. Hurry up and climb aboard. Don't catch a chill. Auntie brought a cotton pillow just for you to sit on. There was no proper seat on the cart, so Shin Yinxiu could only huddle up hugging her knees. Jiang Tian drove up front, and I sat on the edge of the cart, swinging my legs. This was my first time riding a donkey cart since I'd crossed over into this world. At first it felt novel, but before long the potholed road jolted my backside sore, so I just jumped off and walked alongside for a stretch. My sister-in-law, on the other hand, was full of pep, peppering Shin Yinxiu with questions the whole way. So many the poor girl could barely keep up. I found it amusing, so I stepped in to smooth things over. Sister-in-law, Miss Shin got up before dawn. Let her lean on the pillow and rest a bit. Shin Xiaotsui slapped her own mouth. Oh my, listen to this loose tongue of mine. Shin Yinxiu declined, blushing, but quietly shot me a grateful look. The donkey cart rocked and swayed along for a good 4 hours, and by the time we entered town the sun was nearly straight overhead. Yongnian County town was ringed by an earthen-rammed wall not even 10 feet high, with several breaches crumbled open at the base, giving off an air of dilapidation. It was, at least, the biggest county town among the several nearby villages, and yet you couldn't find so much as a trace of proper prosperity. Once we actually got into the market streets, you could finally taste a bit of the lively bustle of ordinary human life. Along both sides of the street sat or stood any number of sallow, gaunt little peddlers, with steaming corn buns and flatbread, needles and thread, and bamboo baskets of mountain goods spread out before them. Jiang Tian reined in the donkey and gave instructions. Your sister-in-law and I will go sell this deer hide and the antlers first, turn them into cash. You take the Shun girl to the pawnshop first, then help her get her medicine, and after that go handle your own business. We three will meet up at the town gate before the hour of Shun. So we split up, taking 2 separate routes. I led Shin Yinxiu straight to the pawnshop in the West Market. Passing a steaming noodle stall, my empty stomach let out an embarrassing growl. Shin Yinxiu hurriedly lifted up her coin purse. Then this meal's on me. The two of us sat down on the low stools, and I called out for 2 bowls of hot broth noodles. The fragrance of the noodles mixed with the fresh richness of the bone broth hit me full in the face. I snatched up my chopsticks and slurped down a big mouthful, warmth spreading from my throat all the way down to my stomach, and I finished a whole bowl in 3 or 4 gulps. When I looked over at Shin Yinxiu, she was still sipping delicately, little bite by little bite, her small face flushed pink from the steam, revealing a certain shy, endearing sweetness. I actually found myself staring, lost in the sight of her. As if sensing my gaze, she raised a hand to tuck the loose strands of hair by her temple, and her face went even redder than before. Only then did I snap out of it. My mind was still fixed on the most important task of the day, fortune-telling. At a single thought, that familiar tortoise shell silently surfaced before my eyes, its surface crawling with strange symbols, a faint glow slowly flowing across it. This eerie sight was something only I, in all the world, could see. I extended my will and lightly touched the shell surface. The tortoise shell trembled, and after a good while 3 divination slips slowly floated up. Today's fortune, neutral. Minor fortune, a peddler in the East Market is selling medicinal herbs, among which is hidden a wild mountain ginseng that no one has noticed. Moderate fortune, someone on a West Market street is selling a hunting knife. Buying it may lead to a reward. Moderate misfortune, at the Flower Fragrance Pavilion, a wealthy man's daughter has fallen into the pleasure quarters. Rescuing her would earn a rich reward, but beware the retaliation that follows. I stared at this brand new set of divinations, my heart pounding with excitement. It really had changed. The content was entirely different from what I'd divined up in the mountains. Now it all pointed to things happening right here in this county town. The first 2 slips still couldn't shake the word mountain, one about medicinal herbs, one about a hunting knife. Could it be that the pattern of these divinations followed my current identity as a mountain dweller? Following that logic, that last one, the rescue the fallen woman, I mentally crossed off without even reading it closely. A hunter who'd only just gotten his footing. Where would I find the ability to go rescuing some pleasure house woman? A brothel almost certainly had underworld thugs entrenched behind it, and if I rashly stuck my nose in, I might just get myself killed. But those first 2, I had no intention of letting either one slip past me. Shin Yinxiu set down her chopsticks and said softly, I'm finished eating. The pawnshop sat right in the middle of the West Market. Once inside, behind a counter that was absurdly high sat an old man in a brown robe. Shun Yinxiu stepped up, took a deep breath, and slowly drew that silver step-shaking hairpin from her hair. A flowering branch design cast in pure silver, adorned with 5 kingfisher feather leaves as thin as cicada wings, 3 dangling pearl drops, and a red agate set at the pin's head. The instant the hairpin came out, her long black hair spilled down swoosh to her waist, and a maiden's peculiar fresh fragrance drifted into my nose, stirring an inexplicable flush of heat in me. She rolled the step-shaking hairpin in her palm again and again, her eyes full of reluctance, before she finally steeled herself and handed it over. The shopkeeper pinched the tail of the pin and turned it half a circle against the daylight. A silver-cast flowering branch step-shaker. This kingfisher colors flaked at the edges, the pearl drops have chips, and the agates cracked too. Shun Yinxiu's little face flushed red with anger in a flash, and she rose onto her tiptoes to snatch it back. You're slandering it. I won't pawn it. I stepped forward, and without any trace of effort, tucked her into my shadow while grabbing the wrist the shopkeeper was just about to draw back. Today I was still dressed in full hunter's garb, dogskin jacket, oxhorn bow slung over my shoulder, which made me look 3 shades more fierce. Glared at by me, the shopkeeper immediately swallowed his lowballing words and piled on a smile. It's all just trade talk, trade talk. 3 taels of silver, redemption term of 6 months. How's that? I was inwardly surprised. A small step-shaking hairpin like this could be worth 3 taels? That was nearly the value of 3 fat roe deer. It seemed the Shun father and daughter really did come from no ordinary background before. On the surface, I just spat out 2 flat words. Too low. 5 taels then. Any higher, and this old man takes a loss. I turned to look at Shun Yinxiu. Shielded behind me, she suddenly found her nerve. 8 taels. 1 copper less, and we'll take it somewhere else. 8 taels it is. To my surprise, the shopkeeper agreed on the spot, positively delighted. I understood at once. Damn, we'd still lowballed it. Out of the pawn shop, Shun Yinxiu glanced back at the signboard and let out a long breath. Then she turned around and said to me, in all earnestness, "Thank you. If you hadn't been standing beside me just now, I don't think I'd have gotten that price." I gave a small smile, my gaze falling on her long black hair, still hanging loose. Just saying thanks doesn't carry much sincerity, does it? My stare made the tips of her ears burn hot. She hurriedly turned away, fished the plain wooden hairpin from inside her clothes, and fumbled to tie her long hair back up. Then, "I'll treat you to a bowl of mutton noodles, all right." Her voice was low, carrying a hint of pleading. Of course, but I ate too much today, maybe next time. I knew when to quit while I was ahead. This girl's defenses were far too low. The slightest teasing turned her red. But it was precisely because of that innocence that I could never resist teasing her. As we strolled to the center of the West Market, I suddenly saw a crowd gathered up ahead, chattering noisily and pointing. Someone laughed at the top of his lungs. 2 taels of silver? Are you out of your mind wanting money? I squeezed in and saw a man crouched in the middle of the crowd, both hands clutching a half-worn wooden box, guarding it like a treasure. What are you selling? The man was wearing a ragged, patched cotton jacket, his face full of embarrassment. Selling a knife. My eyes lit up. Better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. He opened the wooden box. On a bed of straw lay a short knife, no more than half a foot long, but its entire blade was crawling with thick, dark red rust, looking like it'd crumble at a touch. How'd it rust to this sorry state? It's a knife passed down from my ancestors. It sat at home too long and rusted up like this. How much are you asking? 2 taels of silver. Another burst of roaring laughter went up around us. That rotten hunk of iron isn't worth 2 coppers. It'd just take up space. The man seemed to have finally found someone willing to ask a serious price. When my pa was alive, he said this was a treasured blade. If this winter weren't so unbearable, and if my wife hadn't fallen sick in bed, I'd never bring myself to sell it. 1 tael 500 at the very least. The medicine for my wife alone costs a tael, and I still need to buy some millet to make it through the winter. 1 tael 5. That was a full 1,500 coppers. I stared at the short knife, rusted so badly it looked ready to snap at a touch, and turned it over in my mind. No wonder the man didn't dare grind it himself. What he feared was that the moment he honed it, the blade would break right then and there and turn into scrap iron. I'd assumed the divination slip meant some treasured blade radiating a bone-chilling cold. But who'd have thought it'd be this shabby, unpresentable thing? And yet the divination stated, in black and white, moderate fortune, which only stoked my curiosity more. I'm going to look around a bit more. I'll be back before the hour of shun. I didn't rush to agree. What if there was another knife-selling stall somewhere? Besides, the bits of silver on me still couldn't quite scrape together the price he was asking. Shin Yinshio caught up, close behind. I could tell you actually really wanted to buy that knife, didn't you? A little. A family heirloom treasured blade for just one tael 5. That's a good deal. She spoke up hesitantly. Actually, my father and I ran into something similar when we were fleeing the famine. That time my father spent 5 taels of silver on an ancient book that was hyped up to the skies. When we got it home and looked, it was all a fake, tea-stained and fire-baked to look old. I had to laugh. Honestly, if I didn't have the divination slip backing me up, I'd probably have insisted this was a clumsy scam too. I made a show of pondering for a moment. That knife's handle isn't ordinary. One look and you can tell it's no common thing. In truth, I hadn't spotted anything special about it at all, but the divination said it wasn't ordinary, so it definitely had some secret hidden in it. As we walked, I suddenly felt someone gently tug at the hem of my coat. Looking down, I saw 2 little pieces of silver lying in her open palm. If you really want to buy it, I can lend you the silver first. An inexplicable warmth rose in my heart. She simply assumed I was short on cash. I reached out and lightly laid my hand over the back of her cold one, folding her hand closed like a little dumpling, and pushed it back toward her. Thanks for the kindness, but don't you worry about the money. This mountain hermit's got his own clever plans. Only when her hand had been pushed back did she realize, a beat too late. It seemed I'd taken a little advantage of her again. The tips of her ears quietly went red. Liar, she muttered under her breath, turning her face away. The way you talk, you sound like a character straight out of an opera script. All these fancy sayings one after another. You must spend every day hanging around the opera house. I've only been there once or twice, on occasion. I hadn't expected that she'd pay no mind at all to whether I could earn enough to buy the knife, and instead get hung up on this, whether I'd frequented the opera house. I noticed that in her skeptical eyes there was actually a hint of envy hidden away, so I asked, "What? You've never been to an opera house?" She shook her head honestly, her eyes full of longing. My father keeps me on a strict rein and never lets me go. I've only secretly read a few opera scripts. Then here's what we'll do. Once we've bought everything we need, I'll take you to see a show. Her eyes lit up in a flash, but the next instant they dimmed again. But my father says opera houses are crowded with all kinds of people. Very chaotic. What's there to be afraid of? You've got me. Come on, let's get the shopping done first. That's what matters. The two of us combed the West Market carefully one more time and never found a second knife-selling stall. Now I was completely certain. The one I was looking for was that rusty knife from before. Come on, to the East Market. Along the way I stopped now and then at stalls selling mountain goods and medicinal herbs to ask prices. Shin Yinshio was thoroughly puzzled. What medicinal herb are you actually looking for? I don't know. You don't know? Who in the world doesn't know what they're looking for and still goes searching the whole street like this? As she spoke, I stopped again at a stall selling balloon flower root. On this one street there were, front and back, as many as 4 stalls selling balloon flower root. I couldn't tell them apart by eye alone. I had to rely on the divination slip. I secretly summoned the tortoise shell and concentrated my will on that minor fortune slip, and before my eyes appeared a blurry vision, pointing straight at one unremarkable stall. I ambled up to that stall. The stall keeper was a gaunt-cheeked man with a weary face, hands tucked into his sleeves, dozing off. And there, among the pile of yellowish-brown balloon flower roots in front of him, was a slender, feeble root about the length of a middle finger, giving off a faint glow under the dim daylight that no one else could see. "Boss, how are you selling this balloon flower root?" I asked, though I already knew. 12 coppers a pound, no bargaining. Other stalls sell at 10. Go buy from them if you like. Never mind. Yours looks the best anyway. Weigh me a pound. I took the straw cord and bent down, casually grabbing a big handful of balloon flower root and deftly tying it up, That wild ginseng root. Of course, wrapped snug and hidden right in the very center without a trace. Weighing, paying, all smooth as flowing water. By the time I walked off carrying the balloon flower root, the stallkeeper had long since tucked his hands back into his sleeves and gone back to dozing. Shin Yinxiu watched from the side, puzzled. This stall's quality clearly isn't as good as the last one, and it's 2 coppers dearer. Why on earth would you pick this one? Did Uncle Jiang catch a cold? What do you want with so much balloon flower root? No one at home is sick. Having pulled it off, my heart felt light. I lifted the bundle of balloon flower root. What? You know your medicinal herbs too? She nodded. I've read a little from the medical texts. This balloon flower root benefits the 5 organs and the intestines and nourishes the blood and vital energy. But if no one in your family's ill, what do you want it for? I found a quiet spot by a wall, untied the straw cord, and laid the balloon flower roots out in a row. Take a look yourself. Which one's different from the rest? Different how? Aren't these all just the same balloon flower root? Before she'd finished, her voice cut off abruptly. Her fingers, as if drawn by something, reached toward the one in the very center, and with utmost care, she picked it up and cradled it in her palm. This one was nearly half as thin as an ordinary balloon flower root, its skin showing an aged, earthen yellow, its fibrous roots fine as cotton thread, tangling and coiling into a knot, with several purplish-brown dots no bigger than pinpoints clinging to it. This is wild mountain ginseng. Her hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Balloon flower root was only a dozen-odd coppers a pound, but even a single wild mountain ginseng seedling of only 1 year's growth could be traded at an apothecary for a full tael of silver. With each additional year, the price multiplied, and a decade-old ginseng started at 20 taels. This was pure, sky-high luck to actually pull out, from an entire bundle of balloon flower root, a single wild ginseng worth a fortune. How on earth did you spot it at a single glance? Isn't it obvious, sitting right there? Didn't you spot it at a glance too? I grew up scrambling around in these big mountains since I was little. She didn't have the slightest suspicion at this. But recognizing it and spotting it at a single glance, out of a pile of lookalikes were 2 entirely different things. So, now do you finally believe I can earn the money to buy that knife? I believe it, I believe it. She nodded again and again, and even the look in her eyes as she gazed at me had changed. It seems those rumors in the village about you being a good-for-nothing were all false. I nearly wept for joy. After all this effort, I was finally starting, bit by bit, to shake off that ratty, low-life scoundrel the body's original owner had left on my head. Although, she changed her tune, pursing her lips and looking at me. That part about being a lecherous scoundrel, that's probably true. She clearly still remembered the business of me holding her hand earlier. On this point, I must solemnly protest. This is the most unjust rumor in the whole village, twisted and passed on until it's all wrong. Huh. She just gave a light laugh and turned her head away, plainly unwilling to hear me argue my case. At the apothecary, Shin Yinxiu first handed over the prescription and got 10 days' worth of medicine. The white-haired old shopkeeper prepared the medicine, 8 qian of silver in all. Only then did I step forward, unhurried, and pull out an oil paper packet. Shopkeeper, do you buy medicinal herbs? I opened it up. It was a twin-stalk fresh gastrodia root. Oh, and a twin one at that. You've got some luck, kid. The old man perked up. Though a twin gastrodia's medicinal effect was no different from an ordinary one, its unusual, auspicious appearance meant it could fetch a higher price sold to the household of some high official or nobleman. Since you find it a rarity, shopkeeper, then please give me an honest price. As I said this, that one hand of mine stayed tucked in my clothes the whole time and never came out. I knew these shopkeepers' tricks all too well. Seeing my stance, the shopkeeper privately guessed this fellow surely had other fine herbs tucked away, and that if he didn't offer a satisfying price, the deal might just walk out the door. So he gave up any notion of lowballing. A 5-year gastrodia goes for 5 qian a single stalk. This twin one's a lucky charm, so I'll give you 1 tael 5 qian. I'd already looked into the going rates. An ordinary 5-year gastrodia went for 3 to 5 qian at market, and this 1 tael 5 was a genuinely high price. It seemed my little trick of keeping one hand hidden really did save me a lot of haggling. You're a fair man, shopkeeper. Then that one you've got tucked in your clothes. Bring it out too, and let me have a look and name a price. The old man stroked his beard, a shrewd glint in his eyes. I smiled, and only then took out the wild mountain ginseng. The old shopkeeper opened it up, and his brow furrowed slightly. What a pity, harvested too early, not even 3 years old, and dried without any care, so most of the fibrous roots have fallen off. The quality's really too poor. That balloon flower root peddler had been careless to begin with, and in his wildest dreams he'd never have imagined that a fortune's worth of ginseng was mixed in with his pile of worthless roots. Please name a price, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper reckoned it up quickly in his mind. Buying it for 2 taels would be a sure profit. But seeing that this young man was honest and likable, he wanted to do this herb-buying business with me over the long haul. He molded a moment. 2 taels 5 chien, how's that? At this quality, that's already the very top, and I'll just count it as forging a good bond. From now on, whatever medicinal herbs you gather in the mountains, just bring them to me. I hadn't expected a floridled wild ginseng could sell for as high as 2 taels 5 chien. That wild ginseng was famously a life-sustaining thing, able to hold on to a dying person's last breath at the critical moment. Even after paying me this high price, the apothecary would still make a full 100% profit reselling it. Both deals struck cleanly. The shopkeeper's smile grew even broader. That comes to 4 taels of silver in all. This old man's surname is Wang, given name Baoha, Jiang Chun, of 3 Mountain Village. Thank you, shopkeeper Wang. Before taking the silver, I asked one more question. Shopkeeper Wang, where in this county town can I buy a book that explains medicinal herbs? I'd like to study up so I can recognize more of them, and not go into the mountains completely in the dark. Wang Baoha reached up to the shelf and pulled down a booklet worn soft at the edges, its yellowed cover reading, Illustrated Record of 100 Herbs. Here, this one's a gift for you. Many thanks, shopkeeper Wang. Saving myself the cost of a book was, of course, a pleasant surprise. Only after tucking the 4 taels of silver into my purse did I belatedly realize that Shun Yinxiu was still standing rooted in place, staring straight at me, unable to snap out of it for the longest while. Let's go. We'll buy that knife first, then I'll take you to see the show. I said it's my treat. I jingled the heavy purse, and that finally shook her out of it. Right, the show. She came to as if waking from a dream. But the look in her eyes as she gazed at me now held a complicated glow that was hard to put into words. Earlier, watching me pull out the gastrodia and the wild ginseng, she'd only found it novel. Before her family's decline, they too had been a great household that always kept precious medicinal herbs on hand. But this unhurried way of mine in the haggling truly left her spellbound. That calm, composed figure vaguely reminded her of her own long-deceased grandfather. The head of the Shin family back in those days had, with exactly this kind of smooth, socially adept skill, forcibly extended the storm-tossed Shin family's lifeline for several more decades. Yet in the end, it was precisely because he was too slick and worldly on all sides that he'd tumbled headlong into an enormous treason case, burying the Shun family's last remaining foundation for good. But these weighty matters of the past didn't in the least dampen the wonder now welling up in her at the sight of me. How could a rustic country boy only a year older than her possess such a stillness, unflustered in the face of trouble, able to hold his composure? And how could such a person have been taken by the whole village for a worthless low-life scoundrel? Back in the West Market once more, I headed straight for the center of the street. The knife-selling man was still sitting by the roadside with his head hanging, and there was no longer anyone before him asking prices. Seeing me approach, he immediately stood up, rubbing his hands. You're back. Where's the knife? You didn't sell it. No, I didn't. I said I'd keep it for you. He opened the wooden box, revealing that rust-covered short knife. Take another look. If you truly want it, 1 tael, 3 chien. He named the price with obvious heartache. I waved my hand. Since I was already getting a huge bargain, I didn't haggle him down any further. Let's make it 1 tael 5 chien. The man's face lit up with joy, and tears actually seeped from the corners of his eyes. Thank you. Thank you. It's yours, just take it. I drew the silver from my purse, and he hurriedly handed the wooden box over, took the silver, bowed twice more, then turned and walked off without looking back, as if he'd struck an enormous windfall. I held the wooden box cradled against my chest, the moderate fortune in hand, my heart thoroughly pleased. Shin Yinxiu, seeing my excited face, couldn't help but caution me again. But it's a rusty knife after all. Maybe that man was cheating you. If it's a family heirloom, it must be hiding a secret. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been passed down so long. I gave a smile. Well, I've already bought it. We'll talk about it later. Let's go see the show first. At the center of Yongnian County stood a three-story opera house, a black plaque with gold lettering hanging over its vermilion lacquered gate, reading Pavilion of Gathered Joy in 3 large characters. Stone lions stood on either side of the door, and a colorful awning was set up outside, red lanterns hanging beneath it. The clang of gongs and drums and the strains of the eru mingled with cheers, surging out from inside the building in waves. In this rundown Yongnian County, this counted as the most extravagant structure around. Shin Yinxiu tilted her head up to gaze at the 3-story building, her eyes full of yearning. A young attendant in a short dark blue jacket came up to greet us. "The 2 of you here for the show? This way, please." The 2 of us stepped inside, and the din came surging at us from every direction. On the stage in the center lay a crimson carpet. An actor with a white-painted face, wearing a minister's hat, his black robe embroidered with a dark gold python pattern, made the jade belt at his waist ring out a cold clink. With each step, his shrill voice half chanting, half singing. From that getup, this was a treacherous court official. "Which piece is this?" I asked, leaning to the side. "The 4th act of the Ballad of Pure Loyalty, beheading the treacherous minister," the attendant answered. "Where will the 2 of you sit?" "Scattered seats are 10 coppers a person, and the front tables come with tea, melon seeds, and fruit to eat as you please, 100 coppers a person." Front table. I'd been walking all day, and I had no intention of sitting on a little stool. Though our spots were at the very back of the 8 Immortals table, we could still see clearly. Listening to the drawn-out warbling of the lyrics, before long I started to feel drowsy. Shun Yinxiu beside me, on the other hand. At first she still had things on her mind, but she was soon utterly captivated, her fists clenched, her eyes brimming with tears, one hand gripping the hem of her clothes so hard she nearly wrung the fabric to shreds. "What's there to get so worked up about?" I grumbled to myself. Then again, maybe there was just so little entertainment in this era that watching opera held a natural pull for the common folk. Watching that tense little face of hers, another thought suddenly came over me. I reached over and used my own hand to take the place of that suffering hem of her clothes. She seemed not to notice at all, and instead gripped even tighter. The opera's plot rose and fell dramatically, and the common folk below the stage watched with their emotions surging too. When the loyal minister was wrongly accused, someone cursed in a rough voice, "You cur," and melon and fruit peels went flying up onto the stage nonstop. When the loyal minister was murdered, thrown into prison, and beheaded at the execution ground, the cursing swelled even more fiercely, nearly enough to bring the roof down. And when someone brought the case before the emperor, and the emperor suddenly saw the truth and had the treacherous minister's whole clan executed, the audience, who'd been furious only moments before, cheered as one. "Well killed." Shen Yinxiu, who'd been gripping my hand so tightly it ached, rose to her feet cheering along too. "Well killed." A plot like this held nothing new in my eyes. The emperor's always deceived, and only after the treacherous minister has hounded the loyal one to death does he suddenly wake up to the truth. Whereupon that muddle-headed old emperor instantly reclaims his image of brilliance and might. But Shin Yinxiu getting so worked up did surprise me a little. A rich man's daughter who'd fled the famine all the way to a remote backwater like 3 Mountain Village. Could it be she had some connection to the imperial court? The opera paused for the moment, and the cheers cut off along with it. Shin Yinxiu sat back down with the crowd, and without thinking put her hand back where it had been, gripping my hand once more. At that touch, she flinched back like a startled rabbit, yanking it away. Only then did I withdraw my hand and say, casual as anything, "You've left a whole handful of sweat on me." "You." Her face flushed red in a flash, until it seemed white steam might billow from the top of her head. "You scoundrel." I was struck dumb watching. It was the first time I'd ever seen someone so angry steam practically rose off their head. But seeing that about-to-cry look on her face, I finally understood. This girl from ancient times really was different from modern ones. It seemed she was actually a little angry. Only, even her angry expression was rather lovely. Her long lashes trembled and fluttered, Her rosy lips quivered faintly, and she fixed me with a stare that was both wary and wronged. An urge to pinch her little cheeks rose up in me. But at a moment like this, I didn't dare pour more oil on the fire, so I could only gently change the subject. You still want to watch? There's another act coming up. She glared at me for a long while before finally spitting out resentfully. Not watching anymore. Let's go home. Then she twisted her head aside and cursed under her breath. Lecher. That particular curse held no power over me. Walking out of the opera house, she stormed off ahead all by herself, steaming mad. I hurried up to her side. Was the show good? Mm. In the end, she still gave a reply. I'll bring you again next time, all right? She stopped in her tracks, turned, and fixed me with those pretty eyes, then twisted her face away again, tossing me the back of her head as she walked on ahead. Fine. I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from turning up. A little more fuel on the fire, and I ought to be able to win her over. The next thing on my list was the fine rice and white flour I'd been thinking about. In this famine year, rice had shot up to 30 coppers a pound, and white flour was 40, almost as expensive as pork. Most common folk filled their bellies with millet. Hardly anyone could afford the fine grains. I bought 20 pounds of fine rice first, then 20 pounds of white flour. Even if I couldn't manage white rice at every meal from here on out, I figured I could at least have it once a day. Shin Yinxiu had planned to buy nothing but millet, but with her father gravely ill, she added 10 pounds of fine rice too, along with 30 pounds of millet. Looking at those sacks of grain on the ground, though, she was stumped. With that tiny frame of hers, how could she possibly haul them? In the end, she had no choice but to turn to me, her lips pouting slightly. Help me. I chuckled. Not mad anymore. Humph. She let out a little snort. That's how I knew her anger had pretty much cooled off. All right, I've got it. I waved over one of the shop's hired hands and told him to cart the grain to the city gate. I wasn't dumb enough to carry it myself. 70 or 80 pounds would have meant 2 trips. Why bother? On the way, I also bought 2 roast chickens and a dozen sesame-sprinkled fried flatbreads, all for just over 300 coppers. At the city gate, my older brother Jiang Tian and my sister-in-law Chen Xiaotsue were already waiting. Chen Xiaotsue asked first, Miss Shun, why'd you buy so much grain? Half of it's mine, I cut in. Jiang Tian eyed the 2 big sacks on the cart, a little startled. Didn't we agree I'd handle buying the grain? What are you buying all this for? I opened one of the sacks to show him. The snowy white rice and flour spilled into view. His lips started trembling. You spendthrift. You're a real spendthrift. It wasn't a holiday or a festival. Who eats this much fine rice and flour? If the villagers caught wind of it, they'd be gossiping behind our backs for sure. What did you say, brother? I leaned in to ask. Chen Xiaotsue quickly tugged at his sleeve, and his expression eased a bit. Nothing. I knew he was just gritting his teeth and letting it slide. This rice and flour would last 10 days, maybe half a month. Better than the old me blowing money on wine and meat and wolfing it all down in one sitting. Still, he couldn't help asking. I already sold off the roe deer hide and antlers. Where'd you get the money for this? I gathered some medicinal herbs up on the mountain a while back and sold them at the apothecary. Just enough to cover all this. It wasn't easy to dig up herbs in the dead of winter. But my luck had been remarkable these past few days. Seeing me come back with so much, he didn't press further. He even fished a handful of copper coins out of his shirt and pressed them into my hand. This is what's left. You keep it. I glanced at the millet they'd bought, less than the fine rice I'd gotten, and the cheapest kind at that, and knew they still couldn't bear to spend. So I pushed the coins back. You two hang on to it. Buy something else next time you're in town. It's getting late. Let's hurry back. Once all the grain was loaded onto the flatbed cart, there was no way we could all ride on the way home. The old donkey only had so much strength. Carrying that much grain plus people would have been too much. Chen Xiaotsue took Shen Yinxiu's hand and tried to get her onto the cart, but she shook her head, silently scooting closer to my sister-in-law and farther from me. Chen Xiaotsue shot me a puzzled look. She'd meant to give the 2 of us some alone time to grow closer. So why did things seem more distant instead? She figured I must have done something to annoy Shin Yinxiu, so she kept holding the girl's hand the whole way, singing my praises nonstop. Shin Yinxiu just listened quietly. Halfway home, Shin Yinxiu's steps slowed until she couldn't keep up. I turned my head. Just get on the cart already. I won't. She was still being stubborn. Then should I carry you up? I turned and leaned in close to her, tilting forward slightly. She stared at me with those big, watery eyes, as if she couldn't believe I'd actually said that. The moment I raised my hand, she leapt onto the donkey cart faster than anything, hugging her knees to her chest as she sat wedged between the grain sacks, her whole face wary. Chen Xiaotsue covered her mouth and snickered. Shen Yinxiu buried her face in her knees, her ears going red again, and muttered under her breath, "Pervert." With her on the cart, we made much better time. Just before dark, we finally reached Three Mountains Village. Jiang Tian drove the cart straight to the Shun household. Those few dozen pounds of grain were far more than Shen Yinxiu could carry alone. The cart stopped in front of the Shun family's home. Shen Lang, draped in a black cloak, opened the door. His face was pale, his lips utterly bloodless. The moment Shen Yinxiu saw her father, she jumped down from the cart. "Father, Yinxiu, you're back." Shen Lang coughed lightly a couple of times, his gaze traveling past his daughter to land on the rest of us. Seeing me and my brother, his expression stiffened. Only when he saw Chun Xiaotsue did it soften a little. "And these people are?" "This is sister-in-law Jiang, big brother Jiang, and second brother Jiang. It's thanks to them that I was able to bring back the grain and medicine today." At the word Jiang, Shen Lang's smile froze instantly. His gaze finally settled on me, on the dog fur coat I was wearing, and the big bow slung across my back. "Jiang Chun." I stepped forward and gave an awkward, half-baked bow. "Good evening, Mr. Shun." His face was dark enough to drip water. He came down the steps. "Which ones are ours?" Shen Yinxiu pointed to the 2 sacks of grain. He was about to go grab them when I hoisted one in each hand and walked right past him, striding straight through the Shun family's front door. "Yinxiu, where do you want these?" I called out loudly. When Shen Lang heard me say Yinxiu, his pale face flushed, and he broke into a violent coughing fit, nearly toppling over. Luckily, Shen Yinxiu rushed to steady him. As I stepped into the courtyard, I couldn't keep the grin off my face. "Old man, that Yinxiu of mine probably really got under your skin, didn't it?" Shen Yinxiu hadn't expected me to get so bold either. In the heat of the moment, she instinctively answered, "The kitchen's on the left." One question, one answer, and Shen Lang's face went from white to green. Soon I came back out of the house. Seeing his livid expression, I quickly wiped the smile off my face. "Mr. Shun, we'll be heading back now." He stared at me silently, his lips trembling. In the end, he only managed to squeeze out 2 words. "No need to see you off." With that, he turned and walked back inside without looking back. Shen Yinxiu hurried after him, but paused at the door to look back. "Thank you today, big brother Jiang, sister-in-law Jiang." "What about me?" I threw in. "Get in here," came Shen Lang's furious shout from inside. Shen Yinxiu shot me a hard glare and rushed in. Then the Shen family's front door slammed shut with a bang. On the way home, Jiang Tian looked back and mumbled, "Seems like Mr. Shun doesn't much care for you, Chun." Chen Xiaotsue rolled her eyes. "With the reputation you used to have, what family would? Besides, one look and you can tell Mr. Shun is a proud, down-on-his-luck fellow from some fallen well-to-do family, broke now, but still putting on airs. If you want to marry his daughter, it's going to be tough." Ever since meeting Shen Lang, my sister-in-law, who'd been so eager to set us up, was starting to have second thoughts. I couldn't have cared less, though. In fact, having riled up Shen Lang just now, I was feeling rather pleased with myself. "Brother, sister-in-law, don't you two worry about this." "What are you talking about? I'm your big brother. How could I not worry about your marriage?" Jiang Tian's face went stern. "Or you could find a girl from another family. You've got real skills now. It wouldn't be as hard to arrange a match as it used to be." I laughed a couple of times, but didn't argue. When we reached the center of the village, I spotted my nephew Jiang Nungwen and my niece Jiang Xiaoyan playing in the snow at the village entrance. Jiang Tian called out from a distance, "Get home and eat, both of you." Jiang Nungwen was the first to spring up. "Dad." "Second uncle." "Mom." I pulled the oil paper bundle from my shirt, and the savory aroma wafted out instantly. Jiang Nungwen bolted straight over. "Second uncle." "What smells so good?" "Roast chicken. Weren't you always dying to try it? I bought it in town." The second he heard that, he scrambled onto the donkey cart, hollering that he wanted to go home and eat. The 3 other kids playing nearby cast envious looks his way, practically drooling. I beckoned to them and pulled 3 fried flatbreads out of the bundle, one for each. The children took tiny bites of their flatbreads and ran off, thrilled. Jiang Xiaoyan and Jiang Mingwen each got one too. When Chun Xiaozue saw me giving the flatbreads to other families' children, her brows knit together with distress. Chun, even if you've got money, you've got to be careful with it. That roast chicken was way too expensive. It's fine, let the kids have some. I smiled. Over these past few days, I'd gradually let the change in me show. I no longer went out of my way to keep up my old rascal persona. I only trotted it out when that reputation actually came in handy. Brother, sister-in-law, you two have a piece too. Jiang Tian steered the cart with one hand and took the 2 flatbreads with the other. He took a bite, then shoved one at Qin Xiaozue. Eat. Otherwise, this little brat will polish it all off. Once we got home and unloaded everything, Jiang Tian had to return the cart to the Qin family. Watching that old donkey plod away, I muttered to myself, a donkey just won't cut it. Once I've got money, I need to buy a mule, or better yet, a horse. Now that would be impressive. But even the cheapest horse costs several dozen taels of silver, so it was still beyond what I could dream of for now. Inside the house, my father Zhang Yulin frowned at the grain we'd hauled in. Why'd you buy so much? And fine rice, too. One roe deer hide got you all this. Then he watched me pull out the roast chicken and flatbreads, and grew even more anxious. Where'd you get all this money? Don't ask so many questions, Dad. Just eat. Sister-in-law, cook up some dry rice with the fine rice tonight, and stew the roe deer meat and roast chicken. Throw in a vegetable dish too. Let's have a real feast. I smiled and changed the subject. Jiang Yulin reached out and poked my forehead. You, when have you ever eaten poorly? And now you're insisting on eating well. Who lives like this? But despite his words, looking at the kitchen full of grain, Chun Xiaozi couldn't hold back her smile. It's no trouble at all. Here, eat a flatbread first. I'll go make dinner. Oh, right, sister-in-law, where's the whetstone? Taking the sandstone block, worn hollow in the middle, I finally opened the wooden box I'd been carrying all this time, revealing the rusty knife inside. Jiang Yulin leaned in for a look and immediately frowned. What's this junk? Where'd you dig up a knife that rusted? A treasure. Treasure my foot. You think I've never seen a hunting knife? He said angrily. Rusted through like that. It's worthless no matter how good it was. Did you get swindled in the county town? I couldn't be bothered to fetch water, so I just grabbed a handful of snow, set it on the whetstone, and started grinding away, bit by bit. The white snow quickly turned red with rust water, and layer after layer of rust flaked off, revealing the dark, gleaming blade underneath. Don't grind it like that, Jiang Yulin fretted. The knife's rusted all the way through. If you press that hard, it'll snap. If it snaps, then it's proof it's not a treasure. I didn't stop for a second. Honestly, I was nervous too. This thing had cost me 1 tael and 500 coppers of silver. If it broke, that money was down the drain. Even believing in the divination, I couldn't help but feel tense. Crack. The half-foot-long hunting knife snapped clean in two under my hand before I'd even ground it 30 times. Both broken ends were caked with rust. Clearly it had rusted right down to the core, beyond any hope of saving. I stared at the broken knife, at a total loss for words. I told you a rusty knife like that couldn't be a treasure. You wouldn't trust your old man's eye, decades of hunting experience. Jiang Yulin gloated. 1 tael, 500 coppers, I mumbled. What? His eyes nearly popped out of his head. What did you say? I paid 1 tael and 500 coppers of silver for it. You spendthrift. I'll beat you. He raised his cane, but stopped at midair. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to bring it down, so he just pointed at me and cursed. Got cheated and didn't even know it. Somebody must have fed you a line about it being a family heirloom, one of kind. Let me tell you, this is all fake to look old. The material isn't even good iron. There's no way you'd forge a treasure blade out of that. Could it really be that just because I didn't draw a divination lot, wanting to gamble on my own instead, I'd lost? I muttered to myself. Maybe what the moderately auspicious reading pointed to wasn't the knife at all, but something else. I picked up the broken blade and examined it closely, but still couldn't make heads or tails of it, and could only heave a long sigh. Then my gaze shifted and landed on the empty wooden box beside me. I tossed the broken knife aside, reached in, and pulled out all the straw from the box, holding it up to the light and inspecting it carefully. Still nothing special. Just then, Jiang Yulin, staring at the wooden box, said, "That box, though, isn't bad. Looks like it's made of camphor wood. Worth 100 or 200 coppers." These con artists really went all out. A flash of insight went off in my head. If what that scholar said was true, that the knife and the box had been passed down together, then how could the knife have rusted like this while the box showed no signs of age at all? Could the real treasure be the box? But if the box was valuable, how could the pawnshop have failed to notice? Unless the treasure was something hidden inside the box. I stood up, raised the box high overhead, and slammed it down hard. Bang! The wooden box crashed to the floor and shattered into pieces. Jiang Yulin gaped at the broken shards of wood, his lips trembling. What a waste, what a waste. He'd just said the box was the only thing worth anything, and in the blink of an eye I'd smashed it to bits. But I paid him no mind. I bent down and rummaged through the wood scraps, finally lifting out the backing panel, completely undamaged. It was heavier than the other pieces. Picking it up for a closer look, I found there was actually a hidden compartment inside. Sure enough, the real treasure was in the box. For this divination to point me toward buying the knife, now that was just dirty. Unable to contain my joy, I pried the compartment open with both hands. A thin, silver-colored metal plate tumbled out and hit the floor with a clear ring. This is Jiang Yulin, about to launch into another tirade, had his gaze instantly nailed to that silver plate and swallowed his curses right back down. I bent to pick it up. It was quite heavy in my hand, at least 2 or 3 taels, and one touch told me it was silver. 3 taels of silver, so I'd come out ahead after all. No wonder the box felt heavier than an ordinary wooden case. It had this hidden inside. But when I got a clear look at the design carved into the silver plate, my breath suddenly caught. The first line bore 3 large characters, Rolling Thunder Fist. What had been hidden in that compartment was actually a martial arts manual. No wonder the scholar had said his family had abandoned martial pursuits for scholarship. Turns out he wasn't lying. His family must truly have once had a martial legacy. It was only because they'd fled disaster and their elders had died suddenly that later generations never realized the family heirloom preserved a martial art. A fist technique, martial arts. Who hasn't dreamed of being a martial hero? The only question was whether this was the kind of cheaply printed street pamphlet from my past life, or a genuine manual that could actually make you skilled. Jiang Yulin leaned in too, staring at the silver plate and murmuring, "This silver plate's got to weigh at least 3 taels." Just moments ago he'd been cursing me as a spendthrift, but now his eyes were full of delight. If it really weighed 3 taels, then I'd more than doubled my money. "See, I told you it was a treasure," I said, unable to suppress my grin. "Dad, the treasure isn't the silver plate. It's the words on it." I held the silver plate up in front of him. "There's a martial art recorded on here." Jiang Yulin's eyelid gave a violent twitch. His voice suddenly dropped low as he read the first 2 characters aloud. Rolling Thunder. He'd only gotten out 2 words before his voice cut off abruptly, the shock in his eyes now even greater than mine had been. "Come inside with me." The emotion instantly vanished from his face, leaving it as calm as still water. Gripping the silver plate, he walked straight into the house, shut the doors and windows tight, and only then sat on the edge of the bed to examine it closely. It was a long while before he slowly spoke. "Rolling Thunder Fist, 6 stance training forms, 9 combat techniques. It's a martial art. It really is a martial arts manual. What incredible fortune, truly incredible fortune. Could it be that our Jiang family is destined to rise to prominence through you?" The reason I'd immediately shown it to him was precisely because I wanted to ask whether martial arts truly existed in this world. My father wasn't some ordinary old man who'd never left 3 Mountains village. He'd been a soldier and had seen far more than most. "Dad, do martial arts really exist in this world?" He nodded. "Of course they do. Those prestigious clans. Which of them doesn't have martial arts passed down through the family? When I was a soldier, men who had martial skills went in and became squad leaders or file leaders right off the bat. Fellows like us with no foundation could only serve as common foot soldiers. Any family with a martial legacy, strong or weak, could dominate their corner of the land. In an age where imperial authority barely reached the countryside, martial strength was the most direct kind of security. So if you trained it to the peak, how powerful could you get? He pondered for a moment. I've heard there were great masters in the army who could take on 100 men at once. As for the specifics, I never saw it with my own eyes. Hearing this, I felt excited at first, then a little disappointed. Excited because martial arts could truly be cultivated, which meant this manual was almost certainly genuine. Disappointed because the ceiling was only fighting 100 men, not the sky-shattering, earth-splitting martial paths from the fantasy novels of my past life. But then again, as long as it could boost my strength, it would be an enormous help to me. Seeing me fall silent, Zhang Yulin spoke up. You obtained this, so it's yours to decide what to do with. Used well, your line is sure to flourish. Nothing in his words, spoken or unspoken, suggested he wanted me to hand over the manual. I came back to myself and smiled. What are you talking about, Dad? I plan to bring the manual out so my brother and Nungwen can practice it too. And you should practice it as well. It'll strengthen everyone's bodies, at the very least. Astonishment filled his eyes. The old me wouldn't even share a bite of food with his nephew and niece. And now I was willing to share such a precious martial art? You're willing to bring it out. We haven't split up the household. If I'm the only one practicing, how could that compare to the whole family practicing together? I said frankly. Zhang Yulin let out a long breath. Chun, you really have changed. It seemed that ever since the night I nearly froze to death outside, I'd become a completely different person. That night, I almost froze to death. When I woke up, I realized how foolishly I'd been living, and I keep wanting to make up for it somehow. I said, half true, half not. Good. He was so moved his face flushed red, not just because of this martial art, but because of the change in me. Then we'll do as you say. I'll go call your brother right now, and we'll all talk it over together. Right then and there, father and son began studying this rolling thunder fist we'd stumbled upon. But halfway through, both of us frowned. The manual stated that to practice martial arts, one first needed abundant blood and vigor, which, put plainly, meant you had to eat meat and eat fine rice and flour, and in large quantities. A beginner had to eat half a pound of meat a day. Once you'd crossed the threshold, a pound of meat a day was the baseline. The deeper your cultivation, the higher grade the flesh and blood you required, and further along you'd even need all sorts of precious medicines. Without enough meat to replenish yourself, if you forced your way through the training anyway, you might see some changes early on and grow stronger than ordinary people. But though you'd look robust and healthy on the outside, you'd actually be burning through your body's very essence. In the end, one gust of wind would be enough to finish you off, like a lamp burned out of oil. This. Zhang Yulin clicked his tongue in disbelief. No wonder they say, the poor study, the rich fight. Ordinary families couldn't afford to support a martial artist. Just the daily meat alone was more than a common household could bear. I gave a wry smile too, though it made sense to me. Strength doesn't come out of thin air. If you want to gain power, of course you have to fuel it with meat. How about you just practice it yourself first, alone? Zhang Yulin said. We've still got half a roe deer at home, enough to feed you for a while. It's fine, Dad. Before the mountain closes for winter, I'll just make a few more trips up. For an ordinary family, getting hold of this fist technique would only make it a useless burden. Without a solid financial foundation, they couldn't afford to practice it at all. And if people learned there was a martial arts manual hidden in the house, it could easily invite covetous eyes, maybe even a fatal disaster. No wonder that scholars' ancestors had sealed it away in a box. Once the family fortune collapsed, this thing had become a hot potato long ago. But I was different. I could divine fortune and misfortune. With 3 mountains at my back, as long as I went up the mountain regularly, I could hunt plenty of game. Cultivating this blood and vigor martial path wouldn't be a problem at all. Zhang Yulin mulled it over for a moment. Then let's prioritize you alone for now. After spring comes, I'll go up the mountain with you. Once we've got enough game, we'll let you develop some real skill first, and then your brother and Nungwen can learn it. I thought about it briefly and nodded. That works. Just then, Jiang Tian's voice came from outside. Dad, Chun, come out and eat. Coming, Zhang Yulin answered, then lowered his voice in a reminder. Since that's the case, don't tell your brother about this for now. Until you've developed some real skill, the fewer people who know, the better. I nodded, tucked the silver plate away against my body, and followed him out. Dinner was a big pot of stewed roe deer and roast chicken, plus a plate of wild greens. a spread other families might not even manage for New Year's. When Chun Xiaozue saw the broken knife in the courtyard, she asked, "Chun, what happened with that broken knife?" "Bought it in the county town. Turned out to be useless. But the box it came in is made of good material. Sister-in-law, take it and have it made into a jewelry box." Chen Xiaozue shot Jiang Tian a look. "What jewelry do I even have?" Jiang Tian's weathered face went red. "Come spring, I'll redeem your silver bracelet." Earlier, when Dad got hurt, she'd pawned the silver bracelet from her dowry, and it still hadn't been redeemed. "You said it, remember?" Chun Xiaozue went out to the courtyard, beaming, to pick up the broken box, then exclaimed in wonder, "It really is camphor wood. Have a carpenter fix it up, and it'll be good as new." Hard as I'd smashed it, only the joints had come apart. Cut down to a smaller size, it could still be used. At dinner, I didn't hold back. I shoveled in the white rice and gobbled up the meat until my belly was so stuffed I couldn't fit another bite. Jiang Nungwen and I both rubbed our bellies, groaning about how full we were. "Second uncle, that roast chicken was so good." Jiang Mingwen wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, the whole thing feeling like a dream. He didn't know yet that the friends he'd built snowmen with today had gone home clamoring for roast chicken and gotten a good thrashing for it from their families, who cursed me as a spendthrift and warned the kids never to grow up like me. Meanwhile, over at the Shun household, the dinner table was unusually silent. Shenlang was eating white rice for the first time in ages, yet he had no appetite. Halfway through the meal, he said to his daughter, "Yinxiu, these days have been hard on you, but someday we'll go back." Shin Yinxiu gave a soft though in her heart, she held out little hope. Watching the opera today, seeing the treacherous official brought down, she'd once fantasized that the emperor would come to his senses, pardon the Shin family, and let them all return to the capital. That was why she'd watched so intently. But after thinking it over the whole way home, she'd finally remembered. Her own family were the traitorous faction, the surviving remnants of a rebellion. Forget returning to the capital. Setting foot in any sizable city could get them thrown into prison. And she had no idea how her mother and younger sister were faring now. Seeing his daughter's calm expression, Shen Lang leaned forward. "So you must never let that rascal deceive you. You two are not the same kind of people, understand?" Shen Yinxiu finally lifted her head, a trace of anger in her voice. "Father, I already told you there's nothing between us. Stop imagining things." Shenlang hadn't expected such a strong reaction from his daughter. He opened his mouth, and his voice came out a bit hoarse. "That's for the best. From now on, have as little to do with him as possible." "I know," she answered offhandedly, taking small bites of her food. But as she spoke those 3 words, "nothing between us," the hand I'd held during the opera grew faintly warm. For some reason, she couldn't explain. That little bit of warmth seemed to give her, in this strange and unfamiliar place, one more thing she could lean on. She closed her eyes and shook the tangled thoughts away. "I'm full. I'll go brew your medicine." Shenlang watched his daughter's retreating figure and let out a long sigh. A grown daughter can't be kept at home forever. How could he not know that? Maybe we should move somewhere else, but we've hardly got anything left to pawn. After dinner, I hurried straight back to my room to study Rolling Thunder Fist. The first form was a standing stance called the Thunder Before the Strike stance. Following the diagrams on the silver plate, I memorized the key points and started practicing right there in the room. Feet shoulder-width apart, toes turned slightly outward, knees bent and hips sunk as if sitting on a tall stool, spine straight. Both arms circled in front of the chest, fingers slightly spread as if grasping a thunderbolt, eyes forward, chin tucked in a little, tip of the tongue lightly touching the roof of the mouth. I drew a deep breath and tried to sink my breathing down into my dantian, each breath making my waist and abdomen rise and fall gently, feeling strength gather upward from the gushing spring points at the soles of my feet, accumulating without releasing. In less than a quarter of an hour, a sore, aching sensation spread through every part of my body, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down my forehead. I did my best to steady my breathing, but my body still trembled uncontrollably, until with a thud I collapsed to the floor, my legs quivering. Sure enough, it wasn't so easy. I crawled back onto the bed to rest, then practiced again a quarter of an hour later. After 3 rounds like this, my stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. I thought I'd made some breakthrough. Then I sensed it again, and my expression turned a little odd. It was hunger. That hungry feeling surged up so fiercely I couldn't hold out any longer, and I hurried back onto the bed. I'd eaten so much, enough to last me until the next morning. Yet somehow just 3 rounds of stance training had burned it all up. But didn't that just prove I was doing it right? As long as I could turn all the flesh and blood I ate into pure strength, then no matter how grueling it was, it'd be worth it. Strength was exactly what my archery needed most right now. And once I got up the mountain, hunting would become much easier and yield more game. The two feeding into each other, so my progress could only get faster. There'd be no more practicing today. I lay on the bed, lit the oil lamp, and kept poring over the manual. Perhaps that scholar's ancestors, worried their descendants wouldn't be able to learn it, had made the diagrams and text extremely detailed, which now worked out perfectly for me. With this silver plate, I could learn the whole thing on my own without a teacher. Not until the oil lamp burned out did I reluctantly put the silver plate away, lie down, and go to sleep. The night passed, and day broke. I opened my eyes. The first thing I did was instinctively rub my legs, but the soreness I'd expected didn't come. Instead, it felt like a new strength had settled into my limbs. I clenched my fists slightly and could faintly feel blood and vigor surging between my fingers. Sure enough, it worked. I was secretly thrilled. Though I couldn't feel my strength had actually increased, my body's overall condition had clearly improved by a huge margin. I got up and washed, adjusting myself to peak condition, then opened the tortoise shell and began drawing lots. The tortoise shell shook, and 3 divination lots surfaced at once. Current fate star, mountain dweller. Today's fortune, neutral. Minor auspicious. A layer of ice has formed over golden stone pool. If you can break through the ice, you may reap some extra reward. Minor auspicious. On the eastern slope of Little Black Mountain, a fox is out foraging. Follow its tracks, and you may gain something. Great misfortune. The Wolf King has been driven onto Little Black Mountain. Obtaining its pelt would surely earn you a fortune, but it has already eaten its fill and is full of energy. Without sufficient certainty of success, do not approach. Just as I thought, a well-fed Wolf King was even more dangerous. Beasts aren't like people. A single hunt's worth of prey can feed one for several days. But there was no other large game on Little Black Mountain. Even a young roe deer wouldn't keep it satisfied for long. And I could simply keep tabs on it through the divination, waiting until it weakened before making my move. I'd put this Wolf King on my must-kill list ever since coming down the mountain last time. No one wants a stranger snoring away right beside their bed. Even with the power to divine fortune and misfortune, I didn't want a hungry wolf prowling around near me at all times. Setting the Wolf King aside for now, I looked at the other 2 lots. Fishing at Golden Stone Pool, fish was cheap, and it didn't fetch much even in winter. Besides, there was no telling how thick the ice was, and after the lesson I'd learned last time, I didn't want to go. That left only the second lot. Actually, I'd had my eye on this fox for quite a while. Fox meat isn't worth much, but the fur is soft and warm, a favorite of wealthy households. A single fox pelt selling for 3 or 4 taels of silver was common, and if it was a white-faced fox, doubling that price wouldn't be surprising at all. Today's target, hunt the fox. I looked up and selected the second lot. The lot dissolved into a stream of light and shot into my head. Immediately, a scene from Little Black Mountain appeared before my eyes. In the snow, a fox with fur almost pure white moved slowly along, dragging a long trail of tracks behind it. Its eyes swept across the snowfield, and several times it leapt high before diving headfirst into the snow. After a few attempts, when it rose again, it had a field mouse clamped in its mouth. A white fox, and one with almost no off-color markings at all. I couldn't hide my delight. If I could hunt it down, that pelt would fetch 7 or 8 taels of silver without a doubt. I pulled open the door and called out, "Sister-in-law, pack me some dry rations. I'll head up the mountain after I eat." "You got it." Chun Xiaotsue answered loudly, and immediately set up the hanging stove to steam rice, with half a pound of roe deer meat laid on top. These days, whenever I went up the mountain, she supported it 100%. After wolfing down a few bites, I gathered my gear and headed out of the village. At the village entrance, I ran into a man dressed like a hunter, same as me. The moment he saw me, he came over warmly. "Jiang II, heading up the mountain?" I took a look and recognized him. Chen Xinhao, a hunter from our village. Uncle Chun, how come you're going up the mountain too? He gave a wry smile. It's all because you, kid, brought down a roe deer. Now my wife insists I'm just lying around at home eating for free, and she's forcing me to go up and try my luck too. But in the dead of winter like this, where am I supposed to find any game? Normally, the few hunting families in the village would have put away their bows early to hunker down for the winter. Wandering around Little Black Mountain in this weather was fine, but heading to Second Black Mountain was a gamble with your life. Hardly anyone was willing to go. And Little Black Mountain had already been walked over by everyone. Aside from the maddeningly hard-to-catch rabbits, there was nothing worth hunting. But ever since I hauled back a roe deer, everyone's minds had started stirring, wanting to go up and try their luck. Roe deer usually don't travel alone, so maybe I'd even let 2 more get away. Naturally, I hadn't told them the truth, that the roe deer family of 3 had been split up and eaten by me, Jia Fan, and that wolf king. I didn't bother explaining, just smiled. Going up the mountain now is all just a gamble anyway. Maybe you'll strike it big today, Uncle Chun. When a hunter says strike it big, he means large game like wild goats, roe deer, or deer. Seeing their blood counts as striking it big, something worth bragging about to the whole village. Chen Xinhao gave an awkward laugh, then added with a touch of flattery. Chun, why don't the 2 of us team up? I'll be your helper, and whatever game we get, you take your pick first. Word around the village was that I had good luck, but he was an old hunter after all. He knew that luck alone couldn't bring down a roe deer in weather like this. I must have had some real skill at tracking. That's why he was lowering himself, hoping to tag along and get a share of the broth. If he went up alone, he'd most likely come back empty-handed today. There was no way I'd agree. I wasn't about to share a single white fox with anyone. Better not. I'm just going to wander around a bit. I doubt we'd end up walking the same route, Uncle Chun. Before he could get another word in, I waved. I'm heading up first. Hope you see some blood, Uncle Chun. Still, I didn't sour the relationship. Down the road, when it came to hunting big game like wild boar or black bear, I couldn't manage alone, and calling on the village hunters to join me would be one way to go. Chen Xinhao watched my retreating figure and let out a deep sigh. Looking at the forest where the snow still lay 3 inches thick, he really had no confidence. If nothing else, I'll just have to bag a few turtle doves. Not much meat, but at least it was some game. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. Having shaken off Chen Xinhao, I circled around the foot of the mountain before heading up toward the slope. Last time, Jia Fan had trailed me without a sound, so I'd grown a bit more cautious. First, I put on an act of aimlessly searching for game, then headed in the direction the divination lot had indicated. By the time I reached the mountainside, it was nearly noon. I ate 2 rice balls and a piece of steamed meat before starting my search in earnest. Before long, I spotted a set of small, delicate tracks in the snow, 5 splayed toes, claw tips sunk shallowly into the snow. Fox tracks, without a doubt. Scattered beside the tracks were a few tufts of white fur, the hairs thick and sturdy, clearly a fine pelt. This was the place. I breathed a puff of warm air into my palm and rubbed my face to sharpen up, then slowed my pace, hunched my back, and tracked along the prints like a wildcat. The tracks in the snow were a chaotic mess, layered, deep, and shallow. Clearly, this white fox had been active in the area for several days. I could only search bit by bit, not daring to make a sound. This creature was cunning, keenly sensitive, and fast. The moment it sensed danger, it'd vanish in a flash. I circled around and around following the tracks until my hunched-over back ached. Rounding a thicket once more, I suddenly caught something moving at the edge of my vision. I instantly dropped low, ducking behind an old pine tree. Glancing to the side, 60 paces away beneath a hazel tree, a white fox had its front paws pinning down a plump mouse, head cocked as it gnawed away with relish, a small patch of snow stained red with blood. Its coat was sleek and glossy, and sunlight filtering through the branches fell across its back with an almost reflective sheen. What a fine pelt! Seeing it with my own eyes, I couldn't help but marvel. This fox was on the larger side. From the color of its fur, it was an adult male. The pelt was definitely worth a good sum. I suppressed my excitement, and my breathing gradually grew long and slow. My hand slipped into the quiver, and I slowly drew out an arrow and nocked it. Left arm extended straight, right eye slightly narrowed. As I held my breath and focused, the fox before me kept magnifying until it seemed right in front of me. The oxhorn bow tilted up slightly, the arrowhead aimed at its flank. The fox seemed to sense something. Its feeding stopped abruptly, and both ears flicked like little radar dishes. It lifted its head warily, amber eyes sweeping in every direction, nose twitching rapidly. A gust of wind blew past, seemingly carrying an unfamiliar scent to it. In an instant, it crouched low, all four legs kicked off, and it bolted in a mad dash toward the deep mountains. Whoosh! At the very moment it turned, I released the bowstring. The arrowhead split the air, trailing a faint shrill whistle. The fox only had time to let out one short, startled cry before the arrow pierced through its chest and belly, sinking in all the way to the fletching, its remaining force pinning the fox to the snow. When I strode over, it was still struggling, its sharp teeth clacking. I grabbed it by the neck and gave a twist, and the struggling stopped at once. Then I crouched down and carefully parted the fur with my knife to inspect it. This was very nearly a pure white fox, with only some gray-brown off-color hairs under the forelegs and on the 4 feet, which slightly affected the price and kept it from being a top-grade specimen. Aside from the small wound from the arrow, everything else was intact. As long as I made my cuts along those 2 spots when skinning it, it would still be an excellent pelt. 8 taels of silver in the bag. I grinned, hung the fox at my waist, and headed down the mountain as fast as I could. The best time to skin an animal is while its body heat hasn't dissipated and the fat hasn't congealed. Wait too long, and it becomes hard to skin. Racing down the mountain, I ran into Chun Xinhao again. Beside him was a lean, gaunt man with dark, weathered skin, his features etched with exhaustion. Only his eyes shone a bright, gleaming black. He looked about my father's age and had the same kind of ebony longbow slung across his back. I recognized him. This was Gu Jinshan, another hunter from our village, and the one most willing to risk his life. It seemed Qin Xinhao hadn't been wrong. Ever since I bagged that roe deer, none of the village hunters could sit still. They all wanted to head into the mountains and try their luck. The moment Qin Xinhao saw me, he came over. "Chun, back down already? Did you see any blood?" I noticed a few turtle doves hanging at his waist. Apparently that was his whole half-day's haul. Gu Jinshan, standing beside him, had sharp eyes. The very first thing they landed on was the white fox at my waist. Startled, he blurted, "You bagged a white face?" A white face was the hunter's nickname for a white fox. Mountain folk rarely called game by its proper name. Supposedly calling it by name would scare the quarry away. "Got lucky today," I said mildly. Only then did Qin Xinhao get a clear look at that almost pure white fox pelt, and his heart instantly soured with envy. If he'd known, he should have shamelessly stuck to me this morning. He might have gotten at least a small share. But then again, even if he'd thrown away his pride, I still wouldn't necessarily have taken him along. In the end, all he could do was say enviously, "You've really got skills now, Chun. Your hunting is every bit as good as your father's." "You're joking, Uncle Chun. I just got lucky. I'm still nowhere near my father." Seeing he was about to say something more, I got in first. "Uncle Chun, Uncle Gu, I can't chat any longer. I've got to hurry back and skin it. Once it goes cold, it's hard to work with." "Right, right, right, then hurry on down." Chun Xinhao swallowed what he'd been about to say, then added, "Come visit my place someday. I'll have your aunt cook up a nice spread to welcome you." Sure, whether he meant it sincerely or was just being polite, I couldn't be bothered to say more, and headed straight down the mountain. Gu Jinshan gazed after my retreating figure with envy, murmuring, "That kid's got real luck, bagged a white face in half a day. That pelt taken into the city would probably sell for 5 or 6 taels." Qin Xinhao gave him a scornful glance. "How long's it been since you went into the city? Pelt prices have gone up again. If that one sold for 8 taels, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised." 8 taels. Gu Jinshan clicked his tongue, silently reckoning when he might ever have such luck. If he really bagged a white fox, it'd cover a whole year of his wife's medicine costs. The reason he was the most life-risking hunter in the village was precisely because he had a chronically ill patient at home who lived on medicine. Qin Xinhao turned to look at him. "Didn't you say you wanted to head into Second Black Mountain in a few days? If you can get the Jiang boy to come along, I'll go too." The two of them had just circled halfway around and found nothing. Gu Jinshan had toiled all day for nothing, which was what had gotten him thinking about Second Black Mountain. But Gu Jinshan frowned, hesitant. Second Black Mountain's got a lot of dens. He's not experienced enough, is he? And if we run into a wild boar, his arrows can't even punch through. The wild boars in the mountains wallowed in mud year-round, their coarse bristles caked with dirt until it practically formed a layer of hard armor. Ordinary arrows simply couldn't pierce it. Even seasoned hunters gave wild boars a wide berth. The only way to hunt one was to lure it into a pre-dug pit and then shoot it dead. I'd only been hunting a short while. Even if I was gifted and a good shot, against a wild boar I'd just be dead weight. But Chen Xinhao shook his head. Still, his luck's good right now. With him around, we could ride his coattails. Maybe we'd run straight into a horned immortal the moment we entered the mountain. A horned immortal was an old deer with antlers. Between the hide, the bones, and a pair of the most valuable antlers, it'd fetch no less than 20 tails. Split 3 ways, that'd still be 7 tails each, and it was easier to hunt than a wild boar. Gu Jinshan hadn't planned on bringing me along, but that one vague, superstitious remark made him waver. He hesitated. Let me think about it. When I get back, I'll ask Gu Chang and Sun Da Chang if they want to go. If we can round up 3 men, there's no need to drag you into it. He was a believer in luck too. He just thought I was too young. Fine, I'll wait to hear from you, Chen Xinhao answered. There were only 5 hunting families in the village, but if all 5 went together, even bagging a wild boar wouldn't be enough to split. Dad, come skin this thing. I shouted before I'd even stepped through the door. My dad was inside, and he ambled out slowly. What are you hollering about in broad daylight? I'm not deaf yet. Skinning? Skinning what? What did you catch? I untied the fox hanging from my waist. A white face. Whoa! Jiang Yulin's eyes, which had been half-hearted a moment ago, suddenly lit up. What kind of dumb luck did you stumble into, boy? Bagging a white face in half a day. Heh. I guess surviving disaster brings good fortune. But mostly it was my sharp eyes. I spotted the tracks from way off and carefully followed the trail the whole way. Nearly broke my back doing it. Jiang Yulin laughed until every wrinkle on his face bunched together. Not bad, not bad. But don't get too cocky. Plenty of veteran hunters have come to grief over careless mistakes, and you're not even a veteran hunter. After scolding me a couple of times, he shouted, Xiao Tsue, heat up a basin of water. My sister-in-law came out, took one look at the fox, and gasped in admiration too. What a big white face. This fur, it's gorgeous. What woman doesn't love natural furs? Jiang Yulin went back into his room and brought out a blackened bamboo knife. When skinning precious pelts like this, you have to use a bamboo or bone knife. An iron blade is too sharp. One little nick, and the value of the pelt plummets. Once the water was hot, he laid the white fox flat on the stone slab in the courtyard, first wiping away the blood with clean water. He looked it over from top to bottom and couldn't help clicking his tongue again. This pelt, nothing to complain about. Then he ran his hands over the fox's whole frame, feeling along the bones, before crouching down and using the bamboo knife to cut a small slit between the toes of a hind foot, the blade riding right along the leg bone as it worked upward. He taught me as he worked. When you skin, remember to follow the tendons. Rush it and you'll ruin the hide, and a ruined hide isn't worth a thing. He talked without stopping, and his hands never stopped either, slicing up along the inside of the hind leg all the way to the groin, then following the center line of the belly straight up to the chest. The whole way, the blade never went deeper than half an inch. It only severed the connective tissue between skin and flesh. Watch closely. This step needs the most care. He held down the fox's torso, and with his other hand grabbed the edge of the fur on the hind leg. With a deft little pull, the white fur slid off the leg bone as if it were alive, exposing the pale pink flesh underneath. He kept peeling upward with that same motion, and at the waist he applied a bit more force. The whole pelt came away from the body like silk lifted by the wind, most of it now free of the flesh. But at that moment he suddenly stopped, using the bamboo knife to carefully separate the tendons clinging to the head. With a soft rip, the entire fox pelt came off in one piece. From nose tip to tail tip, there wasn't a single tear, white as a pile of snow, with only a bit of off-color at the forepaws and under the forelegs. I watched without blinking, thinking it was pure wizardry. Learning this trick of my old man's would probably take a lot of work. Jiang Yulin didn't pause. He stood up, stretched the pelt over a wooden frame, tied it tight around the edges with thin hemp cord, then took a wet cloth and repeatedly wiped the residue off the inner side. It has to dry for 3 days, out of the sun. Once it's air-dried in the shade, it'll be soft enough. Then he looked at me. What do you want to do with this pelt? Keep it or sell it? Fur prices are high right now, so of course we sell it. My dogskin coat was already warm enough. I had no use for such fine fur. Good enough, but that'll have to wait 3 days. He straightened up and pounded his lower back. He knew in his heart that now that I was practicing martial arts, and later on with Neng Wan and Xiao Yun taking up training too, the household expenses would only grow. I'll go with you when the time comes. It'll be a good chance to introduce you to some people. The pelt could fetch 7 or 8 taels, and he didn't feel right about me going alone. The fur merchants in the county town weren't honest folk. They might see how young I was and fleece me hard. Fine. It'll also give me a chance to have another look at your leg. Jiang Yulin snorted. What's there to look at with my leg? It'll heal before spring. Don't say that. If you end up crippled, who's going to take me into Second Black Mountain next year? There are plenty of dens up in those hills, and I sure wouldn't dare go alone. You little brat, are you cursing me? But even as he scolded me, when he looked again at that fox pelt hanging in midair, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes smoothed out completely. His eldest son had married young, didn't care for hunting, and Jiang Yulin hadn't wanted to teach him anyway. Farming was always steadier than hunting. His younger son used to be a hopeless troublemaker, but now he'd suddenly wised up and turned out to have such a talent for the hunt. The Jiang family finally had something to stand on. Maybe they really could rise and prosper. Heaven hadn't treated him so badly after all. I'd gotten back just past noon, and my sister-in-law had stewed another pot of meat. The main dish was white rice steamed with millet, still a little gritty, but far easier to eat now. Our meals had improved by leaps and bounds these past few days, and Jiang Ningwen and Jiang Xiaoyun were plumping up like they'd been pumped full of air. They'd simply had it too hard before. Now their skinny frames were finally putting on a little flesh. I was already planning ahead. Once the 2 kids were a bit hardier, I'd get more meat and start Nungwen on martial arts too. Even if he never mastered it, it would toughen up his body. Full and content, I went back to my room and, while my blood and energy were flush, started my stance training. After 3 rounds, the chi and blood in my body were spent, but new strength was welling up throughout my limbs and joints. I wanted to keep going, but the martial arts manual warned against overdoing it, so I turned instead to studying the fighting techniques in the second half of the silver plate. This roaring thunder fist was no arcane, mystical art. It was more like a system for conditioning the body. The unstruck thunder stance was a stance form that dissolved chi and blood, quickly converting the blood food into strength. And those 9 fighting forms, just like the 6 stance exercises, all came with detailed illustrations. The first form was called Sky-Splitting Slam. Left foot steps forward, right foot drives off the ground right behind it, twisting the waist and turning the hips. The right fist punching straight out from the side of the waist, palm facing down, force reaching the fist's face, striking the opponent's chin directly. With one punch, the strength of the whole body follows through, enough to shatter a man's jaw. Not exactly elegant, but extremely practical. I immediately took up the stance and drilled it. After 3 or 4 rounds, my movements were still off, but I could clearly feel the strength in my fist had grown quite a bit. It wasn't that I'd gotten stronger so fast. It was that the way I generated power had changed, letting me throw a better punch. I trained until nightfall, and then had another meal of roasted roe deer. But at the table, Jiang Nungwen made a long face and looked at me. Uncle, when are you going into town again? I still want to eat roast chicken. Before he'd even finished, Jiang Xiaoyun rapped him on the head with her chopsticks. Aren't you spoiled? Roe deer meat isn't good enough for you. Sis, you ate plenty of that roast chicken yesterday too. Jiang Ningwen protested. Humph. Jiang Xiaoyun spoke like a little grown-up. Roe deer meat is delicious too. Then she picked up another piece of meat, roasted until it dripped with grease. Life was just too good. She even felt like she was growing a little belly. Roast meat was practically a waste to ordinary families. At this time, most households stewed their meat, so they could eat the meat and drink the broth, wasting nothing. I was the only one who thought roast meat with a sprinkle of salt tasted better than stewed, which was the only reason my sister-in-law was willing to roast it. Jiang Shaoyan looked at me again. Second uncle, next time you go into town, can you bring back some needle and thread? I want to learn mending from mom. Winter was the season for mending clothes, and at 12, it wasn't too early for her to learn needlework. Sure, I'll bring some next time. Thank you, second uncle, she answered sweetly, then out of nowhere added, Second uncle, do you want a wife? Siyu, from the east end of the village, wants to marry you. SSSS, I sucked in a sharp breath. Stay out of this. Jiang Shaoyun was only 12. This Siyu she was talking about was probably only 15. In this era, marrying at 15 wasn't early, but I couldn't get past it in my own head. Most likely her little friends, seeing her eating meat every day, had gotten ideas. Chen Xiaozue spoke up too. Just eat your food. Grown-up matters are none of your concern. Oh, rebuffed? Jiang Shaoyun said nothing more. It wasn't that my sister-in-law thought Suiyu was too young. It was that she knew I had my heart set on Shun Yinxiu, and she'd been fretting over that these past couple of days. Chen Dahua wanted 30 taels for a betrothal gift. Pricey, sure, but at least there was a set price. But Shin Yinxiu's father wasn't a man easily dealt with. Still, that matter would have to wait until spring. She took a mouthful of rice, then changed the subject. We're running low on meat at home. Maybe we'll just eat some wild greens for the next couple of days. As she said it, she looked at me questioningly. If I hadn't insisted otherwise, she'd have dropped us back to our old standard long ago. Jiang Neng was the first to raise a hand in protest. He had no wish to go back to the hard days. No need. This time, before I could speak, my dad answered first. The kids are all growing. They need to get enough meat. 3 days from now, I'm going into town too. Once I sell the fox pelt, I'll buy half a hog to bring back. That should just about last us till spring. Chen Xiaozue was a little surprised. The old Jiang Yulin had doted on me, but never this generously. Still, I was the one who'd bagged the pelt, and he'd made the call, so she had nothing to say. After dinner, I walked out into the courtyard, looked at the low courtyard wall, and went back inside. I couldn't let anyone see my martial arts for now, so I could only train behind closed doors. The stance training was no problem, but drilling the fighting forms left me a bit cramped for space. I couldn't help thinking of the big compound at village head Chin's place. With that much room, training would be a lot easier. Once I'd saved up some money, I ought to renovate the house next year. At the very least, build the courtyard wall higher. The thought flickered through my mind and passed, and I went back to my stance work. 3 rounds of stances, 3 of fist forms, before I dragged my exhausted body off to sleep. I slept like the dead, and when I woke the sky was already bright, all my fatigue washed clean away. Sitting up, I instinctively clenched my fist and flexed my arm. The muscle bulged slightly. My strength really had grown a little, and my muscles had gained some definition. Grueling as this training was, my strength was building faster than it ever had lifting weights at the gym in my past life. After washing up, I settled my mind, picked up the tortoise shell, and cast a divination. Once again, 3 slips surfaced. Current fate star, mountain dweller. Today's fortune, minor luck. Minor luck, ice has formed over golden stone pool. If you can break through the ice, you might gain a little extra dot. Minor luck, on Little Black Mountain, a pine tree has been felled by the snow. Hauled back, it makes fine timbered. Minor luck, in the valley of Little Black Mountain, several dried stalks of Solomon's seal lie hidden beneath the rotting leaves. Going there may yield a small reward. Looking at the 3 slips, I couldn't help feeling a little let down. All minor luck, none of it worth much. Fishing? The ice probably wasn't thick enough yet, so I'd leave that for now. A whole pine tree wasn't bad, but it'd take some muscle. As for the Solomon's seal, since coming back, I'd flipped through the manual the apothecary owner gave me and now had some grasp of common medicinal herbs. Solomon's seal fetched less than 100 coppers a caddy. Even with several stalks growing in one spot, it wouldn't add up to 3 or 5 caddies. If anyone else knew about it, they'd be the first up the mountain to dig it out, but these days I found myself turning up my nose at it. After thinking it over, I still chose the pine tree. If it was thick enough, it should be worth about a tael of silver, and if I didn't grab it, someone else might. The Solomon's seal and the fishing could wait. In this weather, buried under snow and rotting leaves, I didn't believe anyone could dig up Solomon's seal without a guide. I picked the second slip. The slip dissolved into a stream of light, and the fallen pine tree appeared before my mind's eye. snapped off about 2 feet from the roots, the break looking only a few days old. It was good timber, but I couldn't haul it back alone. Thinking it over, I'd have to bring my big brother along and use the snowy slope to slide it down the mountain. Watching the other two slips vanish, I suddenly caught on and let out an eh. Where was the Wolf King? That slip that reported on the Wolf King's condition every day had suddenly disappeared without a trace. It couldn't have died, could it? The thought flashed through my mind, and I quickly dismissed it. The last time I'd seen it, its condition wasn't great, but it was nowhere near its last legs. And after supplementing itself with the roe deer meat, its state had recovered, its reading turning back to major peril. No way it would drop dead in a day or two. Besides, if it really had died, the divination would probably burst out with a major luck, sending me up to grab a wolf pelt. Could it have left, no longer on Little Black Mountain? That thought left me feeling a pang of regret. I'd long since put the Wolf King on my hunting list. Kill it, and that pelt alone would be worth 20 or 30 taels, enough to do a lot of things. Had it just slipped away without a sound? What a loss. But even if I'd known it was leaving, I couldn't have moved sooner. My strength simply wasn't enough, and I wasn't about to take a huge risk over 20 or 30 taels. I could only hope it would come back. There were only 3 big mountains around here. If it left Little Black Mountain, it had most likely gone into Second Black Mountain. The two were connected, so there was still a chance it would return. I put away the tortoise shell and left my room. After breakfast, I told my brother about heading up the mountain together. Jiang Tian, of course, wouldn't refuse. There wasn't much work he could do in winter, so he might as well gather firewood while he could still get out. With the two of us paired up, even if we didn't bag any game, cutting some extra firewood wouldn't be a bad thing. By midday, the two of us were still roaming Little Black Mountain, each with a small bundle of firewood on our backs. Jiang Tian glanced up at the mountain and spoke. That's probably enough, right? It's all pine up ahead, and the branches are too high to reach. The easy-to-cut low ones had all been chopped away by others long ago. That whole morning, the two of us had climbed trees more than once, and our strength was nearly spent. The firewood we'd cut wouldn't sell for even 20 coppers, but we weren't selling it anyway. It was all for winter fires. I glanced in the direction the divination pointed. Let's go a little farther. I want to see if there's any game to hunt. Jiang Tian figured going farther would just be a waste of effort, but he didn't want to dampen my enthusiasm. Sure, let's go then. After a hard climb farther up, I deliberately hung back. Before long, I heard Jiang Tian cry out in surprise. Xiaochen, come quick. I walked over to find a pine tree lying fallen in front of us, no more than half a foot thick, but it was pine. Pine, knocked down by the snow. Think we can haul it back? I asked on purpose. Definitely. Come on, give me a hand. Jiang Tian was thrilled. This one pine tree was worth a tael of silver. We take it home, and when you get married, you can build a bed frame out of it. It'll last more than a decade without falling apart. In an instant, most of our fatigue vanished. We used the hemp cord from our firewood bundles to lash the pine tree and dragged it down the mountain. It was a good thing there'd been snow, or there'd have been no way to get this 100-some-pound log down. Even sliding it along the snow the whole way nearly drained the two of us brothers dry. When we reached the long river outside the village, we had to stop. Looking at the narrow bridge across the water, I ran into a problem. How do we get across? Walk across the ice. It should be thick enough by now, Jiang Tian said. I judged the ice to be about half a foot thick. It should hold the pine tree. But I'd grown up in the South in my past life, and I had a deep-seated distrust of ice. So I said, how about we set the log on the ice, and the two of us pull it from the bridge? Jiang Tian laughed. How'd you get so timid? It's from getting frozen last time. Kinda scared me. Having lived 2 lives, I wasn't about to be goaded into the river by a jab like that. Fine, but this cord isn't enough. I'll head home for a couple more lengths of hemp rope and find 2 men to help. Once Jiang Tian left, I was alone guarding the pine log. After dragging it all the way down the mountain, I was already worn out, so I just sat on the log, gnawing on some dry rations to rest. Just then, a somewhat familiar figure came across the bridge, and, seeing me, ambled over slowly. I looked up. It was none other than Xinhua, whom I hadn't seen in a long while. Her face was powdered and painted, giving her a bit more vivid charm than the average village girl in winter. But that face couldn't stir the slightest interest in me. My gaze just swept past her as if I hadn't seen her at all. Behind her, Sun Jinmei followed close at her heels. Perhaps still spooked from the last time I'd frightened her, she now half hid behind Chenhua. Seeing herself ignored, Chenhua's breathing quickened. She stormed up in front of me. "What's your problem?" "What do you mean? What's my problem?" I swallowed the rice ball in my mouth and gave her a sidelong look. "Humph, don't play dumb. I know you're feeling pretty pleased with yourself right now. You think that bagging a few animals is enough to catch my eye?" Huh. My face went blank. What kind of logic was this? I was completely floored. "Fine, I'll admit it. You really are more capable now than you used to be." Chenhua planted her hands on her hips. "I heard you caught a white fox yesterday. Give me the pelt, and I'll pretend nothing happened between us before. As for the betrothal gift, my mother says 40 taels will do." Hearing that, I broke into a cold sweat. Good grief, this kind of delusional, overconfident woman existed everywhere. Seeing that Jiang Tian was already coming back in the distance, I stood up. "Get lost, I've got things to do." Chenhua thought she'd misheard. "What did you say?" I said, "Get lost. I don't have time to deal with you right now." With a person like this, I had to slap the word scram right in her face, or she'd still think I was interested and become a real nuisance if she latched onto me again. Just then, Jiang Tian was walking back, carrying the hemp rope, 2 villagers alongside him. Seeing Chenhua, he smiled a bit stiffly. "Annie's son, Chenhua, what are you two doing here?" He really didn't want me reverting to my old self, stealing things from home to give to her. Chenhua turned to look at Jiang Tian, then glanced at the 2 men beside him and, lifting her chin, said, "Jiang Chen said he'd give me the fox pelt he caught yesterday. I'm still deciding whether to accept it." Jiang Tian couldn't even hold that awkward little smile anymore. He turned and looked at me, his eyes full of questions. The 2 men beside him also wore looks of astonishment, muttering under their breath. "Wasn't that fox pelt worth 7 or 8 taels? Jiang Chen's giving it away. Just handing it over like that, no way." As they spoke, Chenhua's hand reached toward me, and there was even a trace of pleading in her eyes. After all the fawning the original owner of this body had done over her, this was the first time she'd ever been so forward. Smack! I slapped her hand away, leaving a red mark. "Brother, she's lost her mind. She's dreaming." Chenhua's smug face flushed crimson in an instant. Ha! The 2 men, who'd been watching in bewildered amusement, immediately burst into laughter. "I told you, a pelt worth 8 taels of silver. How could anyone give it away just like that? This Chenhua, she's gone desperate from not being able to marry off, hasn't she?" I couldn't be bothered with her anymore and stepped off, resolving never to have anything to do with her again. Sweet, soft little Yinxiu was so much better, though it'd still take some effort to win her over. "Brother Gu, second brother Gu, thank you both for the help." I called to the 2 men who'd come to lend a hand. These 2 were the Jiang family's neighbors, the elder, Gu Dajiang, and the younger, Gu Er. They had only an elderly mother at home, and the family barely got enough to eat. "It's nothing, just hauling a log," said Gu Dajiang. "You 2 are worn out from dragging it all this way. Let us take over. This really is a fine log, good enough for a bed frame. Where'd you find it?" My brother's got sharp eyes, spotted it. I didn't even notice. Just goes to show your family's got good luck. My little brother and I went up the mountain too, and all we cut was some firewood. The 4 of them chatted and laughed, treating Chenhua, still standing frozen in place, like empty air. Chenhua's lips trembled, and she pointed at me and shrieked, "Jiang Chen, if you leave now, don't ever come looking for me again. You'll never lay eyes on me for the rest of your life." I'd been too lazy to bother with her, but now I finally looked back. "It's a deal." Then I patted the pine log. Double happiness. Ha ha ha, Gu Dajung laughed again. How had he never noticed before that this neighbor kid had such a sharp tongue? Seeing me leave so resolutely, Chenhua screamed and jumped up, only to lose her footing and land hard on her backside. Luckily, there was still snow on the ground, or that fall might have broken a bone. Sun Jinmei watched my retreating figure and jabbed at Chenhua, exasperated. "I told you to be nice, be nice. How did you drive him off again? You're one to talk." Chenhua looked up and glared resentfully at her mother. "If you hadn't called Jiang Chen a good-for-nothing, we could have married with a betrothal gift of 50 taels next year." Feeling she was in the wrong too, Sun Jinmei lowered her voice a notch. "Calling him a good-for-nothing. Does that even count as an insult? He was one. After all, you're still going on about it. Still going on. I'll rip your mouth apart. Are you insane? I'm your mother. Having just dusted myself off and walked away, I had no time to concern myself with how that pair of mother and daughter were tearing into each other behind me. Jiang Tian, on the other hand, couldn't hide the joy on his face. A moment ago, he'd been genuinely alarmed. Based on everything he'd known about me in the past, all Chunhua had to do was ask, and I'd have handed over that eight-tail pelt without so much as blinking, no matter who tried to stop me. Thank goodness. Thank goodness this younger brother of his had wised up and was no longer that scoundrel he used to be. The thought made him feel that life had hope again. The four of us, though four mostly meant Gu Dajiang and Guer doing the work, finally dragged the whole pine tree back to the front of our house. The distance wasn't that far, but hauling it over flat ground by brute force was more exhausting than sliding it down the snowy slope on the mountain. Along the way, we naturally drew quite a crowd of villagers. Some came up to ask where we'd found it. Others made snide remarks, asking whether we'd chopped it down illegally. Jiang Tian let most of it roll off him, but the moment he heard the words chopped down illegally, he blew up, insisting on dragging people over to see the snow-shattered stump, explaining over and over. The village head will probably come knocking before long, Jiang Tian muttered under his breath after he'd said his piece to everyone. I knew what he was worried about. Cutting down a whole big tree in the mountains without permission was a punishable offense, and the ones who oversaw such matters were the village heads. Once word got around, Chen Fengtian would most likely show up soon to see with his own eyes whether the tree had been felled by snow or by an axe. What's there to be afraid of? The stump's right there for all to see. I didn't care in the slightest. What mountain man couldn't tell the difference between snow damage and axe cuts? Those wagging tongues were just green with envy. True enough. Jiang Tian let out a little laugh. All the attention these past days had been on me. At last it was his turn to feel a bit of glory too. All right, just set it down here. I called out to the two Gu brothers. The two of them let go at once, rubbing their hands, red with cold, and wiping the sweat from their brows. We'll head back now. Hold on, wait a moment. I grabbed them. Take 3 caddies of millet home with you. No need, no need. Gu Dajiang waved his hands repeatedly. It was just a short stretch. But Jiang Tian had already turned and gone inside. This log's not light. If it weren't for you two, I'd never have gotten it back on my own. When Jiang Tian came out carrying a cloth sack, Gu Dajiang refused for a good while, but in the end couldn't win out and took it. As he left, he added, next time you've got work, just give us a shout. My brother and I don't have much else, but we've got plenty of muscle. Will do. I answered with a smile and saw them off. Then Jiang Tian lowered his voice. Uncle Zhang's here. Who? Zhang Chongqing. He held you when you were little. I silently grumbled to myself. Why did everyone I met seem to have said the same thing? But I did in fact remember him. This man was of the same generation as my old man, and the two families had been on good terms in the past. Oh, what's he here for? Jiang Tian hesitated, and in the end only said, go in and see for yourself. Once inside, sure enough, I saw a man with a weathered, careworn face. In my memory, Zhang Chongqing was a few years younger than my dad, but the face before me now looked more than a decade older. Uncle Zhang, you're here. I stepped forward to greet him. The moment he saw me come in, he hurriedly stood up. Erlang, you're back. Please sit. I just got down from the mountain and need to soak my feet first. If you've got something to discuss, just talk it over with my dad. Good. Zhang Chongqing watched me go into the inner room before sitting back down. When I got to my dad's room, my sister-in-law had already prepared hot water. As Jiang Tian and I soaked our feet, I asked quietly, what's going on? It's because word got out about you catching that fine pelt. Chen Xiaotsue explained in a low voice. Uncle Zhang came to borrow money. Borrowing money. Only then did I understand why that man had been so courteous to me, a mere junior. Jiang Tian sighed too. This winter, it's hard on everyone. My sister-in-law went on. He'd wanted to borrow from village head Chun, but the Chun household lends on 9 out, 13 back. Borrow 1 tael of silver, and you only receive 900 coppers, but next year you have to repay 1 tael and 3/10, principal plus interest, and you have to put up your land deed as collateral. But come spring he'll still need to buy seed, And if the harvest is even a little poor, he won't be able to pay it back. Left with no way out, he came to us. I clicked my tongue in disbelief. Nominally, it was called 30% interest, but figured out for real, it came to nearly 50%. Even nastier was that gap between copper coins and silver. The loan was written in silver, but what you got in hand was 900 coppers, and when repaying you had to pay back in real silver. Jiang Tian sighed with feeling too. Our family almost had to borrow grain as well. If we really couldn't have paid it back, we'd have had to sell our land. Just then, the sound of Zhang Chongqing and my dad talking drifted in from outside. Jiang Tian couldn't make it out clearly, but with my sharp senses I caught the gist of it. Brother Jiang, I won't take advantage of you. I'll still do 9 out, 13 back, with my land deed as collateral. I only ask that you grant me 1 more year. The year after next, I'll repay you principal and interest both. My wife's health is poor too. I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it back in a single year. My dad sighed. Lending you the money isn't hard, but there seemed to be some misgiving hidden in his words. Brother Jiang, you know full well how the village head's family got so rich. If you won't lend me a hand, my family truly won't make it through next year. My dad was silent for a good while, but in the end he relented. All right, once I've sold the pelt, I'll lend you 1 tael of silver, and I'll get your spring seed ready for you too. But don't spread word of this around. I don't want to make money off it. Zhang Chongqing's voice brightened with joy. Good. Then it's settled. Just as they were speaking, a hearty voice floated in from outside the courtyard. Now that's a fine pine tree. It must have taken quite some effort to drag it back, didn't it? I recognized it through a whole wall. Chen Fengtian. Next came the sound of my dad greeting him, and the clatter of Zhang Chongqing nearly knocking over a chair as he stood up. The 3 of them exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Chen Fengtian spoke up. I just came to take a look at this pine. As long as it wasn't chopped down, that's fine. It's getting late. I'll be heading back. Zhang Chongqing chatted idly with my dad for a good while longer before finally taking his leave. Once everyone had gone, Jiang Tian and I came out of the inner room. My dad sat back down in his spot and let out a deep sigh. Jiang Tian took a sip of water and asked, puzzled, Dad, Uncle Zhang helped our family before, and it's only 1 tael of silver. What's there to sigh about? What do you know? My dad shot him a glare. But I picked up the thread. I'd guessed Chen Fengtian has had his eye on those few acres of Uncle Zhang's land for a while. Us butting in like this, he's definitely not pleased about it. Huh? We're all in the same village. Surely it's not that serious. Jiang Tian was stunned. Chen Fengtian's voice just now hadn't sounded the least bit displeased. Not that serious? My dad let out a cold laugh. You think the Chun family's 100-some acres fell out of the sky? A man who can become a landlord is never a soft touch. Never mind, we're only lending this once. From now on, we just stay out of trouble. Neither my dad nor my big brother had any wish to provoke this Chen Fengtian, who was both the village landlord and the village head. I didn't say anything more, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that this matter wasn't going to be so simple. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fengtian, having just returned home, sure enough summoned his son Chen Yutong right away and coldly tossed out a single line. Is Zhang Sampo dead or not? If he's not dead, tell him to come see me. After dragging a log all day and eating my fill, I still felt sore in the back and shoulders. But even so, I gritted my teeth and got through 3 rounds of stance training in my room before lying down to sleep. The north wind howled all night, and the weather turned even colder. When I woke, I instinctively pulled the quilt tighter around me. Shivering, I finished washing up and took out the tortoise shell. Fate star, mountain dweller. Today's fortune, minor luck. Minor luck. The ice over Golden Stone Pool is growing thicker. If you can break through it, you might catch quite a few fish. Minor luck. In the valley of Little Black Mountain, several dried stalks of Solomon's seal lie hidden beneath the rotting leaves. Going there may yield a small reward. Moderate peril. In the midst of the wind and snow, the Wolf King ventured to Second Black Mountain to hunt, but came away with nothing, its injuries worsening. Bring your hunting bow and go. You may obtain a wolf pelt. But beware its counterattack. It's back. My eyes lit up. The Wolf King, which had vanished yesterday, had actually returned to Little Black Mountain. It seemed that yesterday it had wanted to try its luck at Second Black Mountain while its strength still held, but wouldn't you know it, It had come up empty. Even as my mouth said, "What a shame," the corners of my lips couldn't help curling up. Strike while it's weak, and finish it off. But taking a closer look at those two blood-red words, moderate peril, I quickly cooled down. With my current skill, going after it still rated as moderate peril, which meant my odds of winning were at most 30%. I could seek fortune and avoid disaster. Why should I gamble my life? I could well afford to wait. Its returning this time proved the point. As long as it couldn't escape these 3 mountains, I was in no hurry. At the very least, I'd wait until the reading dropped to neutral or even turned to minor luck before making my move. With that in mind, I once again skipped over the Wolf King and turned to the other 2 slips. The fishing matter I set aside for now, as before. I took the slip representing the Solomon seal, and the location where it grew immediately surfaced in my mind. After breakfast, I pulled on my dogskin coat, casually grabbed the shovel my sister-in-law usually used to dig wild greens, and headed up the mountain alone. The weather was getting colder. Nung Won and Xiao Yun, who just days ago had been clamoring to go up the mountain with me, were now huddled indoors, not daring to venture out. Jiang Tian, though, having found that pine log yesterday, was eager to keep me company today, but I turned him down with a single line, "I'm hunting today." He knew nothing about hunting and was afraid he'd scare off the game, so he didn't press the matter. First, I made a circuit of Little Black Mountain, then detoured over to Golden Stone Pool. The fishing slip had already refreshed several times, which, in a roundabout way, was a sign that Little Black Mountain didn't have many lucky readings left. So I planned to scout it out first. Whether or not I caught any fish, it never hurt to get a feel for the situation. Standing at the pool's edge, I rapped on the thick layer of ice with a wooden stick. The sound was dull and muffled. The ice was at least half a foot thick, more than enough to stand on. But breaking through it won't be easy, I'm afraid. We had no ice-breaking tools at home. If I really wanted to do it, it'd take a lot of effort, and I'd have to prepare extra gear on top of that, pure physical labor. Calling on Gu Dajiang and Gu to help would work nicely. If those 2 brothers knew that breaking the ice meant catching fish, they'd surely be willing to lend a hand. With that plan in mind, I tentatively put fishing on my shortlist. Having confirmed the ice was thick enough, I left Golden Stone Pool, made another couple of loops through the mountains, and arrived at a nameless valley. Getting my bearings, I brushed away the snow and started digging for the Solomon seal. I thought it wouldn't take much effort, but the moment I drove the shovel in, I was dumbfounded. The soil had long since frozen rock hard, and a shovel strike landed like hitting iron, the shock leaving the base of my thumb numb. The Solomon seal was clearly buried just a hand's depth below the soil, yet that tiny distance had me staring helplessly. This beat-up wild green shovel of my sister-in-law's was truly no match for the frozen ground. I hacked away for ages and only managed to scrape off a thin layer of loose topsoil. There was no help for it, so I had to untie the water skin at my waist. Inside was the hot water my sister-in-law had filled that morning, meant to warm me up on the mountain. I poured the hot water over the frozen soil, and once it slowly seeped in, the ground finally became a bit easier to dig. After a good hour or more of struggle, I finally dug out 8 stalks of Solomon seal, roughly 3 caddies worth, only worth a few hundred coppers. Seeing 2 more broken root stalks beside them, I rubbed my aching back, stood up, and in the end gave up. The hot water was gone, and I truly couldn't dig out the rest. Only then did I understand why. Once the second snow had fallen, no one came out to dig wild roots anymore. Hacking at frozen ground in the dead of winter was backbreaking work. I quietly did the math in my head. From now on, unless it was fine goods like wild ginseng or gastrodia, I would not come suffer through this Solomon seal business again. Going through all this trouble to earn a few hundred coppers, my standards were, apparently, getting higher and higher these days. I stuffed the Solomon seal into my cloth bag, wiped the dirt off my hands, and got up to head down the mountain. As I entered the village, my gaze suddenly darted to one side. There was nothing there. Who's watching me? I frowned slightly. I had a fair amount of confidence in my perception now, and just a moment ago, someone had clearly been staring at me from a hidden spot. Ever since I'd come back from the mountains with a full haul several times, plenty of people had looked at me when I entered the village, but there was no need to be so sneaky about it. I was about to step forward to investigate when 2 more people came in from outside the village. Seeing me, they quickened their pace to catch up and greet me. Jiang Chun, up the mountain again? I turned to look. It was Gu Jinshan and Chen Xinhao, whom I'd only run into the day before yesterday. It seemed these two had been going up the mountain together these past couple of days. Uncle Gu, Uncle Chun. I answered. Catch anything today? Gu Jinshan asked, but his eyes had already slid to my waist. Apart from some mud spatters, it looked completely empty. I waved my hand. Roamed around all day, came back with nothing. Gu Jinshan sighed too. Same for us. This winter, Little Black Mountain really has got nothing at all. Silently, I added a line in my head. It's not that there's nothing. There's still a Wolf King holed up in there. But out loud I agreed. Yeah, the game's getting scarcer and scarcer. Just then, the two of them exchanged a glance. Chen Xinhao spoke up. Here's the thing. The two of us are planning to make a trip into Second Black Mountain in a couple of days. Do you want to come along? Once the next snow falls, I'm afraid we won't be able to get in. Second Black Mountain? I'd long heard of it. After hesitating for a moment, I still shook my head. Never mind, Uncle Chun. I've never even been to Second Black Mountain. I'd just slow you down. Better to wait until spring and go scout it out when it's safer. Second Black Mountain in winter was on a completely different level of danger from Second Black Mountain the rest of the year. With no experience, I really didn't want to go. More to the point, no entry for Second Black Mountain had ever popped up in my divinations. If a minor luck for Second Black Mountain really did appear, then with the tortoise shell to guide me, I wouldn't fear it in the least. But Gu Jinshan said, it's fine. Just follow along behind us. It'll be a good chance to learn the way. I was a little surprised. Why were these two so eager to bring me along? Bagging a fox notwithstanding, in front of these veteran hunters I could hardly count as skilled. Seeing me hesitate, Chen Xinhao gave a wry smile and laid it out plainly. Don't laugh at us. The reason we want to bring you up the mountain is that we're hoping to borrow a bit of this luck you've had lately. You don't have to do anything, just tag along. And if we really do run into game, we'll split it evenly. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so it wasn't my hunting skill they had their eye on, it was my luck. It seemed people who spent their years up in the mountains really did put stock in this stuff. Come to think of it, it wasn't surprising. Hunting was half a matter of the heavens' favor to begin with, and in their eyes my fortune was riding high right now, so it made sense they'd get the notion to borrow some. But I knew my own business best. Luck was hardly what I relied on. Without the divination slips, going to Second Black Mountain would leave me completely in the dark, a wasted trip. I could only shake my head again. My luck hasn't been so sharp lately either. Here I am back empty-handed again. Better forget it. Chen Xinhao looked a little disappointed, but he didn't press further. Then, all right. As the three of us walked toward the village, I suddenly remembered something. By the way, Uncle Gu, a while back, when I was hunting that roe deer, I spotted a wolf king in a mountain hollow to the south. If you two are going up, you'd better be careful. A wolf king? Really? Both their expressions turned grim at once. So there was actually a wolf king holed up in Little Black Mountain. I nodded. That roe deer was a family of 3. I shot the buck, Jia Fan from Long River Village shot the doe, and the one fawn that got away was killed by the wolf king. No wonder. Chen Xinhao's face showed sudden understanding. The two of them had been wandering the mountains these past days, counting on the fact that since I'd bagged a roe deer, there might be more nearby. Only to learn it had been a 3-way split, the whole family long gone. Gu Jinshan cupped his hands toward me. Thanks to Erlang's warning, we'll have to steer clear of that area when we go into Little Black Mountain now. I've been avoiding that stretch myself lately. I gave a wry smile. I wasn't worried they'd get the same idea of hunting the Wolf King. You could tell from Jia Fan's earlier reaction, veteran hunters gave a beast like this, a wolf grown cunning as a spirit, the widest possible berth, not daring to provoke it at all. The thing was crafty, and there might well be a whole pack of vicious wolves following behind it. What they didn't know was that this Wolf King had long since been driven from its position by a new king, and was now a lone drifter stranded on Little Black Mountain. My warning was both to keep them from becoming the Wolf King's next meal, and to keep them from killing the Wolf King out of desperation and ruining my plans. At this point, Chen Xinhao, as if returning the favor, hesitated and then spoke up. Actually, there's a sheltered, nameless valley to the north. The two of us bagged a couple of pheasants there today, though we spooked the nest, unfortunately. If you don't have any luck elsewhere, You could take a look over there tomorrow." Only then did I notice that both their cloth sacks were bulging full. Today they certainly hadn't come back empty-handed the way they'd claimed. It seemed my offhand warning had earned me their goodwill. "Thanks, Uncle Chun. If I'm free tomorrow, I'll go have a look." When we reached the fork in the middle of the village, the three of us finally parted ways to head home. Before leaving, I once again instinctively glanced back. That feeling of being watched hadn't returned, but it still left an itch in my mind. Could it really have been some girl that Suiyu Xiaoyan had mentioned? I couldn't figure it out, so I just shook off the thought and stepped through my front door. My dad and the others weren't the least bit surprised that I'd come back empty-handed. That was simply the norm in hunting. And as usual, I didn't mention digging up the medicinal herbs. There was really no way to explain how I'd managed to dig Solomon's seal out of frozen ground, so I just kept my mouth shut about it. After dinner, stance training, then fist forms. These past days, I'd been training 3 times daily, and thanks to the meat and blood nourishment, my physique really was climbing bit by bit. That 3-stone oxhorn bow I could now basically draw fully, and at 80 paces the arrow still had killing force. By that estimate, these 2 fists of mine probably packed some 200 caddies of force. In the army, more than enough to serve as an archer. According to the Thunderclap Fist Manual, I couldn't even call myself a real martial artist yet. At best, I was using external fist techniques to toughen my flesh and boost my blood and vigor. Only when my fists could pack 400 pounds of force would I be knocking on the door of a body-forging fighter. 400 pounds, that's enough to draw a 4-stone bow. In the army, that'd count as elite material. I ran my fingers over the manual, muttering to myself. Not to mention that after body forging, there's still bright force, hidden force, transforming force. If one day these fists really carried 1,000 pounds of power, and paired with these eyes of mine, then across all the land, I'd rank among the top marksmen. By then, where in this world couldn't I go? The more I thought about it, the more my mind refused to stay confined to this one little village. A faint urge stirred in me to go see the world outside. A rush of hot blood surged up, and I couldn't resist running through my fist forms one more time before finally lying down, satisfied. The night passed without a word. When I woke, I cast the divination again. Fate star, mountain dweller. Today's fortune, minor luck. Minor luck, the ice on Metalstone Pool is thickening. If you can break through it, you may catch quite a few fish. Minor luck, in the nameless valley on the north side of Little Black Mountain, 2 long-tailed pheasants are active. If you can capture them, you may forge fine quality arrows. Moderate danger, the Wolf King's wounds have worsened, and its food is gone. Bring a hunting bow and go hunt. You may come away with a wolf pelt, but beware its counterattack. So the Wolf King's hurt even worse now. I'd felt a spark of excitement, but the moment I saw that moderate danger, I couldn't help grumbling. Too bad it's still moderate danger. The threat level to me hasn't dropped one bit. I gave that one up without hesitation and turned my eyes to the second slip that had just popped up. The nameless valley to the north, long-tailed pheasants? My eyes lit up. Wasn't that the exact place Gu Jinshan and Chen Xinhao had been talking about yesterday? So what those 2 had spooked into flight weren't ordinary mountain fowl at all. They were long-tailed pheasants. The meat of these birds was far more delicious than common game. A single one could sell for 300 copper coins. But the most valuable part was that plumage. The tail feathers were top-grade material for making arrows. Arrows fleshed with them flew a dozen extra paces. At the same distance, they hit harder too. No wonder the divination said, "May forge fine quality arrows." Perfect. If I can catch them, I'll upgrade my arrows when I go into town the day after tomorrow and get ready for the wolf hunt. Right now the Wolf King was still moderate danger, but with its food cut off and injury piling on injury, I figured it wouldn't be long before it dropped to minor danger, or even neutral, and that would be my moment to strike. Before then, of course, I had to get every preparation squared away. The north side? Half a day should be enough for a round trip, with time left over to practice archery afterward. My arm strength had grown these past 2 days. Hunting 2 long-tailed pheasants shouldn't be hard for me. I reached up and took the slip. The flowing light before my eyes melted into a phantom image. 2 long-tailed pheasants were wandering through the valley. One had a neck covered in bronze-colored scaly feathers that shimmered like jade in the slanting sun. The foot-long tail feathers trailing behind it were pale gray, dotted with rings of ink-black eye-shaped spots, looking just like a folding fan set with jewels. Those few tail feathers alone were worth more than the whole rest of the bird. The other was far plainer, entirely a dry-grass tan, likely a hen. The pair had probably been startled from their nest yesterday and didn't dare return to their old roost just yet, so they were searching for a temporary place to settle. Once I'd pinned down the location, I gathered my gear and headed out into the mountains. But I'd barely left the village when my gaze slid to the side again. There was that feeling of being watched. It seemed someone was following me. Yesterday, I could still write it off as a trick of my imagination or some villager's passing curiosity. But today, whoever it was had followed me clear out of the village, and that was definitely not just curiosity. I frowned. Who is it? Was it a villager green with envy that I always came back with game, or was someone after something more? I kept my expression blank and simply walked toward Little Black Mountain. Even after I'd climbed the slopes, that watched feeling still flickered at the edges. Several times I glanced back without seeming to, but I couldn't catch so much as a shadow. To avoid giving himself away, he was probably trailing me from very far off. But the snow in the mountains was so deep that even a few hundred paces behind, he could just follow my tracks and catch right back up. Shaking him wouldn't be easy, so I stopped looking back altogether. I abruptly changed direction and headed for the south peak of Little Black Mountain. Let's just see what kind of vermin this really is. My steps grew faster and faster. After more than half an hour, I reached the south peak. This spot was barely 100 paces from where I'd hunted the roe deer last time. Cresting the peak, I leapt into the very thicket where Jia Fan had once hidden, then dropped flat, letting my dogskin coat blend into the snow. I waited about 15 minutes before I finally saw a figure creeping up along my tracks, hunched over. He was huffing out white clouds of breath, worn ragged with exhaustion, and muttering curses under his breath. When he saw the tracks break off at the peak, he lifted his head in confusion and scanned the distance. And in that very instant, I got a clear look at my stalker's face. Zhang Sampo. Him again. A chill shot up my spine. Once was chance, twice was patience, but 3 times was too far. Did this Zhang Sampo really think I was some pushover with no temper? I rose slowly from the snow and knelt on one knee behind the bushes. I drew a deep breath of frigid air into my lungs, and killing intent surfaced in my eyes. My left hand raised the bow. I knocked an arrow to the string, the muscles of my arm swelled, and I drew the string inch by inch to a full circle. Hold the breath. Steady the focus. After a brief pause, in the end, I lowered the horn bow 3 inches, then released the fingers gripping the string. The sharp shriek of the arrow splitting the wind pierced the cold air, streaking out with a trailing afterimage. Hearing the shrill whistle, Zhang Sampo snapped his head around, and the instant he saw the arrowhead flying straight at his face, his pupils shrank violently. Shit, he swore, throwing himself desperately to the side. But it was already too late. The arrow drove right at him, punched through something, and struck the pine trunk behind him with a solid thunk, the fletching still humming and quivering, its tail fanning gently in the wind and snow. Zhang Sampo froze in place and looked down at his chest. Nothing there. It hadn't hit him. But the next moment, his thigh buckled, his knee bent, and he dropped to the snow with a heavy thud. Blood seeped through his cotton trousers, spreading out bit by bit. At such close range, I hadn't held back at all. Dead on, the arrow had bored clean through his thigh. Only once he saw the blood did the searing pain finally arrive, and Zhang Sampo let out a shriek like a ghost wailing. That was when I finally stood up from the thicket and said with a frown, "I thought some mountain wolf had tailed me. Turns out it was you." Clutching his thigh, Zhang Sampo's face twisted savagely. "What mountain wolf? There aren't any wolves out here. You did this on purpose. You're finished, I'm telling you. I'm going to the magistrate to report you." Wounding a man with a bow. "Just wait, you'll be exiled." I dug at my ear. "In that case, then, I'm afraid I can't let you make it back to the village alive. If you die here, no one should ever know, right?" That savage look on Zhang Sampo's face froze solid, and he couldn't help but shudder. At this closer range, I'd clearly recognized him, yet I'd still knocked and loosed. Wounding a man with a weapon was a serious crime, and if I wanted to dodge the charge, the simplest way was to let him rot here in the mountains, or rather, from the very moment I drew the string, had I already meant to kill? How had he never seen before that I could be this ruthless? Realizing I truly dared to do it, every trace of his rage drained away, leaving only overwhelming terror. You don't do anything stupid. Killing a man means your life for his. Enduring the pain, he scrabbled backward with everything he had, trying to put distance between us. As long as nobody knows, it's fine, isn't it? My horn bow still had an arrow knocked. Every year, a few people die up on this mountain anyway. Stuff you into any old beast's den, and by the time anyone finds you, there'll be nothing left but a pile of bones. Seeing me seem about to raise the bow, Zhang Sampo felt a sudden warmth between his legs. He'd been so terrified he'd wet himself. Don't kill me. I'm begging you. His voice was shaking uncontrollably. He wanted to run, but the blood was still pouring from his thigh. He couldn't even stand, and could only plead at me over and over. I was just curious. I wanted to follow and take a look. Why do you have to kill anyone? Just let me go, and I swear I won't report you. From now on, I'll do anything you say. I lowered the bow a little. Talk. Who put you up to following me? I don't want to say. I narrowed my eyes. Or are you telling me it really was just curiosity? I'll talk. Meeting my ice-cold stare, Zhang Sampo didn't dare tell a single lie. Yesterday morning, Chen Yutong came to me and told me to keep an eye on you, to see just how you were bagging so much game. Even if I couldn't figure out the trick, as long as I found out where you went each day, he'd reward me with 1 tael of silver. So it was him after all. Just as I thought, land was the one thing every landlord couldn't stand to lose. 2 nights ago, someone had just come to my home to borrow grain, and the very next day they'd gone straight to Zhang Sampo. They'd moved fast. I suddenly remembered that I'd once seen Zhang Sampo near Chen Fengtian's house. At the time, I'd assumed he was there to borrow grain. But thinking back on it now, everything reeked of wrongness. Borrowing grain. Would anyone need to sneak in through the back door like a thief? I stared at him and pressed further. You and Chen Yutong. When did the 2 of you get in bed together? What kinds of dirty deeds have you done for him? A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhang Sampo's face. But I'd already spoken, cold as ice. Last chance. If you dare test my patience, or lie to me by so much as 1 word, I won't mind sending you on your way right now. I'll tell you, he said hurriedly. It was a long time ago that Chen Yutong first came to me. After the autumn harvest, he heard your family's crop had come up short, so he found me and said if I could coax you into squandering everything, so your family couldn't survive the winter, he'd reward me with 1 tael of silver. Originally, once you sold off all your grain, that silver should have been mine. But who could have guessed you'd suddenly get so lucky? At that point, he couldn't help gritting his teeth, secretly cursing the fact that I hadn't just frozen to death out there that night. But this venom, for now he only dared bury it in his heart, not letting the faintest trace show. Having poured it all out in one breath like beans spilling from a tube, Zhang Sampo still couldn't stop gasping, his face frighteningly pale. The blood streaming from his thigh had already dyed a large patch of the snow beneath him red. Seeing me utterly unmoved, he blurted urgently, "That's all. That's really all. I didn't do anything else. Hurry and take me back to the village, or I really am going to die." Listening to him, I sneered coldly inside. So that's how it was. From beginning to end, it had all been Chen Fengtian pulling the strings behind the scenes. This Chen family, to swallow up those few acres of land, they truly would stop at nothing. If I hadn't crossed over into this body, with the Jiang family's grain used up and the original owner dead with no money for burial, the whole family would almost certainly have had to go borrow grain from Chen Fengtian. Once they couldn't repay it next year, those 2 best paddy fields would have slid neatly into his hands. But what if the loan was repaid? I asked myself coldly, then shook my own head. With Chen Fengtian's determination to have his way, even if it were repaid, he'd have 10,000 ways to make sure the Jiang family couldn't pay up again next year. Sure enough, not a single one of these men who devoured land acre by acre had a clean backside. Having heard the whole story from start to finish, I'd already marked the entire Chen family down, hard, in that little ledger in my heart. This deadly blood debt would have plenty owing on it from here on out. Save me. Hurry and save me. Seeing me give no reaction for a long while, Zhang Sampo watched the pool of blood spreading wider and wider beneath him and felt he was about to give out. He pressed down hard on the wound, kowtowing and clasping his hands at me. "I'm begging you, save me. Once we're back in the village, I'll testify for you. I'll send Chen Fengtian to prison." Prison? I let out a scornful laugh. Never mind that Chen Fengtian was the village headman to begin with ties to the authorities. On top of that, from start to finish, all Chen Yutong had done was in sight. Even if Zhang Sampo stepped up to testify, it wouldn't be enough to convict them of any crime. Watching him grab a fistful of my trouser leg, I kicked out at him. Zhang Sampo had already been drained to his very limit, and this sudden kick sent his whole body toppling backward, tumbling down the slope end over end. "Ah!" Screaming the whole way, he rolled more than 100 paces before he stopped. Even now, he still wasn't dead. He struggled up out of the snowdrift and glared at me with pure hatred. "You gave your word. You said if I confessed, you'd let me go." I looked at him calmly. "I didn't kill you, but whether you make it back on your own 2 feet is your own fate to decide." With that, I turned around and pulled the arrow out of the pine tree. When I looked back again, Zhang Sampo really was crawling upward with everything he had, teetering on the line between life and death. He seemed to have forced out some hidden reserve. The blood from the through-and-through wound was gradually stopping, so it hadn't been so fatal after all. At this rate, if he kept crawling, he just might make it back. But right then, my gaze drifted into the distance. A smear of gray was ambling over from far away, unhurried. It was that wounded Wolf King. It had come, drawn by the scent of blood. When it spotted Zhang Sampo writhing in the snow, its forelegs slowly picked up speed, faster and faster, until the snow it kicked up nearly buried its whole body. Cursing me while straining to climb, Zhang Sampo suddenly heard a low, heavy animal panting behind him. He whipped his head around, only to run straight into the sight of a hideous giant beast lunging at him with its blood-red maw gaping wide. His pupils shook violently, and a strange ha-ha gurgle came from his terrified throat. His hands and feet clawed wildly, but his fingertips found only soft snow. No matter how he struggled, he only twisted uselessly in place. When it had closed to within a dozen paces, the Wolf King's front claws slammed against the ground, and its massive body shot out like a hurled boulder, wrapped in a rank, cold gust of wind. In midair, it flung open its bloody jaws and clamped down on Zhang Sampo's head in one bite. As all 4 paws hit the ground, its whole body rolled twice through the snow, and Zhang Sampo's body flipped along with it, tumbling 2.5 times in the air like a rag. By the time the Wolf King rose again, Zhang Sampo had gone completely silent. The very instant he'd been seized, he had fainted dead away from terror. The Wolf King shook the snow from its body, then snapped its upper and lower jaws shut with a violent crunch, and Zhang Sampo's head burst like a squeezed watermelon, blood and fluids splattering all over the ground. I stood at the peak, watching coldly. I scooped up a handful of snow and wiped the blood from the arrow shaft, murmuring low, "Next time we meet, I'll kill you." Whether it understood my words or simply sensed that killing intent, the Wolf King lifted its head to look at me, then peeled back its lips, bearing yellowed fangs and gums that were nearly withered dry. I slid the arrow back into the quiver, turned, and left. I'd given the Wolf King a full meal, and it had conveniently disposed of the body for me. However lightly I'd talked to Zhang Sampo, a death in the village was never a small matter. He wasn't some lone drifter. His family would most likely gather a crowd and come up the mountain to search. If someone happened to spot the arrow wound on him then, I'd have no way to clear myself. So from the very start, I deliberately lured him toward the south peak. Now that he'd been swallowed by the Wolf King, there was no body, no bones, and no witness left to speak against me. Beyond that, this trip had also let me get a clear read on the Wolf King's condition. A deep, torn gash on its foreleg ran all the way up to its belly, probably gored by some horned wild beast, and it hadn't healed yet. If not for that wound, it wouldn't have landed so clumsily after that lunge just now. It was lucky for the beast that it was winter. Wounds were slow to fester. Otherwise, it would have been dead long ago. But even in winter, a wound this severe would never heal on its own out of thin air, especially when food and fodder were scarce. "I'll let you live a couple more days." As I made my way down the mountain, I ran the calculations. I figured that even if I didn't lift a finger, this Wolf King wouldn't last through the winter. But if I waited until the heavy snows sealed the mountains for it to finally breathe its last, my chances of getting the pelt would be slim. By then, some other wild beast might have already torn into the carcass, and that fine hide would be ruined. I'd just indirectly sent a man to his death, yet my heart didn't stir in the slightest. He'd tried again and again to do me harm, and had in fact genuinely gotten me killed once. Making him pay with his life only now was already merciful of me. Halfway down the slope, I turned toward the north. Killing a man didn't stop me from hunting long-tailed pheasants. Those few tail feathers, just that phantom glimpse in the divination, had already left me itching with craving. Only once I'd forged a pair of fine arrows. That would be the moment I ended the Wolf King's life.